Okay, it does appear we are back. All right, okay, YouTube audience, let me know if you can see and hear me. YouTube audience, please check in. All right, we got a like, so we are good. All right, there we go. Yes, YouTube is back. Good. Let's wait for everyone to hop back on. I gotta go cross-post this link again one more time. Yep, there's everybody else. Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. All right, welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that interruption. That was just because YouTube completely froze on my end. I had that issue happen twice. 2 days ago, I think it was. It was 2 days ago I was streaming, and I had 2 freezes, but we got back up pretty quick after that. This time it was a complete crash, so just had to fire up a second instance of this stream. So hopefully, should knock on wood again, knock on wood, have no problems. I have to go cross-post this stream link again one more time. Yep, they continue the blizzard warning for all mountain zones, Cascades, and Olympics. Oh, yeah, hey there, Sonia. You're on Blue Sky. I saw you just followed me on Blue Sky about 45 minutes ago. Thank you. I gotta go cross-post the link over the Twitter, aka X, real quick, too. Oh, Ben, you are a character. Yeah, now I can stream another 12 hours. Yeah, Angie, we're good now. Yeah, Facebook will cut off at 8 hours, though. This is a heads up, and I think we've been streaming for about 2.5 hours here, so another 5.5 hours if need be. If it gets out to that point, if I have enough people watching on Facebook, we'll probably max it out. But I took a nap before the stream, a little 1-hour power nap. Hopefully, should give me enough energy to pull nearly an all-nighter, or at least a very late night tonight, to track things in real time. Again, I'm going to filter out here. Let's and filter everything out to sea level. And then filter everything above 1,000 feet. So 0 to 1,000. Therefore, I can only see things along the coast, the inland waters, and the Puget Sound. It filters out all of that mountain junk. The gusting to 48 here at Hoquiam again. Spam. Nope. Sorry, guys. I respect religion, but please don't spam religion in the comments. Thank you. How was the weather for Zoo Life last night? Great question. Started out okay. It was windy the entire time because we were immediately northeast of the narrow strait, and it was whipping pretty good. I'd say we had wind gusts of 40 miles per hour plus at times. And then the rain started falling at the end, and it was a downpour. One of those rain squalls came through. An untimely rain squall came through and just whipped up the winds like crazy. And the rain, I mean, it was just a downpour on us. with 2 very little children too. 2 toddlers. I mean, it was it was an interesting experience, but I did enjoy the zoo lights for sure. First time going there in 11 years. Timeline for Enumclaw. Yeah, sorry if I missed your two comments. Destiny Raymond. So, can see some gusty winds out there. It's looking like around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. You know, the timing of the front is still bouncing around 1 to 2 hours on each end. But it's looking like the front should begin to move in sometime around 11 p.m. tonight. And you're in that wind advisory. And again, if you're in the wind advisory, not a high wind warning, it's like downtown Seattle area, Bremerton, Silverdale, Paulsbo, foothill spots. Anywhere up in the foothills, like I said. Even southwest interior, south of Olympia here, south and west of Olympia, you're in the wind advisory. That means wind gusts 40 to 45 miles per hour. Although can't rule out the chance of anything more or anything less. You may not get up to that, but you may get over that. It's a guessing game, and we're just going to be, we're just going to be watching this in real time observations as the night goes on, and see which areas are getting the strongest winds. But let's get an updated radar, and the front's definitely getting closer. You can see the spiral. That's the bent back occlusion with that low pressure system that's resulting from this cold front here. And that is coming in closer. Windy's a little buggy, but in the last hour, it's definitely gotten closer. The cutoff just made landfall on North Vancouver Island. Unfortunately, there's a few kinks that need to be worked out on this site. See if I can pull up radar scope too. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you can't see the front on radar scope yet. It's well outside of the radar zone here. But you can see these heavy showers still working their way in, and these could mix down the winds a little bit down towards the surface. So just a heads up. They get locally windy, some of these heavier showers. There's a little prefrontal squall feature, by the looks of it, moving across Vancouver Island right now. Let's go to velocity. Yeah, you can see a little bit of that squall right there, but that's not the front. The front is still like 150, 200 miles off to our northwest right now. These are all just prefrontal showers that we're looking at the moment. But it could be a pretty nice squall going into Port Angeles here very soon, so could get the winds to kick up a little bit there. But again, not the main event. You see these blue shades here? These are strong winds, but these are several thousand feet in the air. You see from the distance of the radar up, there's a beam height. And so if you go to the dark blue here, this is 7,500 feet above the ground here. This is 85 miles from the radar site. So this is at 7,500 feet. We can go to the inspector here and see that the winds are gusting over 60 miles per hour, 66 miles per hour, but at 7,500 feet. If you get a strong enough shower to come through, you could mix down some, if not all of these strong winds down towards the surface for a short time. As I said, we saw that about 2 months ago on October 25th. Or Bonnie Lake area got hit hard before the main event even started that night. Yeah, it certainly can be stronger. If you get those westerly winds that go up the Skykomish River Valley, you can definitely get stronger winds along the Skykomish, all the way into areas like Index and Bering, perhaps. You live 4 miles away. Yeah, so, it's not going to be a sharp cutoff. It's just an approximation. And you could be right in the middle, too. I'm going to say if you're just outside the zone, then do anticipate those winds from the warning. If you're just outside the warning box. Of course, they can't guess exactly where the cutoff between 50 and 40 is going to be. Just go between the two ranges. So 40 to 55. Since it's 40 to 55 for the advisory and 50 to 55 for the warning. Well, let's just say 40 to 55. It's a broader range, but it covers all of the possibilities, the ceiling and the floor. Yeah, very much fascinating for sure, especially when the terrain goes against you. Oh, I didn't even see this. Yeah, I haven't posted the coffee link yet for donations, but thank you, Sarah Gregory, for the donation of 3 coffees. Appreciate that very much. Again, if you guys want to help support the stream, keep it up in the future. There's several ways for you guys to help out. And one of them, I haven't mentioned this all stream yet, of course, is coffee. ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. This would be the best way to donate, because this goes almost directly into the account. You know, it doesn't have to wait till the next cycle at the end of the month, like the super chats and the stars do. This would be the best way to donate through coffee. So thank you guys for all the generous words. And again, appreciate, we just went up 3 coffees. See the ones I just got, 213 and 216. So thank you, Sarah Gregory, again for your donation. Thank you to all 68 supporters. And here's the leaderboard that keeps increasing. So again, thank you guys so much. Thank you for all the kind words as well. Again, best way to donate to help out the stream, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. Yeah, current look at the radar. Some of the heavier showers across the area at the moment, but not much for wind at this time. We're kind of in a lull ahead of the front. But confidence increases in the next 3 hours or so as this frontal system nears. You know, see, we're not even too strong off the coast right now. Just a little bit of a break before the main event begins. Okay. Which way is the cold front in the Vancouver Island? Which way is it going to go? It's going to move in from west to east. So it's going to track across the island from west to east. Thank you, Glennis Cabrera Fret, for your donation of 50 stars. Glennis is asking how strong the wind will be for South Hill. South Hill area is just outside that high wind warning, but they're still expecting wind gusts in the 40 to 45 mile per hour range. Sustained winds 20 to 30 from the southwest, but very likely to shift out of the west behind that front. And our 3Z model's done here. So I can go to, let's go sustained wind and wind direction. And also mean sea level pressure as well. So he's starting out southwest, and then it looks like it's going to shift to west now. The NWS did not mention this potential shift right beyond the front, but this could expose some areas to the west to some strong winds. Just as a little heads up. So this may allow some strong winds, for example, to move into some of the I-90 corridor as well. Since you're a little more exposed to the west than you are to the southwest with the mountains in the way. Yeah, last time I saw, Connor Croft was going live at midnight. Did he push it back to 1 a.m.? Now, I was hoping Connor would stay down here in the lowlands and chase this wind. Actually, Ben might have just gone live already. Anyone tuned in to Washington Weather Chasers? I think Ben should be live right now. It says we're waiting on Ben. So he hasn't started it yet, but there's 148 people over in his chat right now. Leslie Parks says, thanks for all you do. Thank you for the donation of 50 stars. Appreciate that. Yeah, how strong will the wind be? Yeah, it's looking like at least 40 miles per hour for gusts tonight. Sustained winds 20 to 25 by the looks of it. But it shows for the general area here, it shows between 45 and 50, which could be overdoing it. Could be. But I'm saying this generously. Yeah, I'm on Ben's stream right now, and he's waiting. He mentioned he's been having problems streaming on the YouTube app. So something's going on with YouTube. I'm having problems on desktop as well. Yeah. Tara's also watching us both. But yeah, Ben's about 4 minutes late. He was actually going to live stream earlier. His first live stream cut out, and then everyone was hanging on a second live stream, but the live stream never got started. It was canceled. Yes, legit gamer 21. This is true. With all the saturated ground, even the mountains and the snow and blizzard conditions, it could cause avalanches potentially. We're more so worried about landslides, but yeah, avalanches. You have a loose pack of wet snow over a very wet, unstable ground. Definitely avalanche chance, 100%. But no avalanche warnings at this time. 40 seems weak compared to yesterday. Depends on your area. Some areas did not hit 40 yesterday. Federal Way, Milton area hit 40 several times, but it was about 6 hours later than the models showed. You should have seen me at around 4 o'clock when the big wind gusts hit. I was like, it's about darn time. Took long enough. Doppler Dave says he's going to pull an all-nighter. Hey, did Ben's stream start? Hang on. Gave me an ad first thing. Yes, he's live now. So in case you guys want to go watch Ben as well, Washington Weather Chasers on YouTube. He's streaming on the road. But it looks like he's already having signal issues. Zen Piano 1000 is asking, what's the name of the man that died driving in the flood? I have no clue. I haven't heard any updates on that. If anyone wants to chime in, feel free. There, I made a comment on his post. Carfreego29 says, sticking with you tonight. Thank you for the support. But, if you want to go see Ben stream, feel free to hop off anytime. I'll still be here for quite some time. You're gusting to 43 there at Hoquiam just recently, but not much going on around the sound here. We're still several hours out from the strongest winds, according to the models here. Wind coming after the rain or with it? It's going to be coming with it. You see the strong winds here. And then we go and look at radar, and boom. Rain. And lots of it. But it's going to be for a short time, luckily. And then we just have to deal with the post-frontal showers, some of which could possibly produce some small hail. Maybe some thunder and lightning if you're lucky. Because the air mass behind this front is going to be extremely unstable, which allows for potential thunderstorms behind it. But the marginal risk, again, for storms tonight is for the winds directly in the front. Ooh, sorry to hear, Sonia. Kitchen ceiling is leaking again. 65-mile-per-hour gusts, 1 to 4 inches of snow, not enough for blizzard in Oregon. Yeah, not quite enough for blizzard condition. Lewis County, you're probably gonna be on the lower end of winds tonight. They have a wind advisory for the lowlands of Lewis County, including Chehalis, Centralia, other areas, Toledo, Vader, Winlock, Napavine, on Alaska, those surrounding areas. I believe you're all under a wind advisory until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Again, southwest winds 20 to 30, gusts 40 to 45 expected. Looks like Ben's in his home, not in his hometown, but in the town where he lives, Lake Stevens. And I just saw we got a coffee donation. Hang on just a second. Thank you, Scott Carlisle, for donating 2 coffees. Appreciate that. Again, thank you very, very much. Mount Vernon at midnight now gone for good. If you're talking about winds gone for good, I'm going to say no. Not gone for good at midnight. At midnight, it has you a little bit lower than it was before, but it has you getting the strong winds at 1. Again, this could change again. Bouncing around quite a bit here. But yeah, I don't want to be distracted by another stream, so I'm going to close out a Ben stream for now. If anything big happens on Ben's stream, if you're watching it, go ahead and let me know. Please do. It looks like Randy Small, Whatcom County Weather, is also live right now. Or no, there's a live webcam along the beach. So, yeah. He's not live streaming. He's just streaming a webcam. Again, if anything big happens on Ben's stream, is the red echo? Right now, yes, the red echo is gone. In case you guys don't know what he's talking about. It was similar to this, but it was much stronger and off to the east. I think it was, yeah, the 1Z here. It was showing a ridiculous value here. Neither the 2Z nor the 3Z show that right now, but it does show a strong echo to your west at about midnight. And see, that moves through pretty quick. It covers a lot of ground over the next hour. And then by 2 o'clock, the front's already over the Cascade Crest. Again, it's going to take maybe about 4 hours to cross the area. It's going to move through very quick. It's going to cover a lot of ground. Yeah, this is what it looks like at 1 a.m. right now. This is courtesy of the HER 3Z model, the 7 p.m. run. Snow levels tonight. Because it's going to fall behind the front. Snow levels tonight are going to be pretty high. Let me show you this on precipitation type. See, so snowfall levels going to be limited to the higher crest, the higher Cascade peaks tonight. Then after that front comes through, Alakazam, there you go, lower snow levels, down to about 2,000, 2,500 feet or so. But it's going to be right after that front comes through because all of that colder air is going to be ushered into the mountains after that. So between about 1 a.m. and 2 p.m., you get that snow level crash. It's even showing some ice accumulation too with that transition, which would be concerning. All right, Jose Villalaz, or Villalaz. Sorry if I butchered your last name. Welcome to the Intro Forecaster membership here on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, it is a very quick moving squall for sure. Yeah, welcome, Jose. Also a subscriber over on Facebook too. Again, thank you for your continued support to Puget Sound Stormwatch. Time estimate for Paulsbo. Time estimate for Paulsbo is going to be around midnight. Anytime, really, it's looking like anytime between 11 p.m. tonight and midnight tomorrow is going to be max winds for a majority of the area. Something that they're not quite talking about is the potential pressure rise here behind that front that comes through. And that's a little bit concerning because some of the models were showing some stronger winds with this pressure rise. So basically, as soon as those black bars move through like that, see, we're talking this would be, I think this is 994 for that area. See, and then it goes up to 1,000 there in an hour. That's a 6 millibar pressure change in 1 hour. That's pretty intense. That could stir up easily some strong wind gusts by itself, not related to the front. You know, and so that's my biggest concern tonight. Some areas could get stronger winds with that pressure rise, but not directly related to the frontal system itself. I just have to... Got my popcorn. What's happening tonight? Hello, Jessica. Welcome in. Eatonville Graham. Yeah, you're in the wind advisory. Again, same ordeal as I've said for everyone in the wind advisory area. And again, if you're in the wind advisory area, not the high wind warning area, please listen closely. If you're in the wind advisory area, from 4 p.m. today to 6 a.m. tomorrow, expect southwest winds of 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts 40 to 45 across your area. Again, that's the general estimation. Some areas will see more, some areas will see less. That's just an estimation from the NWS. A high wind warning is sustained winds out of the southwest or out of the west if you're along the Strait of Juan de Fuca. So Everett North, you're out of the west, but for the rest of us should be southwest. 25 to 35 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts 50 to 55 anticipated. Yeah, not good for migraine prone people. They're probably going to feel that sharp pressure rise, but it's showing anywhere between a 5 to 6 millibar pressure rise in an hour or less across the area, which would bring a big wind by itself with that. Could be storms and landspouts in northeast Oregon area too tonight, low risk. Definitely a possibility. I'm not going to count that out. Yeah, Keith said tonight through 4 a.m. So about midnight through 4 a.m., snow levels will be around 2,000 feet. 1,900 to 2,100. But we have to wait till that front goes over. See, ahead of the front, snow levels are going to be probably 4,000 feet and above. But behind that front, they come down to around 2,000 feet. And that will include pretty much all of the Cascade crests and its surrounding higher elevation hills and mountains, including the volcanoes as well. Reminds me of the November windstorm 2022, sudden, quick, and windy. Yeah, it's that pressure rise that's most concerning. Like, the front itself is going to bring winds, but there's several mechanisms working together. And this is why it makes the forecast very tricky. Because we have the westerly surge behind the front. We have the cold front passing through itself, which could bring convective gusts with it. So potential severe thunderstorm level gusts, which is why they have the marginal risk. As well as the pressure rise over a small area behind that front also. And you have several different meteorological mechanisms working all together that could bring different gusts to different areas. Some of which could be strong to damaging too. Which I don't know if the models are doing a great job picking this up. You know, again, around 1,000 millibars for Tacoma right there at 2 a.m. For the same area before, it's around 994. See, so this is 994, this bar right here, 996, 998, and 1,000. So the 998's over Olympia. By that time, Olympia rises about 4 millibars in an hour. From 1 to 2 a.m. So from 998 to 1002. Again, up here in Tacoma, gotta watch this pressure very closely. See, this line right here, this is 994 millibars. Then the next frame, 1000. That's a 6 millibar increase in an hour. That would be detrimental to some areas, especially those areas exposed to the southwest. That could probably bring in a pretty good gust of wind early this morning around 1 a.m. or so. So just an early little heads up for you guys. Still not sure if it's going to verify, but just a heads up, it could. Perfect time for Matt to join in. I saw you talking about this. Yeah, so Matt, the recent HER 3Z, we're looking at that right now. For the Tacoma area, the Federal Way area in general, see, it has about a 994 millibar pressure isobar right there at 1 a.m. And then it goes up to 1,000 in the next frame at 2 a.m. Approximately a 5.5 to 6 millibar pressure rise in an hour. Yeah, Matthew Fab, Western Washington Weather, says January 13th, 2021 was a good example. Yeah, since you're farther north and west of the area, you'll likely get the front about an hour and a half before us up in Nanaimo. Which again, if we go and look right now, there's a little bit of a squall feature there, but that's not the main front. And the main front is crossing over North Vancouver Island at this time and is making a beeline for our area. See where the cutoff is with the clouds right here, and you start to get these cloud breaks? That is the cold front right there. And then this occlusion right here, this is the center of low pressure. See? Nice little comma feature here, bent back occlusion, BBO. Right there. And then nice sharp cold front with a pretty broad temperature change at the low levels, which will bring in much colder temps overnight and usher in a very unstable air mass. Could see thunderstorms throughout the morning, maybe even later in the morning tomorrow behind it, with that unstable air mass in place. Yeah, HER 3Z shows a pretty insane rise for the South Sound, for sure. I agree with that, Matthew. Yeah, 5.5 millibar rise was loud. Trees genuinely bending at Matthew's house in Federal Way, right up the street from me, about a mile away. Take a look at the wind chill forecast. Let me see if I can do that here on Pivotal. Yeah, 2 meter above ground level wind chill heat index. if that's not a cold front, I don't know what is, folks. That is, hang that up on the wall, put it in your textbook, put it on your phone screensaver, whatever you want. But yeah. See, it's showing a bit of this wind shadow still, because this area is being protected by the Olympics. One thing I think the NWS isn't quite communicating very well is the potential shift to westerly for a little bit, for some areas even north and south of this line here. But yeah, wind chills. I mean, wind chills are close to, if not below freezing for some of these areas. Anything in the blue is below freezing. We're talking ridiculous wind chills here for Everett, Mukilteo, Edmonds, Linwood area, Mill Creek. Yeah, thank you, Matt, for bringing that up to me. I don't normally check the wind chill forecast, but the wind chill is absurd for even the higher elevations where wind chills could be below 0 on the higher peaks. It's madness. It's Lake Stevens in the wind advisory. You are in the high wind warning. Just a heads up. You are in the high wind warning. Again, in case you want to see this text, the recent update here at 3:12. Southwest winds 25 to 35 miles per hour, with gusts 50 to 55 expected. They say expected, but they should really say possible, because it's still pretty uncertain here. And then for the wind advisory, southwest winds 20 to 30 sustained, 40 to 45 miles per hour for gusts. Again, both of these are in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow. We're not confident on individual thunderstorms. We're confident that we could see some thunder and lightning within the cold front itself when it comes through tonight. Because again, if you look at simulated radar reflectivity here, you have some stronger radar echoes come through, and these are capable of producing thunderstorms within the frontal boundary itself. It's a little more uncertain when the front passes. You usually get some of these small hail-producing showers behind it, but sometimes if you're lucky, you'll get a rumble of thunder or two. Yeah, but there's definitely some stronger echoes popping up here, and if we look at lightning flash density, see, it's picking up on potential lightning flashes around the area. These streaks, these are trying to show lightning potential within heavier showers or thunderstorms. Definitely the potential for lightning overnight, especially north of the area in that westerly surge. You just heard the rain start up again outside. I have the window cracked. Yeah, again, the front's still well off the coast right now, but it's approaching, and it's gonna take a couple of hours to make it in, but it's approaching. It's on the way. Looks like it's just moving into North Vancouver Island here. It's making its way down the coast of Vancouver Island towards us right now. Yes, heavy rain showers coming into the South Sound right now. Those will come to a pause eventually, but not before the front comes in a couple of hours' time. Yeah, just see really heavy rain. There's even a squall embedded in that. You can see it better here on radar scope. You look on radar scope, go to the Camino Island radar. You can see that nice little wind shift right there. That's a little prefrontal line segment coming in. So you may feel the wind kick up a little bit here in Port Angeles, Sequim, surrounding areas. Friday Harbor area, Roach Harbor, you may feel a little bit of a burst of wind or a little wind shift here. This isn't the front itself. It's just a little, like I said, a little line segment ahead of the front. Power companies are likely to be busy. And yes, that reminds me, we have to keep checking the PSE map here too. Last update was 6,685, and they have a storm alert, a red alert already. And we're down, luckily. We're down the number. We still have a pretty broad power outage. Newcastle's in the dark again. There was some wind 2 weeks ago, I think we were tracking on a live stream here, and Newcastle lost power that night as well. Let's see, parts of Bainbridge here, a lot of northern Kitsap has some scattered power outages here and there. Not too much going on for the South Sound, though, at the moment. Yeah, see, they do have the red alert for the atmospheric river event. PSE does. And your local PUDs should also have announcements on that too. If you check your local PUD site, they should be talking about it. Matthew needs less than a quarter inch to get to 8 inches for the month. We just had another sub. Let's go check. Thank you, Megan Holland, for subscribing to Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook. Really appreciate you for that. We've gained 7 or 8 subs already tonight. That's awesome. We're over 80 subscribers already who are helping support the page. So it would be a huge achievement if we can get to 100 page subscribers. Let's say by the end of the week, if we can get to 100 page subscribers, I'll come up with something to do for you guys. Like we may have a subscriber specific live stream potentially for you guys for a little celebration. What time will the storm start? Anytime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The models are still bouncing around on the timing of the frontal passage. The whole Coupeville is supposed to go out of power. I'm going to say unlikely. I'm going to say it's unlikely. Again, we can't predict power outages. Power outages are very, very conditional. Yeah, Keith, I know that. I talk about the conversion from knots to miles per hour all the time. Some people use 1.2 miles per hour for 1 knot, but I always use 1.15 miles per hour for 1 knot. I like to be exact. 4Z, let's check the 4Z. Did we get the 4Z her? Yes, 4Z her is rendering now, but only 2 frames. So we'll keep it on Wingust now, but 4Z her 3km is now rendering. Thank you, A Dash of Ash, for the super chat. Everyone comment W's in the chat for A Dash of Ash 1337 on YouTube. Question, the NAM shows my area getting slammed about now and then tapering off for the rest of the night. Other models show it later. Why? It's completely normal for short-range models to disagree on these things. It is completely normal. This is why we're in the nowcast period now. This is why I'm streaming now, because we're in the nowcast period. We have to watch these things in real time to see which model portrays it the best. But we can't really tell until after the event's over which model portrayed it the best. You know, that's just weather forecasting 101. Rain coming down hard north of Little Rock, Thurston County. Thank you for the report. Yeah, W for Ashley, everybody. For the $5, I will now call it a super duper. Thank you for the $5 super duper. Yeah, 4Z's loading right now. We only have 2 frames though, but we only have to wait till about frame 4 to see what's going on for around the area. See, there's the front. Let's compare it to the 3Z. It shows the front a little more discrete on this. Like a more uniform line segment than the 3Z. You see how it's curvy here. But the 4Z has it much sharper. Could be something to watch, for sure. Usually you want to watch for the breaks in those lines. Where you have those little localized wind shifts. That's where you can get some strong winds from time to time, too. You know, if it's a more uniform line, it's still going to be windy, but you're not going to have those little individual breaks. It also reduces your discrete thunderstorm chances, too. Not saying that the chance is reduced, but you know, it's just higher confidence. If you have those little breaks in the line, you get a little bit of low-level wind shear. You can cause some of those breaks and those little squalls, those line segments to form, and those can bring wind themselves as well. Oh yeah, I want to see what hour 4 shows here when it renders, so hang tightly, folks. Shouldn't take long for that to render. See, there it is. Again, westerly surge here. See, there's our front. So by midnight, it wants to bring our front through Whidbey, across the Kitsap Peninsula, and into Olympia here. So again, compare that to the 3Z. It's right around the same timing on the 3Z. 2Z around the same timing. 1Z, it's farther east. So, just an observation, it looks like the timing's getting better. We're starting to see better agreement on the timing the last few hourly runs here. So I expect the power to go out. Don't expect it, but be ready for it if it does. Excuse me, if it does. Now would be a poor time for hiccups, am I right? Don't expect the power to go out, but do be ready in case it does. Again, power outages are exceptionally conditional based on your area. Looks a little bit farther south. Yeah, it does kind of pull that westerly surge a bit farther towards the southeast than due east, like it was showing before. That I do notice too. Oh, the rain is pouring outside right now. Okay, 113 of you guys here on YouTube, 34 of you guys on Facebook. Again, welcome in everybody in case you don't know. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. I am your host and founder of the brand. Glad to be with you guys streaming live wind coverage tonight. The potential for severe thunderstorms, mainly for damaging wind gusts within the frontal boundary itself. So wouldn't be surprised if maybe we had a short fuse severe thunderstorm warning potentially for some parts up here if we get that strong bow echo feature to form again. See, again, 1 a.m., the last however many model runs now, 5 or 6, just shows the Everett area getting walloped again. And again, still kind of bouncing around here for the South Sound. It backed off. It agrees more with what the 2Z is showing here. So from 2Z to 4Z, it doesn't change too much. It does show 45 mile per hour gusts still in the Tacoma area, with some possibly higher here and there. Like Olympia's around 48. Everett's between 58 and 60. That would not be good. That would not be good at all. Again, let's look at composite reflectivity. See, it's not showing that bow echo feature as potent as it was before. Like, it does show a pretty nice line segment that crosses over the radar site here at around midnight. And then it's showing this little almost horizontal convergence zone like feature, but that would be the front itself most likely. Still shows it in around the same spot at around the same time, 1 a.m. or so. And again, heavy rain showers still around much of the area. They would likely make it up to Lake Stevens too, yes. Because the winds are going to be out of the west. So most likely what hits Everett will likely hit Lake Stevens too. But maybe shave a couple miles per hour off of the total for you. Ashley says, crying because the HER jumped back up to 50 for Roy. We were down to 39 before. Yeah, it's gonna rely on real-time analysis. We're in that close range now where the models don't really matter much. We have the idea of what's going to happen. It's just really based on timing and intensity. We'll be watching it from real time after this. We're still a couple of hours out again from the wind. Just a heads up. We're still a couple of hours out. Where am I broadcasting from? I'm broadcasting from small town Milton, Washington. It's wedged up on North Hill between Federal Way and Puyallup, just east of Tacoma. No, the wind's not going to do much to dry things out. No, because the wind can't suck up groundwater out of the ground and push it. No, the wind's going to cause more problems than fix any problems. The wind's not going to fix anything. It's only going to cause problems. So, unfortunately, yeah. Shout out to the local area, yes. Milton, Washington here, and of course Matthew Fab, Western Washington weather. Lakeland South area, Federal Way. Like literally a mile up the road from me, at most. Maybe a little over a mile up the road from me. Mrs. B teaches science. Got myself an energy drink to try and wait up for that westerly surge. Sounds good. Yeah, a lot of us big weather gurus around the area took a nap earlier today to be ready to stay up late for this. So we're going to power through it. Whether I'm tired or not, we're going to power through it. I'm going to try to go as long as possible. If I don't go to at least midnight, then this stream's a failure. Also, Selig, if you're still watching, sorry I didn't see your question at first, even though you tagged me in it. How did I miss that? How is all the rain going to be affecting the flooding? Hey, F3 Tag says, what's up? Pacific Northwest's Ryan Hall, y'all. Yeah, I know. I've had more and more people calling me the Ryan Hall of the Pacific Northwest. Just because of how often I've been streaming recently. I like to keep streaming at a high rate. I really need a workout for my voice for sure, but I do still want to be up and active too. Sonia says you're a trooper, yeah. Hey, you're also a trooper too. You and Keith especially are here for almost every live stream. But yeah, the rain in the lower levels is going to put some pressure on these rivers. And before that front comes through, most of the precip in the mountains is going to be in the form of rain. The snow doesn't really start till after midnight for much of the Cascades and Olympics. You have to wait for that cold front to come through to usher in that cooler air mass. Then it will turn over the snow. Okay, good, Selig. Good, just making sure I didn't leave you hanging there. But yeah, especially down in the areas where those levee breaches occurred. Those are vulnerable spots now. Even though they did some reinforcement, they're still vulnerable. It may not be from the higher mountains, but right now, most of the precipitation falling at this time, all of the heavy precip is in the form of rain in the higher terrains. except if you're in the far North Cascades and maybe Stevens Pass. But Snoqualmie Pass, all of this is falling as rain right now. You know, even White Pass is like on the teeter-totter of rain and snow right now. Mitchell's got several of these lives going. This will definitely test people with ADD for sure. ADD, ADHD gang. Have fun tonight. It's going to be a wild one. Especially when we have Connor Croft going tonight as well. Yeah, I don't anticipate any huge work closures or interruptions. You know, check in with your area of work in the morning when you wake up. Just make sure they have power or they're still operating. But I wouldn't say you should postpone any work days tomorrow right now. That's not my call to make. How about Crystal? Well, we could check out the cams real quick. I'm not going to show the cam for too long because since I'm monetized now here on YouTube, I do have some concerns about copyright and monetization policies as well. So I'm not going to show the stream for too long. But it does look like there is some snow falling at Crystal. In the snow stake, I'm not sure of the elevation of the snow stake. It's, at least on these cameras where it's too dark, it's hard to tell. But it's a little hard to tell here. This looks like snow though. But again, it could be melted snow from before. So just a heads up. I'm not sure how often they clean the snow stake. Yeah, I believe the rain in the foothills is going absolutely berserk right now. That's what radar is showing at the moment. Over the Everett area, South Whidbey as well is just dumping. It's just an absolute torrent of rain up there right now. It's not good for the rivers. Okay, snow stake is at 4,000 plus feet. Okay, so it's not super high. If it was at 6,000 feet, they'd probably be getting snow right now. It's a little hard to tell if it's new snow or if it's old snow being remelted by rain at the moment. Yeah. Ben's chat's once again attracting trolls. I believe it. You know you gone big when you really attract the trolls. But Ben's got a good moderating staff, including myself, Sonia, and Keith. Hey, Mitchell Godwin, more power to you. He's had over 20 streams going to monitor storms at once. That is the anti-ADD man right there. Yeah, the top of Crystal is over, I think it's up to 6,800 feet though. I think the top of the summit was somewhere between 6,700 and 6,800 feet. I just allowed my precise location, so I'm not going to zoom in any more than that. These chats have a lot of bots. Yeah, so the good thing about my chat is I have it on subs only mode, but you can comment as soon as you hit subscribe. You don't have to wait to comment. And that keeps pretty much all of the bots out of it. So if you really wanted to troll, you could subscribe for a moment, troll, and then unsubscribe. But I haven't seen anyone do that. But being on subs only mode has really reduced a lot of the hassle. Big time. Just lost power. North Kitsap, Breezy GIF 85 for 2 minutes. Then it came back on. You're lucky. Someone just subbed. Thank you, Heather TK, for becoming a subscriber. YouTube, Facebook didn't notify me until 2 minutes later. Yeah, thank you, Heather TK, here on Facebook for becoming a Puget Sound Stormwatch subscriber. And I appreciate the support. I think we're getting pretty close to 90 subscribers now. And also, some of my subs aren't showing up, but also thank you, Megan Holland, for becoming a subscriber, too. I have to go to the notification menu. It doesn't show all of the subs here on the alerts for some reason. But thank you, both Heather TK and Megan Holland, for becoming subscribers here on Facebook. Appreciate that. Promise I won't disappoint you guys. You know, the post frequency on the subscriber page has been down recently due to breaking coverage mode the last couple of weeks. But once things really start to wind down, I'll re-engage in more frequent posts on the subscribers tab. If you guys would want to go check that out, only 99 cents a month. Extra perks and behind the scenes content for Puget Sound Stormwatch. Ooh, the rain's getting really heavy now here in Milton. Oh yeah. And think about this, all of this rain falling before the big wind event. All of this is falling right before it on super saturated soil that can't take anymore. If it even happens for tonight, thunderstorms, if they do happen, would likely be between 11 p.m. and midnight for Island County. Thank you, Heather TK, also for donating 50 stars just now. Please, okay. Hey there, Julie Bradford out of Oso. Please give the wind speed as that hits Arlington. Yeah, we can look at sustained winds and wind gusts. Oso, you're up here. This has sustained winds about 21 knots, which is approximately 24 miles per hour out of the west. And then we go to gusts. For that area, you're right around 50, unfortunately. Right around 50 miles per hour, again, out of the west. This would be at 1 a.m. This would really, for deviation, it's going to be any time between midnight and 2 a.m. realistically. About plus or minus 1 hour on each side. Is that moisture on the north edge of the radar the cold front? If you were talking about that red band, I do believe that is the cold front coming through, because it takes a few hours after the cold front comes through to engage the convergence zone. This would be the convergence zone. So the convergence zone forms sometime around 4 a.m. or so. And also, thank you, Ryan Roberts, for subscribing. Just got your notification in a timely manner. So thank you to everyone. I lost track of how many subs we've gained tonight here on Facebook. At least a dozen new subscribers on Facebook. I'm going to have a big welcome post. If you subscribe, you have the let's restart that. If you subscribe on Facebook, you have the option to opt into a special group for subscribers only called PSSW Super Fans. So I'll be making a rather long welcome post for you guys. I'm hoping tomorrow morning. This depends on how long I stay up tonight. It may be sometime tomorrow afternoon or evening. It just really depends. Raining sideways in Edgewood. Yeah, you're not far away from me. I'm next door to you in Milton. So it definitely sounds like it for sure. Bruh, don't argue with the weather gods, someone said. You know, the weather gods, Mother Nature, they're always undefeated. You cannot outpredict Mother Nature. And notice too, the east end of this convergence zone, that's going to fall as either sleet, as it says here, sleet or snow. You know, sleet is kind of like it's a hybrid between rain and snow, but it's sort of a melted down ice pellet. Or it's either a melted down ice pellet or it's a stage above an ice pellet when it comes to rigidity. Keith Capillero, you probably studied this in your Meteorology 101. Keith, if you're watching, could you explain the difference between sleet and ice pellets? Because even I'm still on the teeter-totter about that. There's a lot of arguments between which precipitation type to use for sleet. There's ice pellets, snow pellets, or sleet itself. But the word Graupel, which is German, doesn't really relate to this. You know, if you guys listen to Michael Snyder, Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, he always talks about how they'd rather use snow pellets than Graupel for official MEDAR readings. If you're into aviation, then you know how to read MEDAR, and it shows snow pellets for MEDAR readings. Yeah, Legit Gamer says sleet is like really long, wet snowflakes. So it's kind of melted down. But either way, ice pellets, sleet, snow pellets, they're a little hybrid between rain and snow. They don't melt all the way before they hit the ground. Either way, yeah, they don't melt all the way before they hit the ground. They're frozen precip, but they don't melt all the way. So it's kind of like a really loose hailstone. It's like a really loose, melted down hailstone, sort of. That's the best I can describe it, at least. But I'm pretty sure Keith's gonna go digging around for a more definitive description. Keith says ice pellets and sleet are the same. I've heard some debates that they're not the same, but again, Keith is certified in meteorology 101. So if he says it, I'm going to believe him. You show radar up close with loop the past 2 hours, gladly. Yeah. Just let me know if this is too close. But windy only allows me, let me make sure I can go within 2 hours here. It may make me go out to 6 hours, but I'm going to try that. See if we can loop that. Hang tightly. No, so it can only loop 1 hour and 6 hours. Or 24 hours, but it can't do anything in between. And let me slow down the speed for you too, real quick. Perfect. Keith has the exact description I was looking for. Yeah, all precipitation starts as snow. That's a fact. I know that for sure. Begins as snowflakes high in the atmosphere. Melts in warm air, it falls into a layer of air above freezing, partially melting in the raindrops, and refreezes in cold air. It really just depends on how. Depends on how. I'm trying to come up with the right word here. It really depends on how thick that area of warm air is above the ground. You know, if you have a shallow layer of warm air, then it's not going to melt it down all the way. You know, but if you have a more dense layer of warm air and then a shallow layer of cold air near the ground, it's going to melt into a supercooled raindrop and then freeze on contact, and that's freezing rain. Keith, if I have that backwards, please let me know. Yeah, and it freezes back into ice pellets if the colder air near the ground is a bit more thick in terms of elevation. If it's narrow, then it doesn't allow that supercooled droplet to refreeze back in the sleet, and it freezes on contact. And that's the freezing rain danger that sometimes these areas in the mountains have. It's the cap, yeah. I was going to use the word warm nose, but that probably sounds a little weird to some people. But yeah, it's based on where the capping inversion is. So it's the area where temperature increases with height instead of decreasing with height. Because normally under ideal conditions, temperatures decrease with height until you hit the tropopause, which is where the stratosphere begins. But there are sometimes you have these little capping inversions or warm noses, as some call them, where the temperature rises briefly before it starts to cool again. And this is also called an air inversion, or some call it a capping inversion, just inversion for short. But it's a stable layer of warm air aloft, and it doesn't allow for any upscale ascent over that area, or very limited upscale ascent. That's why caps are a detriment to usually early morning thunderstorms and supercells and tornadoes in the Midwest. But you also need the cap to build up potential energy, and then you rip open the cap suddenly, and you get these severe thunderstorms that just explode. You know, they go full demonic mode after that cap rips open. Oh, there's a feature called an elevated mix layer as well that helps with capping, but is more prominent over the Midwest. You know, it takes a layer of warm and dry air above the ground, usually from the desert southwest, and it advects or moves it. So it brings it's called warm air advection, but it advects it over to the Midwest, and that also adds to the capping inversion. It's needed to build up that potential energy. Wall line appears to be breaking apart in the latest high-res models. Yeah, the Olympics are going to shred it here over the Seattle area. That's pretty much known right now. The Olympics are going to shred the center of it, and it's really going to split off to a north and a south segment. Angel says, here comes the wind. Yeah, I don't hear the wind right now, but then again, I have a fan going and I have computer fans going too. So if I hear a big gust, I should be able to hear the big gust, but not the small ones. Yeah, Keith says sleet versus freezing rain. Sleet melts and then refreezes in the ice pellets before hitting the ground. Yes. Freezing rain, yes, it melts completely into a liquid and then refreezes on contact. It's a super cooled rain droplet. And when that super cooled rain droplet encounters a perturbation or a disturbance, in this case contact with the ground, then it refreezes. Rain and wind carbonado. Yeah, you really need to get on that weather station for sure. Ben is live. Wonder if Snyder's going to go live. Michael. Not sure about Michael. I would hope Michael would go live too. But yeah, I know Ben's live right now. And again, if anyone has any major updates from Ben's stream, go ahead and let me know. I'm going to pop into his stream real quick, see what he's doing. Hey, Sonia, I see you taking over the helm of moderation there on Ben's channel. Great job. Sonia Smith 1917 here on YouTube is doing double duty moderation between myself and Ben right now. She's the real most valuable player. Yeah, Ben's got 3,000 people watching this chat right now. And we have around 137 at the moment. But yeah, truth is, more people want to watch a storm chase than they want to do, a live discussion. And I completely understand that. People want to see the action in real time. For those of you hanging around, listening to me talk and yap about this, thank you for your support, truly. Mike said he would go live in his vid earlier. Thank you, Captain2775. Yeah, I watch Michael's vids pretty much every day, but I don't know if I caught that in his video. I might have skimmed around a little bit, so I think I missed that part. But did Michael say he was going to go on a chase, or did he say he was going to do a live briefing like this? Connor's going to stream from up at the pass. He's going to be up at Snoqualmie Pass. Doppler Dave says, I like this much more. Appreciate the kind words. Everyone has their preferences. Everyone has their preferences, and I respect that. But for those of you guys hanging around with me right now, thank you. Then again, if you guys want the action, I highly recommend checking out Washington Weather Chasers. They're streaming right now. But if you want to hang around for the live discussion, feel free. It's not going to be too eventful up until the wind starts in a couple of hours. Just a little heads up. But we are starting to pick up a little bit of wind here in the Tacoma area, though, now that I notice. A little bit breezy off the coast, too, but nothing major. It's a little bit of a break before the front comes in. And the front is making its way down Vancouver Island at this time. Try to split time with you both. Yeah, it's all good, Heather. No problem. Again, thank you for not only sending stars, but also becoming a subscriber, too. Look for a welcome post on my PSSW Superfans private group here in the next 24 hours or so. Same with all of you guys that subbed tonight. even for supporting both channels. Thank you for keeping us informed. Sure thing, Lindsay. Thank you for tuning in. Lots of rain, a bit windy here in Buckley. I think Michael said he was going to Chase. Well, I guess we'll just wait for when he goes live, right? Haven't really heard anything from Michael. Who is Connor? So Connor Croft, storm chaser from the Midwest. He flew into... He might have flown into Portland, because I think he picked up his vehicle from the DL Scales down in the Oregon area. Because it's called the Storm Runner 4Runner that he's borrowing and driving around Washington for the next week or so. But he was in almost the right place at the right time for the levee breach yesterday. And Connor and Ben ended up meeting at the levee break up there. So that was pretty cool to see the two of them meet. You know, two big storm chasers, one in the Midwest, one up here in the Pacific Northwest. But yeah, Connor Croft. Yeah, he is using the Storm Runner. But I'll put his name down here in the chat for you guys on YouTube. Yeah, I saw I was watching his live replay and I saw Brandon Payne, his partner, streaming him while he was also being interviewed by Como too. Yeah, he's basically a young Reed Timmer, yeah. He's definitely he's up there right behind Reed Timmer, but he's not quite up to Reed Timmer. Yeah. You know, Michael said it himself too. The Pacific Northwest is the place to be for weather right now. This is the most active region when it comes to weather right now in the entire world. This is why these chasers are flying out. I heard some of Livestorm's media is also flying out too, if they haven't already arrived in the area. But yeah, storm chasers Connor Croft and Brandon Payne are in the area, and they're hanging up at Snoqualmie Pass tonight. That's the word I heard. Kim Bogg says, "Thank you for all you do. Greatly appreciate you. Think I can go to sleep?" Yeah, feel free, but I'll if you need anything, I'll still be up. Like I said, anticipating to be up for quite some time tonight. I want to see as this front comes through and watch the observations and watch the pressure rise behind it too. Even if I'm up till 2 a.m. I just need to make sure. See, I don't think Facebook's going to allow me to stream until 2 a.m. Facebook's probably going to allow me to stream until about 1:45 a.m. and before it cuts off. So if you guys are still on, if I'm still on at 1:45 and I cut off on Facebook, just hop over on YouTube and join me for the rest of it. Yeah, Brandon's a part-time meteorologist and he's also the drone pilot too. Yeah, so those of you guys who follow Connor Croft, did you hear that he was at the Pacific levee breach this morning, and then his drone fell out of the sky and broke. So him and Brandon actually ended up having to drive all the way down to a drone shop in Centralia, pick up a new drone, and then drive all the way back up to Snoqualmie Pass. Hey, Dagmar, I don't know why Facebook auto hid your comment. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, I've seen you've been tagging me in the community groups for sure. A lot of people have been sharing to several groups like Kitsap Road Conditions, Wandering Washington. Yeah, Auburn Community Happenings is a big one. There's quite a few big groups around the area that people are sharing my posts regularly. So thank you guys for sharing. Yeah, Matthew's tuning in again. He was parked just in front of me. That explains why he left so fast. Yeah, Matthew, did you ever get the chance to say hello or meet him while he was there? Because if not, then I think you might have lost your chance, bro. Getting really windy in Roy. Yeah, those are probably the the prefrontal showers mixing down those stronger winds to the surface, but that's not the main event. Hers finished 4Z, right? Yeah, 4Z hers finished rendering. But, you know, we already looked over the radar and the wind data on the 4Z. Since we're within about 5 hour range here now or so. So we only need the first 5 hours to really get through this. If someone was asking about this being the front, yes, that is part of the front coming through. It's a little squall that's split from the north end of the Olympics because, again, you go before in time, you see it's a well-defined squall line here along the cold front, and then the Olympics shreds the middle of it, and then there's a north and south sort of squall. You can see it, you can definitely see the squall over the mountains here on the south end and the north end. The Olympics are going to do a lot of damage to the center of that cold front when it comes through. Totally normal, though. Yeah, the HESCO barrier failed in Pacific. Yeah, so the NWS didn't clarify that for sure. They mentioned HESCO, but they still said it was considered a levee. So thank you for defining the difference between the two, because I still kind of figured that a HESCO barrier was a form of a levee, you know, but yeah, not a levee. Don't worry, Matthew. He's still around here for about 5 more days or so, I think. Um, still a good chance to meet Connor Croft if you do see him. You know, maybe ask Ben for his number, possibly, or ask Ben to shoot Connor a reference. Maybe you guys can meet up. I personally have no plans of meeting up with him, though. You know, I would love to, but I just don't see the opportunity showing up anytime soon. Squall line has shifted south from Whatcom, someone said, in the new model run. Yes, it has. It's a little hard to tell on the north side, but if we go back to the 1Z was showing this being the area of interest up here. But since a pretty big downtrend in that. It could be having a hard time trying to simulate this squall up here. It was showing sort of like a bow echo feature like that earlier, but now it's not showing as much of a bow echo. It doesn't have a long enough segment to be distorted by a strong rear inflow jet. It just looks more like a little squall segment at this point, which again could also produce severe winds too. So just a heads up, the models are still showing severe level wind gusts. If the NWS thinks these wind gusts are going to be convective and not from either the pressure rise or the front itself, you know, the winds in the area not being mixed down via these downdrafts, then the NWS could put out a severe thunderstorm warning on this tonight if it verifies for parts of Snohomish, maybe even Skagit counties. But if we go back to the 1Z again and look at that one more time, that would definitely be a severe thunderstorm. We've seen it before. I think 2021, early in the morning one day, 2021, we had a localized severe thunderstorm warning for parts of, I think, Island and Snohomish counties for a very similar looking feature on this. Yeah, squall line's trending south now. Bringing the squall line in towards more of Whidbey and Camano Islands and the Everett area now. It even has North Kitsap and Marrowstone Island here being clipped by that squall line. Yeah, you see how there's a well-defined squall here. This is the cold front. And then the Olympics just shreds the center of it. And there's a north and south segment here. Yeah, don't worry. No derechos around here. Bow echoes, yes, they're rare, but they do happen here. AI models do get involved. And the European Center of Medium Range Weather Forecast, the ECMWF, which does the Euro model, already has their own AI forecast system here. And the GFS, the Global Forecast System, the American model, actually just released their new AI model as well. At least on Pivotal here. I don't know if it's on Weatherbill, but Pivotal Weather does have the AI GFS, which was called the GraphCast GFS before because it uses Google's GraphCast AI model. That reminds me, we're rendering the 0Z, so I want to see what the 0Z Euro shows for wind gusts coming up. Look at that. Will you look at that? Let's compare that to the 18Z. Big uptrend for Seattle from the 18Z to the 0Z, but a downtrend for Tacoma. Downtrends for much of the coast, too, which is good news for them. You see the westerly surge, big uptrend in the 0Z Euro. Big time uptrend. Again, this is the 0Z European that we're looking at. F3 Tag says, I like how Cliff posted a blog about drought, but not the storm tonight. To each his own. Her Model 4Z has strong precip for Central Sound 1 a.m. Would that bring strong winds? Entirely possible. It's enough to mix these strong winds aloft down towards the surface for a short time. Especially with the heavier showers. Just got a casual, almost 70 mile per hour gust at the Dalles in Oregon. Oh yeah. Yeah, get ready. Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon. Easily going to have 70 mile per hour downslope wind gusts off the mountains. For sure, big time. There's high confidence in a damaging wind event for east of the Cascades, Oregon and Washington. What are your thoughts on potential for thunderstorms in Tacoma area? How strong will winds be? Jan Chris Vicente. Well, there is a marginal risk for severe storms, but it's mainly just for maybe a thunderstorm or two with some strong wind. You know, because we already know that there's going to be strong winds. That's why we have the high wind warning. If they thought all of the wind was going to be convective, aka from the cold front and thunderstorms within the cold front, if we do even have thunderstorms within the cold front, which is looking much less likely with each run of the HER here, then they probably wouldn't put out any of the wind advisories or high wind warnings. You know, if they thought it was just convective in nature. But they already know that even without the convection, it's going to be windy either way because of that difference in pressure, the low pressure in the area. Now, a lot of people's barometers already went under 1,000 and continue to fall as that front comes in, 1,000 millibars. And how strong will winds be? Well, hard to say right now. But model guidance is looking like, and let me check the pressure rise. Let me approximate the pressure rise again, because that was one thing of interest that I wanted to look at here. But we're on the European. It's not going to show it well because it's not high res. Let's go look at the 4Z HER real quick and approximate this pressure rise one more time. We're going to focus on Olympia first. So this is the 994 millibar contour at 12 a.m. And it turns into a 998. So about a 4 millibar rise for Olympia between 1 and 2 a.m. So 4 millibars in 1 hour. That's still a pretty significant rise. It's not going to do damaging winds if this were to verify, but it definitely would kick up the winds quite a bit. And for the Tacoma area, I believe this is the same as I saw before. Yeah, Tacoma area from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., it has about a 5.5 to 6 millibar pressure rise for the Tacoma area. That would, in the right general vicinity with the right microclimate in the area, that would definitely bring up some damaging winds for the Tacoma area tonight. Again, it's going to be conditional based on terrain. For the most part, it's going to be very conditional. So hit or miss. Euro 50, HER 38 for Seattle. You could easily average those out too. You could average those out and have a good approximation. So I'd say 44 is a good bet. I'd say 44 is easily in the cards for Seattle. We'll have to be inside and warm. Praise that. Cottage Lake area. Can you give me an approximate nearby key city so I can look that up real fast? If that squall line's be coming in over Island County, is it going to produce a small thunderstorm? Entirely possible. It's not out of the cards. Yeah. If the HER from earlier verifies, then there could be a rather strong, potent thunderstorm within that bow echo-like feature. The squall itself could produce thunder and lightning, maybe 1 or 2 claps at most. Yeah, I thought Connor Croft had a 12 a.m., but he must have pushed it back to 1 a.m. All I know is I'm not going to watch it for too long if I watch it at all. At that time. It's going to be on replay mode for sure. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Cliff's talking about drought exaggeration. Oh, yeah. That's going to start a debate. Like, come on, man. Look, I don't have any disrespect for Cliff, but sometimes there's just times you just can't make those posts. Like, morally, you just can't make those posts. Yeah, waiting for the 5Z to render. Once the 5Z her renders, we really only have to wait until about 4 frames in to see the full picture. Avondale and Woodinville Road. So, on the Snohomish County side, right? I feel like I should know this. Okay, Cottage Lake's right there. All right. So yeah, you're in the King County area. Yeah, let's go back to the map one more time. You are not in the high wind warning, but you are in the wind advisory. So there's less confidence of a damaging wind event overnight for your area. This includes areas like Seattle, Bremerton, Silverdale, Paulsbo, Kingston, Edmonds, Mukilteo, Bothell, Woodinville, Bellevue, Kirkland, and Redmond, to name a few spots. So not expecting any damaging winds, but I can't rule out an occasional strong gust. Oh, that's funny. When does that happen? Real drought now. You are you talking about when the wind's supposed to happen? Yeah, sure thing. Cindy DeVore. You are in the wind advisory, so southwest winds. Let me remember this one more time. 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained, and 40 to 45 gusts are in your forecast. But can't rule out a higher gust. I also can't rule out lower. Also. Ooh, a lot of notifications here on Facebook. Still quite a few of you guys hanging in, going on 10 o'clock. Seebeck, you are in the high wind warning. So the Hood Canal area is in the high wind warning, yes. But eastern Kitsap is not. It's too soon to say if it's breaking apart faster. It's still too soon. The front hasn't made landfall yet. You know, the front's still probably a couple hours out. Maybe an hour and a half out at the very least. So too soon to make that call. Still expecting big winds, Snohomish County. Not out of the cards for sure. Definitely entirely possible. The models have been showing big winds, especially along the coast of Snohomish County here, occurring at around 1 a.m. They've been showing the time bouncing around about plus or minus 1 hour or so. So around 1 a.m. or so, yes, we are expecting big winds, mainly over the waters of western Snohomish County. Recommendations on a home weather station. Really anything from Davis, Tempest, La Crosse, or ambient weather. A good starter weather station that I would consider, because I have the ambient weather WS5000, but I highly recommend the ambient weather WS2902. It's a little bit steep, but trust me, it's worth it. But compared to a lot of the other options out there, this is a fairly good budget weather station for the most part. There's a few others like the Davis Vantage View, for example, and the Tempest weather stations, but the Tempest stations are $350. But they're by far the best weather stations you can get, arguably. But yeah, I would highly recommend the ambient weather WS-2902. Because it also has Wi-Fi connectivity, so you can upload data to Weather Underground, Weather Bug, etc. Yeah, Mark Skelton says they knocked it down for Ladysmith a lot. No increases in power outages for North Sound in over 2 hours. That's a good sign. That's a good sign right now, but I can't make any guarantees here in the next few hours. Did the westerly surge gust prediction go up or down for Island County? Check it from the last model here. It went up. At least for some areas, like Coopville, where you're talking from, Zach. Coopville is right around 60. Like right on the cusp of 60 here on the 4Z. On the 3Z, you're at around 53. 2Z, you're at around 56. 1Z, you're way down to 45. So yeah, a gradual uptrend for Coopville area and Island County. Sure thing. Hey, I recognize you, Tanya, on your personal account. She says, thank you for reporting right now. Sure thing. Glad to be here. Really nowhere else I'd rather be. Aldergrove radar has a squall. Let's go check Aldergrove. Yeah, I can see, I could see it at least on the ATX radar. It's even showing a really intense shower crossing the White River right now. Like right over that flooding zone, just south of it. Yeah, locally heavier rainfall just crossing into King County across the White River. Like right upstream of the White River Amphitheater right now, moving off to the mountains. Let's see, look at that rain shadow, though. That rain shadow, am I right? Yeah, Aldergrove radar. You're right. Good call on that. Yeah, nice squall about to go into Bellingham right now. So expect heavy rain and strong winds with this for sure. We'll have to watch the Bellingham Airport station here in real time. See, it's been a while since we checked the gusts. Let's check up on things again. The 39 for Normandy Park. That's Michael Snyder's station right there. Yeah, not seeing anything over 30 right now for the Bellingham area at the moment. But thank you for bringing that up to my attention. But yeah, that does look like a little squall going into Bellingham right now. But that's not the front. This is probably what I'm getting now in Carbonado. Sounds like a plan. Weather Channel radar has one quick big squall coming through Maple Falls at 1 a.m. That sounds about right. Just depends how far south is that squall going to go. We'll have to see that in real time as it happens. How's SeaTac looking? My friend flies in around 12 a.m. The wind doesn't look super strong around SeaTac at that time. But around SeaTac, it's going to be quite a bumpy ride. Just a heads up. But we're not expecting delays right now. First gusts in Oakville. Thank you for tuning in, Blue Angel 67. Appreciate that. Wind picking up in Kirkland. Ooh, the rain really just picked up here in Milton. Wow. Just had a quick little burst of what sounded like some wind-driven rain. Possibly. Yeah, see this heavier little echo moving into the Enumclaw area right now? Right over the White River Amphitheater. We just got the tail end of this here in Milton. But after that, the heaviest rain will come to a brief stop before that front comes in, which right now, front's moving a little closer. It's getting close to the coast. It's probably anywhere between 150 and 175 miles west of us right now, but it's moving fast. It's going to be sweeping through anywhere between 50 to 60 miles per hour pretty easily. And there's Matthew again. He said, yep, it is. Couple good gusts here. Yeah, you can see here on the windy composite radar, you can see that squall about to go into Bellingham at the moment. Yeah, definitely rain rates picking up really good over Lake Tapps right now, from Edgewood all the way across the hill here in the Lake Tapps and up through the Black Diamond area. Really heavy precip rates, probably over a half an inch per hour at the moment. Again, not going to do these rivers many favors up here. You know, like the Snoqualmie, where the snow level has not dropped the pass level yet. All of the precipitation right now is going to be falling in the form of rain. They're at the Snoqualmie headwaters, where once again, they're right on the cusp of major flooding being forecast in the next 36 hours or so for the Snoqualmie River. Wind gust right now, Falls City. Thank you for the heads up. There's a good chance to see thunderstorms in the squall line. Or should just be a thunderstorm or just normal thunderstorm. Well, truly, a thunderstorm's a thunderstorm. Either way. You know, really, if you hear thunder or see lightning, it's a thunderstorm by definition. There's really nothing that makes a thunderstorm different from another. But there is a chance. I will say there is a chance, but I'm not going to say much more than that because I don't know for sure if it's actually going to happen. Just based on model guidance, it's based off of one type of model. So, oh yeah, big downbursts of rain right there just now. Check out Green River Gauge in Auburn. Sure, while we have the page open, let's refresh. Yeah, we'll check out the forecast gauge to start things off. Again, going to be releasing from the Howard Hansen for at least the next few days into this weekend. Let's see, it's about to go back in the minor flood stage here very shortly. As of 8:45, it looks like it was just a bit below minor flood stage. Literally 50 cubic feet per second of flow, just below minor flood stage. It's definitely going to go back in the minor flood stage, especially with this rain falling tonight. Because up here at the Howard Hansen Dam, there's no snow falling there yet. It's all rain accumulating up here. So the Green River here, all the way from Stampede, all the way down into the Howard Hansen Dam here. And we do have some outflow gauges here, but they're not forecast gauges. So they're forecasting the outflow gauge here. Let me make sure this... Okay. I think this might be the outflow gauge here, but the outflow gauge from Howard Hansen holds at around 7,400 cubic feet per second. That's what they're forecasting right now from NOAA. They're expecting it to hold at around 7,400 cubic feet per second of outflow into Tuesday. Which again, is a little more than they can afford right now for the Green River. We're actively flooding again here in the Cedar as well, just for a heads up, and moderate flooding here at Skokomish. And minor flooding, concrete, moderate flooding again, Mount Vernon. Yeah, like Tonya says, please hit the like button. This kind of information could really help people and push his content further. Just like she said, yes. Like, comment, subscribe, ring that bell, appease those algorithms. 100%. Very well said. We already hit 300 likes here on the stream on Facebook. Yeah, wow, it's out of date. Already approaching 400 reactions here on Facebook. Wowza. That's got to be pretty close to a new record, and we've only been... Can't believe I can't believe I'm saying I've only been streaming for 4 hours. Like, a lot of people get tired after one. You know, but you guys have been hanging around, so I'm going to stay and stream. Simple as that. If I have the time to, I will do it. Yeah, sure thing. We'll keep going back to squalls when I can. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta make sure I keep going back to the wind as well. Ooh, 47 here at Shelton. 40 at SeaTac. See, we're starting to see these winds work their way in, but it's probably just due to the heavier showers dragging those winds down. So it's likely not the main event. The highest wind going to happen in Graham, expected sometime between 11 p.m. tonight and 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. Still a little bit of model variance on that, just a little heads up. There's no exact timings yet. Yeah, I know. You're very busy on Ben's stream. Are you the only mod on there at the moment? I know he's got a couple of other mods that I know as well. But yeah, I know Ben's stream is probably pretty busy. It's all good. Don't worry. No hustle. Because I do have Matthew checking in from time to time. I have Keith here. I think I do still have Cheryl as well. You know, I've got a good mod team over here, so don't worry. No hassle whatsoever. Nice rain over us on radar scope. Yeah, let's look at radar scope. Again, that squall's right on the heels here of Bellingham. Probably see a pretty nice wind shift at the Bellingham airport here in the next observation period or two. It's about 5 or 10 minutes. Ooh, Ben's got a lot of ads on his stream. Right now for my streams, I have ads disabled. I can manually turn on ads if I want to, but it would be during break times. Yeah, Sonia, I see you active there right now. Geez, did the other mods go to sleep or what? Sounds like you're taking on a huge workload right now, Sonia. All right, here on YouTube, let's all say W Sonia. W Sonia here on YouTube. Put it in the chat, folks. You're starting to see some real strong winds show up here, and this isn't too far off the ground. A couple thousand feet probably at most. Okay, I take that back, a few thousand feet, but still. The leading edge of some strong wind here is anywhere between 2 to 4,000 feet above the radar elevation at this time. Does she need me there? Not too sure. Sonia, if you're hanging on here on YouTube right now, can you tune in and let Dagmar know if she needs to hop on over the mod? Yeah, perfect. W Sonia, everybody. W Sonia. And there's plus 10 subs as well. Where are we at? We're at 1,880. Guys, can we make it to 2,000 by the end of tonight? Possible, for sure. But yeah, Dagmar, you might want to hop on Ben's stream and help her out. It sounds like she has a pretty huge workload. I'm not seeing any other mods over there right now. Interesting enough, my iOS app actually shows a thunderstorm right now. That's obviously not the case, but you know what I mean. But yeah, perfect. W Sonia. Okay, they also made Keith Evans a mod there too. So it looks like we got Keith and Sonia. So Dagmar, I think he should be okay. But if you want to, yeah, Washington Weather Chasers again, Ben stream. Perfect. Sonia is here. Yeah, W Sonia, everybody. W Sonia. Yeah, Keith, feel free to bounce around. I think at the moment, you and Matt are the ones hanging around at this time. Sonia's just kind of on floater duty. Whidbey Island waterfowl, 17 mile per hour now south end of Whidbey. Thank you for your report. He has some trolls over there from what I saw earlier. Oh yeah, I'm a moderator on Ben's stream too, but I can see the comments when they're hidden or deleted, And yeah, there's some really, really interesting comments for sure. Wind starting in Covington. Thank you, Heather, for the heads up. Yeah, 4Z hers a banger, isn't it? But 5Z should be right behind it. Yep, we're on 5Z now. We're actually a ways through the 5Z. But wow, look at the 5Z, everybody. Look at the 5Z. It just dropped an absolute missile on us. Wow. And of all the numbers for Everett, wow, what an uptrend that was. 4Z to 5Z, everyone. Look at that. He just added 9 miles per hour on the Everett. That is crazy. But yeah. Yeah, I know the like Matt said, the forbidden number, everyone. The forbidden 6-7. You know, call me immature for laughing at that, but that's kind of funny. Let's see what it shows for the squall. Actually shows the squall less intense over Mount Vernon and Whidbey Island, but it intensifies pretty quick when it moves off to the east. Just for reference here, let's go back to the 4Z here. Let's go to the 1Z also. The 1Z had a big severe squall, like bow echo looking structure here, but the 5Z just continues to decline, just continue, it just 5Z, what is going on with the 5Z here? It's not even showing a defined cold front around the area. But I honestly think the 5Z may be on something, not on to something, but on something. But we'll see. But yeah, the 5Z, geez Louise. That would be devastating for the Everett area. Island County, Whatcom County? Or no, not Whatcom. Snohomish. Island Snohomish. See, it shows a pretty well-defined wind shadow here over North Seattle too at 3 a.m. But still, just wow. Was not expecting that. That's a big, big uptrend. And it added, I think it added 1 mile per hour for Tacoma too. Yeah, it did. See that? The wind area is still about the same. So Pierce County, most of Pierce County could see wind gusts 45 plus. Enumclaw area, a little bit less. Looks like you're between 40 and 45, right around that range that the wind advisory is showing for you. What the? Am I right? Yeah. It will verify just to torment us teachers, won't it? Oh boy. uh, yeah. Scott Buchanan says, "Go have a smoke and make out my will." Let's let's just try to keep it PG from now on. Just as a little heads up. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. But then again, you know, my mods also have their own different policies, and I respect that too. So most of the time, if you see your comment get deleted, it most likely wasn't me. But don't worry, it's no ill will. I promise. I just want to make sure we have a relatively, yeah, like Sonia said, we could have young viewers. So let's just try our best to keep the chat as PG as possible. Thank you. Yeah, we cannot escape the legend of the 6-7. That's for sure. Whatcom and Abbotsford showing less wind. That it is, yes, you are correct. Shows a big drop off in the wind here for Whatcom County. Abbotsford, BC as well. And still not seeing any measurement. Let me turn off the filters here. Nope. Nothing right now for Bellingham. At least nothing above 30 miles per hour. It's only showing around 18 miles per hour for Bellingham Airport. And once again, for reference, there's a squall moving right over Bellingham right now. Like, squall is directly on top of Bellingham at the moment. Yeah, again, in case you missed it, 47 miles per hour here at Shelton-Sanderson Field and 40 at SeaTac in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. We're gusting to 38 here at Payne Field now. I can definitely hear the wind kicking up here outside my window here in Milton. For sure. No damage reports right now that I can think of, but let's go check PSE power outages again. Last update, I looked at this about an hour ago. It was a little over 5,500. And we're actually down. They've cut the power outages to less than half what they were, but we're still seeing some new ones pop up. Like Fur Island Road area here near LaConner. Let's see, which lake is this? Hang on. Okay, off of Lake Samish, there's a power outage. There's a power outage off of Highway 9 north of Cedro Woolley. Power outage affecting Van Horn as of 8:04. The east of Rockport, that's been there for a long time. Lake Kavanaugh, 5 p.m. power outage. Couple small ones on Whidbey. Still have these ones over on Kitsap. One of these on the north end of Bainbridge Island here. Yeah, just a few really small power outages here and there. And this one right here, this is a controlled power outage because of the flood. And power outage along 410. I think this is going up to Crystal. Yeah, that's along the road going up to Crystal. Outside of that, not very much for PSE power outages. Not that I can see right now. Again, this is just a composite here. It tries to eliminate some of the radar distortion from the radars. But if you want the clear overall picture, definitely use radar scope. It's a little hard to tell, but it looks like this is a prefrontal squall about to make landfall here very soon. Let's go look at the satellite one more time. Yeah, it looks like the back end of the front's still hanging out over Vancouver Island. But it's making its way in. That looks like that could either be the front or the leading. It could be like a leading squall line. But I need the back end of this front to come on to really make that decision. Yeah, see, there's some heavier showers moving in south of Tacoma right now. That'll move into areas like Eatonville, Elby, Ashford. The heads up, heavier showers are on the way. Just joined. What's Roy Washington looking like? She expects Lewis County. Ooh, a lot more questions. Hang on, folks. Wow, a lot of people just joined in a barrage of questions. Yeah, I heard that, Dagmar. There's an automated one-way signal right now. 410 is back open. There's one lane open, I think, of 410 between Greenwater and Enumclaw. With, again, an automated signal. That side that washed out into the river, it's going to take a long time to repair. There's Cheryl, mudslide, Maple Valley, and Renton off of 169. Thank you for that. Yeah, now we just wait for the 6Z. And then we can wait for the 6Z NAM as well. Then we can compare the new NAM and the HER together, see what it shows. But yeah, you see radar's picking up these strong winds just a few thousand feet off the ground. Doesn't take much. Heavier showers, it doesn't take much for them to drag the wind down towards the ground. You know, so you could get these locally breezy conditions with these squalls coming ashore right now. But it doesn't look like this is the front itself. It looks like maybe just some prefrontal squalls coming in. But I'll just have to judge and see based on the back end. Once the back end of this front shows up, I'll see if this is the actual frontal boundary itself, or if this is just the front end, like the front of the front. No, courtesy. Okay, another guy just told me. One of my weather friends up in Whidbey Island. You guys know Jonathan Pulley with Whidbey Island Weather. He just told me that this is the actual front. Yeah, so this is the front. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to tell. It looked like this was the leading edge of the front, but this is actually the back edge. It's just a very thick front. So yeah, the leading edge of the front is making its way down Vancouver Island right now. Starting to show up on radar. So that is the actual front. Check the timing on it. Yeah, it's right about on time. So it might be a few minutes early to the party, but we now have the front in our view, and it is showing some of these strong winds not far above the surface. Okay, I just went it, I think. What is 6Z versus 4Z, 5Z? So it's the time in Zulu time that the model initializes, starts rendering. So you subtract 8 from those numbers to get Pacific Standard Time. So 6Z would be 10 p.m. 4Z would be 8 p.m. 5Z would be 9 p.m. So again, Zulu time. Okay, Sean says not the front. It's a little bit of disagreement here in the chat. So yeah, one of my weather friends who's currently in school for meteorology says that is the leading edge of the front. That's likely where the strongest winds are going to be. But it's looking a little disorganized right now. And if we can get enough breaks in the front here, we could definitely get some more discrete storms within this. That would be the best chance of getting any thunder and lightning tonight, really, if we can get some breaks in this front. You know, like allow some clean inflow in. That would definitely help big time. Yeah, so winds on the way, guys. Does it still look like a major wind event for Island County? Yes. Again, in case you guys didn't see the most recent model here, the 5Z. 5Z drops an absolute banger here on the North Sound in Island County, including Port Townsend, getting up to 60 miles per hour possible by 1 a.m. Brad says, I am the front now. Zoom out to regional. Yeah, sure. Again, it's going to cut off some of the back end of this. Oh, wow. Yeah, regional showing some nice post-frontal squalls. This is fascinating. Will they survive inland, though? That's the question. These could bring some local areas of stronger winds. Judging by how localized they are, these could be severe storms trying to make landfall early tomorrow morning. Interesting. They'll probably be rotating too, so could have a chance of waterspouts overnight. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't zoom out to the regional earlier. Yeah, these cells are pretty discrete for sure. Those would definitely be rotating. Usually what happens when we get a very unstable system that passes in. Yeah, this shows around 10 p.m. Yeah, pretty good agreement so far on the timing. So far, we're doing good. There's expected to be wind in Mercer Island, yes. Front is from Cape Mendocino to Vancouver Island. Yeah, it's a very elongated frontal system. For sure, it extends a few hundred miles off the coast. And the cells within it look a little more discrete as of the last update here, rather than congealed like the last one. These guys, it's just a torrent of rain coming down right now outside. But we're on the back end of the heavy precip, but there are some locally heavy precipitation rates around this area too. Yeah, that'll do it. Let's see, the ATX radar is picking up some of these stronger winds, but these are several thousand feet up. The dark blue contours here, you can see there's a legend down here that shows you. Darker colors are getting towards 80 miles per hour, but then again, this is right outside of the radar's range, so it could be a little bit of radar bleed, if you know what I mean. Usually, you want to go to the closer radar for the most accurate info on wind speeds above the ground. As you see, it doesn't show the same thing here for the Langley Hill radar for that area. But it's showing some really strong winds here. These will likely make it down to the ground, for sure. Judging by the precip rates I'm seeing right now within that front, these are almost for sure going to make it towards the ground. So the winds are moving onto the coast here very shortly, folks. The winds calm down after it goes through. Not quite. We're watching a feature called a pressure rise behind it too. It's what brought the strongest winds for us on October 25th during that nighttime windstorm. The pressure rise, when the bent back occlusion of the storm moved through, that pressure rise is what brought the strongest winds overnight for us. So it brought a 66 mile per hour gust to Tacoma Narrows that night. And a whopping, I think it was 78 or something. I can't remember the exact number, but there was, I think it was a 74 for Hoquiam. It was like a 74 mile per hour for Hoquiam and a 71 for Westport that night. That was the pressure rise, and that's what I'm worried about for the strongest winds, not the front itself. $77. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, it was 77. Yeah, that was the exact number at Hoquiam Bowerman. 77 miles per hour, October 25th. I remember when I broke the news to Michael and Matthew when they were on their live stream. I was watching their live stream that night. I was live streaming at the same time, but I messaged them. I was like, hey, Tacoma Narrows just hit 66. And they were like, 66? Seriously? I was like, you're darn right. 66? Yeah, Hoquiam at 77. Yeah. Westport had 71, if I recall. Again, this is the frontal feature. Looks like it's right on time, so it's on the way, folks. Winds are on the way. You may feel some wind pickup with some of these showers picking through, but it looks like the main event is about an hour and a half to 2 hours out. So now we just watch the forward progression inland. Yeah, Category 1 hurricane speeds right there. Look at the Alder Grove radar just before midnight. Cells just west of Seattle before midnight. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Whew, have almost 200 of you guys here in the chat. Oh, must be windy and rainy where you are. Welcome in, everyone. Again, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. I just hear torrents of rain falling outside right now. It's the heaviest rain I've heard it since the stream started. Hello, JP Minecrafts. Any info, Parkland, Tacoma overnight? Yeah, high wind warning for your area. Just a heads up. Southwesterly winds 25 to 35 miles per hour, gusts 50 to 55 possible for the Tacoma area. In effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. It looks like the winds are about an hour and a half to 2 hours out for most of the area. Just tuning back in. Updates on the forecast. Mild here in Eatonville. Yeah, we're watching the front. You can see the front here now. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly where the frontal boundary is here on the reflectivity. You can see the frontal boundary here pretty clearly on velocity. You can even see a few squalls stretching ahead of it too, which is pretty interesting. Now I'm going to bed. Sounds good, Kim Boggs. Have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, sure, we'll take a peek at the winds, gladly. Let's refresh. Again, showing anything over 30 miles per hour and below an elevation of 1,000 feet. Just so we can filter out any wild cards in the area. Like, there's a station up here at about 1,200 feet here on Cougar Mountain, on the backside of it, that records some high gusts from time to time. See, like, we just got a 44 here in North Bend. But this station's been reporting pretty high the whole day, so I'm not sure about the exact credibility of that. That station's been a little bit on the high side. The other ones have been a little bit on the lower side, so not sure which to believe, really. Yeah, definitely getting breezy around the area. Tacoma Narrows just hit 30, West Point 30, Point Robinson 30, Browns Point 30. 37, max gusts of 47 earlier here at Sanderson Field. And 30 right now at Hoquiam. Let's see, north of Bellingham. No, we didn't record any big wind with that. Let's look at max wind gusts. Again, some not too impressive, but still some higher numbers around the area. Let's check on the Bellingham Airport. See when that 40 happened. At 40 happened all the way back at 4:35 and 4:39 p.m. this afternoon. So not recently. Again, these are max wind gusts around the area since midnight. Let's see, Hoquiam 49, Shelton 47, Tacoma Narrows 47, Browns Point 40, 41 Normandy Park, 40 Tacoma Narrows. Again, I think this is on the high side down there. 48 in North Bend, 45 West Point, 44 Payne Field, 43 near Kingston, 42 up in Index, 42 as you go into Lyman, Hamilton area, 51 on Camino Island, 45 would be Nass, 53 Port Townsend, 42 Mount Vernon, 40 for Bellingham. Sure thing, Robin. Thank you for tuning in. Where will it be the most windy tonight? Definitely up in Everett by the looks of it. Okay, let's see here. I think we're done with the 5Z, so anytime now the 6Z should begin rendering. Again, let's go to wind gusts. See that yellow there? Let's zoom in. Watching these yellows as well. Someone pointed these out. These are little post-frontal squalls that come in that could produce severe wind gusts. You see how localized those little yellow, those little yellow blobs are. Yeah, this recent 5Z update of the HER has 67 mile per hour gusts for Everett, which is just beyond insane. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's insane. You know, it's definitely possible. If that westerly surge were to really get going, we could easily get over 60 miles per hour for parts of western Snohomish County. You say... Okay, is that an area of observed rotation, or is that a is that an area of rotation showing up on radar? Like, is that because someone just mentioned coordinates for a water spout? Hang on, we're on the wrong radar here. We want to be on this radar. Let's look up these coordinates real quick. Okay, let's see here. I had coordinates that took me right around here, and someone said water spouts. Okay, it's via radar. All right, so good. I was like, hang on, where? For a second, I was like, where did you get coordinates for a water spout? Okay, yeah, it's what radar is showing. Just because it may show an area of rotation doesn't mean there's a water spout, though. But potential for a water spout. I'm not seeing any areas of tight rotation here. It's mainly just winds associated with the squalls along and ahead of the front. Around 180 of you guys in the chat on YouTube, 30 of you guys here on Facebook. And if you're just tuning in, thank you guys. Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. We're tracking storm and wind conditions overnight tonight. So really late stream in the cards, most likely. South Sound getting rain wind shadow right now. Completely calm at the moment. It's not completely calm where I'm at in the South Sound. I'll tell you that for sure right now. It is absolutely walloping down rain here in the Milton, Edgewood, Puyallup area. If you're talking about down here in Olympia, not exactly. The only rain shadowed area right now is right around here. You see, the echoes here are more intense on the Camino Island radar. Yeah, Camino Island radar. But see, now you can see that squall passing across that little radar dead zone right there that you can only see here on the alder grove. See, a lot of these are because of terrain. So you get these radar beams. It's because the radars can't see around the mountains. This is why you have so many radars in one area, because of all the darn mountains in the way. And yeah, if we look at the ATX radar, it's starting to show some of these strong winds. These are several thousand feet up, so it needs a strong shower to drag those winds down towards the surface. Landslide in Hoodsport, thank you for your reports. So that's 2 landslides now. Landslide in Hoodsport since the stream started, and a landslide along 169, somewhere between Renton and Maple Valley. I believe there was also a landslide in Sultan today too, if I recall correctly. Yeah, landslide risk. This is the highest the landslide risk is going to be, likely, is right around now, through the end of the week. It's the most elevated it's going to be. Timing for Snohomish. Give it about an hour and a half to really feel things kick up. If the models are right, we're only about an hour and a half out from really starting to flare up here around Western Washington. South would be gusty out of the south, 30 to 45 minutes before getting calm. Yeah, Concrete had a landslide, but that was either yesterday or 2 days ago. I think it was the day where they had the earthquakes. I think it was my stream 2 days ago. Yeah, go check out the 5Z for someone real quick. Yeah, 5Z, little area in Kitsap with no wind. It's a pretty well-defined little area, isn't it? Yeah, that's a little wind shadow from the Olympics. But the one thing that I don't see the models doing a great job showing right now is the pressure rise around the area. And let's check the pressure rise here on the 5Z. I haven't done it yet. Especially between 1 and 2 in the morning here. This is 996 millibars for Tacoma at 1 a.m. It's up to around 1001, so still about a 5 millibar pressure difference from 1 to 2 a.m. That will kick up the wind quite a bit. It's this ordeal called a pressure rise. So when you have low pressure come in, you don't feel the wind until the pressure begins rising. If the pressure's dropping, then you won't feel the strongest wind. You may feel some wind, but you won't feel the strongest wind until the pressure begins going up. It usually goes up sharply, and that is what kicks up the winds in the area. But this is behind the front when that happens. So we may have a burst of wind when the front comes through, and then we may have a burst of wind after when this pressure rise happens. Because again, for Tacoma, starting to shows a difference between 1001 millibars and 996 behind that front. Even between 12 a.m. and 1 p.m., it has somewhere around a 993 to 996 difference. So a little bit less than a 3 millibar difference, which isn't too much. But 5 to 6 millibars over an hour is a really steep pressure rise for sure. That's one thing that I'm mildly concerned about right now. Wind picking up now east of Monroe. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, frontal system's on the way, folks. You can see it on radar now. We're tracking it live. Let me just make sure. Okay, you guys saw that map, right? Just making sure I wasn't paying attention if I left radar scope up the whole time. Just in case, we'll go over it one more time for you guys. The 5Z here. Again, 5Z showing that bow echo feature pretty good here. Again, this is a 996 millibar isobar of pressure here over Tacoma. And as we go from 1 to 2 a.m., it goes between the 1002 and 1004. Actually, you know what? Okay, the 1000 and 1002. So, goes from 996 to about 1001 from 1 to 2 a.m. That's a 5 millibar pressure rise. That's significant. And if that were to be oriented out of the southwest, we could see some very strong winds out of the Tacoma Narrow Strait tonight, because this is happening right over the Tacoma Narrow Strait. Ooh, the rain just calmed down there. It's almost silent outside. All right, Breezy Gift 85. Have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Beginning of the storms in Nanaimo now. Thank you, Mark, for the heads up. Clear broken clouds with a higher level cloud layer visible. Very strange. Yeah, down to 996.1 millibars in Centralia. Let's see if that's accurate with what the model's showing. Yeah, the pressure's actually lower right now in Centralia than it's showing on the model. Centralia area is between 998 and 999 millibars on the model, but you're already 2 millibars lower than that. That's a little concerning. Yeah, it's all good, Sean. Don't worry. Federal Way area, Caitlin Haney asks. Yeah, Federal Way, you're in the high wind warning. Just a heads up. So again, sustained winds out of the southwest direction, 20 to 30 miles per hour expected with, 25 to 35 for the high wind warning. 25 to 35 with wind gusts 50 to 55 possible. That report's from Narrows. Okay, thank you. 1.5 up here in Bellingham. Oh yeah. 996.1 and continues to fall. Whew, yeah, you know what that means. That means the pressure's coming in deeper than forecasts are showing. That's not good. That is really not good. That is really not good if that were the case. That would heavily underestimate a lot of these winds that the models are showing if that's true. I hope that's not true. Because this shows around 994 up here north, and then it shows 992 over in Nanaimo. Let's see if I can pull up a current observation here on the European. And I think this may be a forecast, but let me see what it is. Yeah, it lines up pretty well with what you're saying down there. 996 near Centralia. Yeah, that low's coming in deeper than forecast. For sure. And we may see a steeper pressure rise if the pressure comes in a little bit lower than forecast right now, which would not be good for us overnight, to say the least. Why is the cold front on radar showing a bit of snow at the end of it? On radar. Well, this doesn't show precipitation type. We can show precipitation type. Precipitation depiction. See, courtesy of the ATX radar right now, it's showing all rain around the area. This is velocity. If you're confusing it with velocity on the right, this is where we show the winds and the wind shifts. This is the precip depiction. Precipitation type. And see, it shows all rain. No, if you're talking about the blue and green up here, these are just lighter radar reflectivities. Just means lighter rain. Yeah, you can see a very well-defined cold front now. Just past Nia Bay, so we just had that. Let me go check in with the La Push station real quick, see if they recorded anything. A little breezy here at La Push. Nothing huge though right now. No drastic changes, but let me go check wind direction too. Yeah, this one almost always shows it out of the west. It shows it out of the southwest at 30. So we haven't had that wind shift at least since the last update here in La Push. And that front is basically smack dab over it right now. So we should be seeing that wind shift here very shortly over La Push. You see, it's got some horizontal squalls extending from it too. Interesting. Very fascinating. Interesting. Yeah, you can see the cold front here, and then you see these little horizontal squall. Whoop. Clock alarm's going off. Hang on. My one of my radios has an alarm, but the switch is broken, so it always goes off at night at this time. It's weird. Pressure's 993 up near Monroe. .993 millibars. Yeah, let's enable pressure on here too. Let's turn off temperature. Let's just keep. We're showing 30 mile per hour gusts or above, wind barbs, and pressure contours. Yeah, that seems accurate. You're around 994 in this general area. 995 over the Bremerton, or yeah, around Bremerton Airport, and then about 997 off the coast. So we're not seeing a huge pressure gradient yet, which means we're not seeing the strongest winds quite at this moment. .994 up there. Very broad 994 millibar pressure contour across the area now. I do notice if that's all 994 up here, then the pressure gradient's beginning to tighten up here off the coast, which means that the winds should be on the way here. The next hour to an hour and a half for most of us. Eatonville, expecting winds here in the next hour to an hour and a half, just a heads up. So 890. Oh, oh no. Hang on. I almost took you seriously there for a second. In Brady, we are getting big gusts about 30 minutes ago, only a little rain. Really warm outside. Does that have anything to do with the weather? Yeah, that just means that we're under well, it's always warmer ahead of the cold front than it is behind it. So we have warm air left over from that Pineapple Express as well that hasn't really been advected out of here. So this cold front's going to shove all of that cold air. No, it's going to shove all of that warm air out of here and replace it with a colder air mass. That's why they call it a cold front. It's always the air mass that it replaces. So it replaces a warm air mass with a cold air mass. Therefore, it's a cold front. All right, Keith, have a great night. Thanks for everything. Take it easy. Fair chance, part of the front is over Kitsap. Leaning towards Vashon. Not seeing any indications of that right now. You could just be seeing some of these stronger showers, but the front is still trying to make its way on the coast at the moment. What's interesting to me, too, are these horizontal squall features here. So you have the main front, and then you have these horizontal, like, little sub-fronts up in here, too. That could be interesting when it comes onto land. We're still about a half hour, 45 minutes out from the wind shift at Hoquiam. Yeah, Russell, passing showers tomorrow, yes. But some of them could be strong. There's an unstable air mass in place, so colder air aloft usually allows greater instability, which is a good source of fuel for thunderstorms. You have to have instability, moisture, and the source of lift to initiate the upward ascent. And you know, we have what the National Weather Service calls an aggressive shortwave trough over us right now. So pretty much it's an upper level trough, an upper area of low pressure that has divergent winds aloft. And that is allowing lift. So diverging winds creates a pressure void. And in order to fill that void, it has to pull air from the ground. And that creates low pressure at the ground, creating that source of lift. We have plenty of moisture in the air. It's a very moist, what you would call boundary layer, which is the area of the atmosphere closest to the ground. The boundary layer is very moist in the area right now. So we have the moisture. And when we bring in this cold air, we have the instability. So we have all the ingredients we need tomorrow for thunderstorms, if need be. Angela Fry, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. And a storm watcher at that. So a tier 2 member. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Check current winds. In Sammamish. Yeah, I don't think we have a weather station out by Sammamish that covers accurately. Again, I'm using NWS certified weather stations here. So it's not like weather stations you would see on a Weather Under map, for example, Weather Underground, or on the WeatherBug app, any of those. These are the NWS certified ones. So these are going to be the most accurate, arguably the most accurate. So these are the ones I'm paying attention to. And if something around that area pops up 30 miles per hour or greater, then it'll pop up on this map. I currently have it that it filters out anything below 30 miles per hour and anything above 1,000 feet in elevation. Yeah, sure thing. The showers are going to be very hit or miss tomorrow. I'll show you again here on the HER model, which 6Z should be running here very soon. See, this is the front coming through tonight, and then the post-frontal showers. Some of these could be rather strong. So can't count out the chance of having maybe some small hail in places and possibly a thunderclap or two. See, it's showing some of these more robust showers coming in. This is normal for cold front passages. We always bring in that unstable air mass, and you can see this on satellite as well. See, all of these little bubbles and clouds behind it, these are individual cells and showers. See, because we have a more stable air mass ahead of it, and then an unstable air mass with cold air aloft, aka in the atmosphere, behind it. And cold air aloft is what you want for thunderstorms. But yeah, you can now see the front end of the frontal boundary making its way on the coast here now. It would be easier to see if it wasn't as dark, because this is visible satellite imagery. We go to infrared. Nope, never mind, we crashed it. Where you go? Yeah, if we go to infrared, this is what it looks like on infrared satellite, and we'll turn off the radar overlay. See, so these darker shades here, these are colder cloud tops. These are higher cloud tops as a result. So really high cloud tops out here going into BC. Like you notice, you can see, there's your bent back occlusion from the low pressure system. Then there's an occluded front that stretches out across here. And then the warm front stretches down here. And then the cold front stretches down along the coast. So this occluded front coming out from the center of low pressure here along this bent back occlusion, what it's called, splits off into a warm front and a cold front. And the cold front has the greatest source of lift to initiate these storms. It's called isentropic lift, if you guys want to look that up. Isentropic lift. Yeah, again, could be a busy day with some hail showers, maybe a little bit of lightning here and there tomorrow. See what lightning flash density shows. Yeah, definitely shows a chance at least. It's a slim chance, but it's a chance for some thunderstorms both tonight and tomorrow throughout the day. Near Granite Falls. Oh, we got the ding, finally. Haven't heard that monitor go off in a while. Okay. They just said they continued the flood warning for Skokomish at Potlatch until further notice. That's the update we got. I see Chris Nunley's posted about it again. Interesting call. Yeah, here comes, folks. The front's on the way. Definitely going to be some heavy rainfall rates and likely some strong winds with this. I'm watching the pressure rise behind it much closer for some locally stronger winds around the area, too. There's several different mechanisms working alongside each other to bring this wind threat to us overnight. We're now under 996 millibars in Centralia. Wow. So pressure's still dropping. It's when that pressure rises that you start to be concerned about the strongest wind. So when it starts to rise up rapidly, that is when you be on alert. Snohomish in Snohomish. Check that out real quick, shall we? Currently no flooding, but is expected to hit minor flood stage. Should be in minor flood stage by tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Peak at about 26.51 feet by 4 p.m. and then go below flood stage around 2 a.m. Thursday. But there's no flood warning there for right now. But you could see a flood warning issued either late tonight or early in the morning. Although they should have already put a flood warning out for that. If it's going to flood within, what's this, within about 12 hours or so? Yeah, probably should have had a flood warning on that already. All right, sounds good, Sonia. Take your time. Cheryl, if you're still in the chat, you are temporarily the lead moderator. Pressure is dropping in Parkland. Yeah, that area of low pressure is still coming closer. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. I wasn't saying isotropic. I was saying isentropic. Sorry, it may have sounded like I said isotropic. But I heard the correct word is isentropic for fronts. When does it seem like the windstorms will end? Well, good question. Let's go check the euro, shall we? The new 0Z euro is in. And we need to zoom out to the regional sector here. So Northwest regional sector. And let's go look at precip type and rate. So here's our little shortwave impulse coming in right now. Boom, that will come through. And then we're watch out, Thursday, boom, another area of low pressure. Look at that. Could deepen down to as low as 990 millibars, move into a favorable area. There's next atmospheric river, mainly affecting Northwest Oregon. We're lucky this isn't farther north, or this would give our areas another Mayday situation. See, and then we'll have to keep an eye on. Okay, we're starting to go into fantasy land here, but just a heads up of what to look for. The 18Z was showing potential for another possible wind event Sunday or Monday. It's not looking like that'll be the case now. Let's see. Then at this point, the euro goes crack mode, to say the least, and then boom, we had another atmospheric river on the 29th. But that's unlikely to happen like that. No, just a heads up. That's unlikely to happen. This is fantasy, but that would bring another atmospheric river in about 2 weeks' time, and a strong one at that. But in the meantime, we're looking at tonight, and we're looking at Thursday morning and afternoon for wind events right now. Yeah, so there's isotropic and there's isentropic. And isentropic is the lift that that initiates what's called frontogenesis, which is the development of these cold, warm, occluded, and stationary fronts. Frontogenesis. Sort of like, as you've heard, bomb cyclone, that's bombogenesis. Or cyclogenesis, the development of a mid-latitude cyclone. Or tornadogenesis, which is obvious. Tornado development. This means it's in the developing stage. Then monitor live pressure charts for the Narrows. Check out Weather Underground. I'll show you. I use something called the Weather Under Map. This has more stations available than the NWS site that I'm using, but they're not always accurate. We were at 40 again here at Painfield. Anyways, this is Weather Under Map. Just type up W Under Map. And this has a lot of stations, so you can see a lot of stations around here. Nearest station to the airport is probably this one. Then you can pull up the station ID here, and then it'll redirect you to another page. And then you can look at the graphs and the tables and everything for that, as well as real-time observations. So see, steep pressure drop, and it shows you in inches of mercury, not millibars, just as a heads up. So you would have to convert inches of mercury over the millibars to understand exactly what this is saying. Still, over a 24-hour period, we started at 38.28 inches of mercury. We're already down to 29.58 inches of mercury. So 0.7 inches of mercury decrease in pressure over the last, and it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Just a heads up, this is less than 24 hours. Yeah, sure thing, Anita. Olympia is almost here. It should be about an hour to an hour and a half out. You can see these horizontal squalls are making their way inland, but this isn't the actual front. I'm just interesting to see the front and then these little horizontal wind shifts ahead of them too. And see, this is showing some pretty wicked wind, but this is a few thousand feet above the ground. It doesn't take too much of a strong shower, though, to drag these down towards sea level. Just a heads up. So, it could get some locally strong wind here in the Tokeland area very quickly. Yeah, I mean, Westport area too, possibly Grayland. Grayland's like basically right under one of these squalls at the moment. It's probably pretty wicked out there. Let's see. You can see all of these little indentations here in the front. So, see, you can get some areas of isolated rotation here too, which means you could possibly get a funnel cloud out of these also. If you have a very confined couplet like this, for example, reds are outbounds from the radar, moving like this, and then greens are inbound towards the radar, so moving like this. So, for all you know, see this little break in the squall here? Little wind shift there. Could even have a water spout out there in the least likely occurrence. But yeah, red flowing outbound, green flowing inbound to the radar. Definitely some areas of rotation here. This one's a little more subtle, but you can see it if you look closely. But yeah, little breaks in the squall here can allow for local areas of rotation couplets to form, which you would normally look at these for waterspout potential. Since we have a favorable amount of low-level wind shear, so of course I can't rule out a waterspout tonight. It would be a very nocturnal waterspout and not a really strong one, probably short-lived, but definitely some areas of rotation here along the front, without a doubt. This is off the coast of Mo Clips and Tahola right now. You can see the key cities right here. So Seabrook's down here, Mo Clips, Tahola. Okay, so Quileute has had the wind shift already. All right, Jennifer's.6824, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Intro Forecaster tier here on YouTube. Thank you for your support. Yeah, lots of folks are still going to have the worst to come. Yes, for sure. Yep, sure enough. See, it's shifting more out of the west-northwest. So the wind shift has occurred at Quileute now. It was out of the southwest before, now it's west-northwest, gusting to 35. So the front has passed Quileute. Confirmed. Wouldn't be surprised if we have some lightning in this. That's a particularly intense radar echo right there. At the very least, the wind's looking pretty strong. And this is pretty close to the radar too. We can measure the height from the beam here. This is only about 1,500 to 2,000 feet above the ground. And that's at the level of the radar too. So if the radar, what I'm saying is the radar elevation is factored into this as well. The elevation above sea level that the radar is at. So this could be a little bit higher off the ground than what it's showing here on the radar. It could be anywhere above 2,000 feet, but either way, it's still close enough to the ground to take one nice strong shower to really drag it down to sea level and drag those strong winds down to the surface, which again is what the Bonnie Lake area had happen on October 25th. And people thought that was the main event, but it was not. Hey, there's Cheryl. Direct competition. What are you trying to say with that? I know you are in direct competition with Alaska Airlines head meteorologist. I understand, but the wind event won't be a big event. Rain event will be more of a headline than the wind. Very fascinating take you have there. When you say that, when you say Alaska Airlines head meteorologist, do you mean Michael, by chance? Because if so, there's no competition. Us forecasters here in the Pacific Northwest, we don't compete with each other. You know, we all talk to each other. We're all friends. You know, we're all cool with each other. There's no competition. Okay, Michael's live now, apparently. Let's go check in on Ben real quick, though. Ben still has 2,000 people watching. Okay, yeah, so Ben's stream's doing good. Let's... Yep, Michael is live. He's got no sound. Oops. Yeah, no sound. How does the rain bring down the wind speed in an event like this? It doesn't bring down the wind speed. It brings the wind aloft down towards the surface. Because you have convection currents. So air goes up, air also goes down. And when you have strong bursts of rain, you have a downburst of wind that can drag these winds aloft several thousand feet in the air down towards the surface. Like I said, that, and we just passed 1,900 subscribers too. Thank you guys. So only 90 more subs, less than 90 subs until we hit 2,000. That's crazy. Ben is still driving, yes. Yeah, like Cheryl said, no competition. You know, we're all friends here. Yeah, we don't try to eclipse one another when it comes to weather, if you know what I mean. Yeah, we're all friends here. No competition. Michael's just driving on the freeway and he still has no sound. He has someone in the passenger seat, though. I wonder who that is. Is that Matthew, perhaps? Hey, Michael might have just picked up Matthew. I'm trying to see which exit he's at. No, I think he's way north of there. But he's got a passenger, and the passenger's messing with the phone right now. Yeah, Michael's having some technical difficulties, for sure. And they just cut the stream. Sean Rafila, welcome to the membership. Thank you for buying a YouTube membership, the Intro Forecaster. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for becoming a member. He's near Totem Lake on 405. Thank you, Car Freak, for the heads up. 06Z chilled out on Everett, thank goodness. Yeah, 6Z's out now, isn't it? Which means the 6Z NAM should be right behind it. But let's go check on wind gusts. Now we got a 47 up here north of Nia Bay. So starting to see those strong winds behind the front now. But again, let's go check the model guidance here. Yeah, we're in range on the 6Z now. See, what do we have here? Ooh, that's interesting. But that would have already passed. But then, see, it's still showing these squalls producing severe gusts too. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these moved on the coast early this morning and went severe warned. But yeah, you're right. It did big time back off the wind totals up there at Everett. Like, that's a considerable drop. What is that? That's 17 mile per hour drop. But it did go up pretty big at 2 a.m. It went from 49 to 54 up there. And it dropped off pretty good here for the South Sound too. Of course, I don't know if this model is showing the pressure rise behind the front as well as it should. I just kind of have a hunch that we'll see some problems in some of these areas with that pressure rise behind the front. You know, we saw it before October 25th. That caused a lot of problems in the area. It just looks like a similar event coming up. Let's say he's going to get hit the hardest. I'd say anywhere on Whidbey or Camino Islands, and possibly Everett. It's looking like most of Island, northeastern Jefferson, and western Snohomish counties could get hit the hardest. That is the initial guidance. Drew says, and I agree, your channel is more informative than his. No, I don't think so. I don't teach very much in the videos on this channel. I teach on the live streams, yes, and I live stream more often, yes. But Michael's got much more experience in the field. He's not a degreed meteorologist, but he has degrees in aviation, so he's more than qualified to be forecasting. I don't have any post high school degrees. I'm just a simpleton like everyone here. I just know a lot about the weather, and I just like to share it with you guys. That's why I'm here with you guys today. Pressure change looks wild on the satellite for the unknown south-south sound. Oh wow. Wind may be starting here in Carbonado. Yeah, Tara, go ahead and keep tabs. Let me know what you're seeing out there, please. If you decide to hang around any longer. Because now we're definitely at the time where we kind of stop looking at models and just keep our eyes peeled on the observations. And the radar, of course. Can't forget about the radar. But it looks like the winds have backed off just a tad bit on these horizontal squalls moving on shore now. You can still see pretty clearly. You can still see quite clearly where the main front is. You really have to look on velocity here. It's kind of wetted down here on the reflectivity. But yeah, that front has moved past Quileute. We had that wind shift southwest to west-northwest. So the front has for sure 100% passed Quileute. It's making its way onto the coast here in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes, I'd say. We'll be watching the Bowerman Airfield station here to see when that wind shift occurs. And again, timing can be an issue on these too. The models may be a little too slow or a little too fast. So this is why we look at real-time observations here. This is where we can determine if the effects are going to be offset either a little bit later or moved up a little bit earlier. And then we can make these conjectures based on real-time data and observations. That's why we're radar watching and observation watching at this time. Yeah, we just had a pretty nice squall move on shore Long Beach here. We have a station out there that covers it. 47 here at Astoria. Not too bad. Ooh, 45 here at La Push. Let's see what time that was recorded at. That was at 10:54, so that was 18 minutes ago. That was right as the front was, right on the back end of the front as it passed through the area. Again, this is what it looks like on infrared satellite imagery as well. In case you guys were interested in that. Yeah, 45 in the last 20 minutes there at the La Push station. But a little pretty nice squall move into the coast of Pacific County right there, up towards the Nema area, moving into Nacelle right now. It's like a little mini triple point, sort of. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's go tune into Camino Island again. Ooh. Seen some heavier echoes over the area. Black Diamond down to the White River here. Got a little heavier echo showing up. That's a little over, what is that, 50 decibels there. Up towards the mountain too. Showing a little bit of a little wind shift in there as well. A little mini squall, or a pseudo squall, sort of. You can see the little shaded contours in here. Those are not necessarily wind direction shifts, but changes in wind speed over a small area. A change in wind speed is also wind shear too. It doesn't have to be just a change of direction. It can be a change of speed also. You know, you have actually, let's just forget that. I completely lost that thought. Sorry, folks. Hang in with me. Wonder if these winds will actually show up. Because it's not showing these strong winds here at the Langley Hill site, but it is showing it at the ATX site. It becomes less accurate the farther away from the radar you get. So these wind gusts probably aren't accurate, but once they get closer to the area, we'll be watching them closely. Because these could be some strong winds making it into the South Sound very shortly. Are 35 to 40 mile per hour winds really a concern? Yes. Normally, no. But remember, soil saturation. And this is crucial right now. Yes, big time brain fart. I was trying to talk about directional shear, but yes. Fans of heavy rain now in Rainier. Thank you for the heads up. Yep, radar checks out. Yeah, it'll be interesting to check out some of these stations when these squalls move farther inland. Sure, because now you can see several of these little embedded squalls here ahead of the actual front itself. But see, this is moving into the Olympics now, so the Olympics are going to shred this portion of the front. And the westerly surge should be moving into Klallam Bay and Nia Bay right now, behind that front. See, already gusting pretty good here at Quileute again. So that westerly surge is quickly approaching the Port Angeles area. Ooh, crazy to think. We haven't gone under 150 viewers since about 10:05. You, you guys watching right now sure have a really good attention span. I kid you not. There are a lot of people that probably would have logged off by now because they can't stand me just yapping. But yeah, this front's about to make landfall here in Ocean Shores here in the next 10 or so minutes. So it should take about 15 to 20 minutes for that wind shift to hit the Hoquiam-Bowerman Airport, which is this wind barb right here. But that squall looks pretty intense moving into Labam right now. Gonna move into Lewis County here very shortly. Looks like it'll move somewhere towards the Centralia Grand Mound area, just a heads up. Nice little looking rain squall. A little bit to your southwest right now. All right, Ray1624-Q9Y, thank you for your membership. Welcome to the Intro Forecaster team. I think that at the Nia Bay wind sensor, you would be seeing the worst of the wind already. Hope this isn't a bust. No, too soon to say a bust, for sure. Way too soon to say a bust. Bellingham Airport now. Yeah, let's go check on current observations. Again. Not showing anything above 30, but if we take this filter off, if we show all values here, Bellingham Airport is only at 18 miles per hour right now. Yeah, I wouldn't say a bust because we still haven't had that pressure rise up there yet. And we're going to be eyeballing the pressure rise as time goes on. That's something of huge interest to me. So we're going to eyeball that pressure rise after. You know, if you guys, again, if you're tuning in and you have the observation stations, your little weather stations, and you're actively monitoring the pressure, please let me know when you notice your pressure start to go up. Down to 994. That's impressive down there. 994 is check what does the 6Z her have for pressure now? At 11 p.m. It has a whopping 3 millibars deeper already than forecast on the her here. Things that just make you go, am I right? Because 6Z her for this time, 11 p.m., has around 995 millibars on the 997 on the forecast for Centralia, and you're already at 994. Very, very interesting. Roland says, sorry watching Shannon O'Donnell right now. Better hair. I agree. ETA. Judging by the track of this right now, it's about another hour out here for much of our area. Probably anywhere. Judging on the motion, it may be moving a little bit slower than forecast. Just a heads up. So some areas may not feel the initial burst of wind until 1 a.m. You know, it's just things you have to watch in real time because models don't always get the timing of these events right. That's why I always give usually a plus or minus 1 to 2 hour difference on either side. Just as a little heads up, it may not happen at this time, but still could possibly happen. Could be as late as 2 a.m. if the front's moving slower, like way slower than forecast, you know? It could be as late as 2 a.m. Pardon me. But yeah, you know what I mean. 977 up there? Wow, that is low. Mark is in Ladysmith, BC. Migraines, yes. Heard a lot of people talk about how their migraines or headaches are exacerbated by huge pressure changes, especially lower pressure. How bad will winds get in Maple Valley? Well, Maple Valley, I believe you're in the wind advisory. Let's go check that one more time here. Hang on. Didn't do this right. There we go. Okay. This is the high wind warning. So yeah, Maple Valley, you're in that wind advisory. Again, I'll say this again. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles per hour expected. Wind gusts 40 to 45 through 6 a.m. tomorrow. That is the NWS official forecast for your area. Iro really undercutting the winds for South Sound. Max they say is 1 a.m. 43. We will see. It's really just based on model guidance. You know, but us weather guys have been talking behind the scenes, and we're all really kind of infatuated by this potential pressure rise once the front moves through. Again, infrared satellite imagery. Pretty gnarly. Yeah, it would be a shame if this turned out to be a bust, for sure. I would be really, really disappointed. Yeah, just look, the change in wind direction is much more apparent the closer it gets to the coast. Much more apparent now. You can just see all of these little mini, like, pseudo squalls embedded within the main frontal squall. And you know what? Let's go pull up the graph here for see if there's a station up here near La Push. There should be at least one, I would imagine. If I don't crash the site here. Again, this is W under map, weather under map. Assuming I don't crash the station or crash the site, which I think I just did. Yeah, we broke it. Way to go, you broke it. Let's try that one more time here. Let's just pick any station, like the Fork station. That is okay. There's a La Push station. That is behind the front now. And we're gonna pull up this site and we're gonna look at the pressure graph, see if we have any sort of pressure rise already occurring. But of course, I just froze the site yet again. Are you kidding me right now? There we go. Hang on. Little bit of a pressure rise there. It's not too much, but we're starting to get a pressure rise back there. Again, it would be really helpful if they showed this in millibars, but we have inches of mercury. So I'm gonna run a conversion real quick. Let's see, the bottom was around 29.49. It was around 998.6 down here. We're up to 1,000.3. So we had about a what was that? A 1.7 millibar increase. And this was approximately 1024. Yeah, not too much of a pressure rise up there. Only about a 1.7 millibar increase in 1 hour. So a little bit underwhelming up there right now. But that doesn't mean the same for the Puget Sound area. What time is the westerly surge supposed to happen? We're still on track. Looks like we're still on track for... Double check this again one more time. Still on track for about a midnight to, I'd say... This has it lasting for a while. Has it lasting into the late morning time. But the peak westerly surge is likely to last into about 5 a.m. About midnight to 5 a.m. for your area. Up there in Island County. Ooh, what's this? Is this a squall making its way in? Check that out real quick. Yeah. I don't know. Radar is definitely showing these stronger winds making their way in, but again, they're aloft. See, that would be pretty crazy. 81.6 miles per hour. But then again, that's like, that's got to be several thousand feet. Yeah, that's almost 10,000 feet. It would have to take like a thunderstorm to bring that down. We likely won't see it that strong around the area. Yeah, second round of heavy rain moving in right now. And again, this could bring in some locally strong winds with it. Just a heads up. Get some of that downburst convection with that. You can start to see, it looks like the squall's moving inland now. Okay, do we have any eyes? Do we have any eyes in Elma or McCleary at the moment? If so, what are you seeing out there? If we have anyone in the Elma McCleary area. Do we have anyone? Yeah. I just use the inches of mercury to millibars conversion. Yeah, that's what I was doing. My lights flickered in Elk Plain. Something wicked this way comes. Lights flickered in Linwood also. Oh, a lot of you guys had lights flickering at the same time. Yeah, maybe kind of a tough time for later on if things remain at this level. But yeah, it looks like that front's about to move over Hoquiam here in the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, seeing a lot of breaks here. See a lot of breaks in the front. Nice little embedded wind shifts within the main front itself. A squall moving up Highway 6 right now, about to move into PL. But yeah, see that front's crossing right over the radar site right now. Yeah, I see. Look, I have no problem with religion, but please do not spam it in the comments. Please and thank you. Yeah, again, that entirety of that front's making landfall right now. We're watching it live. again, keep looking at that Hoquiam Bowerman station. Things aren't looking particularly intense at the moment. But let's just see what happens when that westerly surge kicks up. That's going to be the telltale sign of whether this is a sort of a big deal or not. Yeah, I swear, whenever the lights flicker, it's almost always everywhere at the same time. Isn't that kind of funny how that works? It is weird. So far, shockingly low. Let's check the PSE map one more time. Yeah, they're still going down. There's a really cool site here I want you guys to see as well. Poweroutage.us. Nice interactive site for the area. You guys can go in by state, and then by county, and then by agency as well. Again, poweroutage.us, but I think poweroutage.com should work as well. Should redirect you. Let me try it. I haven't tried this yet. Yeah. Then you just get a redirect. You click that, but poweroutage.us. Nice interactive map here that shows you by county and by agency per county. Yeah, not too much going on right now. Do we have 6Z NAM? Nope. No 6Z NAM rendering yet. Ooh, there's a bigger gust. 49 at Destruction Island. Some of these stronger winds here making it down towards the surface by the looks of it. If you want this forecast to verify, that's a good sign for later on. Yeah, these echoes are making their way inland now. You see these stronger winds getting closer to the radar site. Again, these showers here, stronger winds aloft, but these are like 8,000 feet in the air, so you need a really strong shower to bring these stronger winds down. Then again, that would be the peak of these wind gusts. See, it says, like, for example, 69 right there. You know, you may feel wind gusts of like 45 to 50. It doesn't have to be 69. You may feel it 45 to 50 with some of these weaker showers. It doesn't drag it all the way down, but it'll drag some of the wind down, even with those weaker showers too. Which I just heard the rain pick up again outside here in Milton. Doing good, seeing if you wanted to smoke. No, I don't smoke. I don't do any smoking. I saw that, and then you deleted it. Funny. Almost had me there. Hey, Tom from Vancouver, BC. Welcome in. Hello from Milton, Washington. Right up here on the hill by Edgewood. We're starting to get some of these early prefrontal showers moving in. But the main front is just moving on the coast right now, and we're watching for any wind observations at the Hoquiam Bowerman airfield site. So far, nothing above 30 miles per hour at this time. Temperature is down to 43 in La Push. That's a big drop. One thing I didn't look to check for was the temp drop. Let's look a little closer at this graph. Jeez, how did I not pay attention to that? From 50 down to 43. See, that's a cold front, guys. That is a textbook cold front. That sharp drop off there. The rainfall rate increases. Pressure begins to increase behind it. See, wind direction shifted. That's a cold front, folks. We went from about 50 degrees at 10:34 to 43 degrees in less than an hour. That's a strong cold front. That is a pretty darn strong cold front. Look at that, 2.13 inches on the day in La Push. Yeah, that's definitely a strong cold front, especially up there. But how will it translate to winds? That is what we're looking at right now. But radar is showing these stronger winds, several thousand feet in the air. We just really need a stronger shower to just drag it down briefly. Then we can get some of these stronger winds in the area, so heads up. Actually, it's showing Shelton's down to 993.2 millibars. Olympia's down to 994.7. And Fort Lewis is down to 993.5. 994.4 millibars at Tacoma Narrows. Yeah, Strait of Juan de Fuca is likely to get hit hard. And it looks like you can already see this feature forming. See, look, there's your westerly surge right now. We're watching it in real time. It's about to slam dunk on Port Angeles here. Like, the pressure there is down to 9. Yeah, it's a nearby station. 991.2 millibars. That is low. That is really low. Yeah, you can clearly see the strong wind behind it. That's your little squall we were looking at in the models before. Yeah, starting to see these heavier showers come through the area. Don't be surprised if you get the wind to kick up real briefly in the wake of these. Barometer is reading 29.11 inches of mercury in Everett. Let's see here. First, I got to do that conversion one more time. Hang on. $985. I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's go look at the barb up here. Yeah, that unfortunately, I think you need to recalibrate your station. See, all of these stations out here have had their wind shift already. Ooh, the fan's making a loud noise. Nope. Hitting it didn't help. Yeah, that could change soon. Don't worry. I promise I'm not being ignorant to you guys. I understand, and we'll be watching this in real time too. I'm just saying it's too soon to say that we're in a bust. Hey, look, we gusted the 41 here. That's pretty good. That's right after the front came through. Again, doesn't take much to drag this down. You just need the right conditions. But yeah, that front's about to pass Hoquiam here very shortly. Winds are still coming. Chill out. Another power flicker in Sammamish. Thank you for the heads up on that. Heavy rain in Elk Plain. There's only a breeze. Going to bed at 1 a.m. Sounds good, Roland. I have a surprising amount of energy right now. That nap really helped earlier. Picking up 60-mile-per-hour winds 57 miles away from the radar over Van Isle. That's wild. Yeah, radar itself looks pretty active. At the moment, you see all these little squalls come in, but unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to tell right now because of radar distortion, but it looks like the front is just about to pass over Hoquiam right now. And see, even this radar is showing the strong winds aloft over this area too, but it's going to take a little bit to drag it down. We just need a really robust shower like this to initiate that sequence. Jeez, did my hair really look like that? Wow. Saw 2 transformers blow east of Everett down in the valley already. Wow. Bellevue 991 and falling. Ah, do we pass 200 watchers? 200 watch? Yeah. Sure enough, we had 200 watching at one point there. Still have 28 of you guys on Facebook. We're doing pretty good, aren't we? Let me refresh Facebook again because Facebook's been having issues with losing comments. But no, it doesn't look like we just don't have any comments right now. That's okay. And you can tell the front is right around here by the looks of it. He's just waiting for this wind barb to change over. We should have that post-frontal wind shift observation here in the next 15 minutes or so. 0 wind and squim. Yeah, but if we go to the radar, get ready. There anyone in the Port Angeles area right now? Because if not, you either just got smacked or you're about to get smacked by this westerly surge. Very strong winds aloft right now. Adrian, that is a great question. Do you expect the wind to come with the front or behind the front? Judging on what we're seeing right now, it's looking like the strongest wind is behind the front. See, we're gusting pretty strong out of the northwest now. So a little bit more of a wind shift there up there. But I'm waiting to see when we get this observation from the Port Angeles airport. Because right now, it doesn't have any wind. But that's an outdated observation. Now it's a matter of just checking to see which stations begin to pop up here. Again, I'm filtering anything out below 30 miles per hour and above 1,000 feet. Just a heads up. So any of these little mountain stations and gauges you see here will not show up. All right, looks like things are going according to plan so far, according to models. Yeah, 12Z's doing a pretty, 6Z hers doing a pretty good job showing this so far. At least for positioning, I will say at least for positioning of the front. Position at the time that it shows. Positioning is what I'm talking about. Not too sure about wind speeds yet. What motivated me to become a weather nerd? I was scared into liking weather by the Hanukkah Eve storm, 2006, little 7-year-old. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, we're watching behind the front for a potential large pressure rise for some parts of the Puget Sound. Models have been showing that, so it shows the pressure rise, but not the winds associated with said pressure rise. We'll have to watch that closely. Any squalls? Yeah, we're still watching the squalls. They're still showing up on the shore here. Just there's a little bit of distortion from the radar, but see, like this is a squall moving into Olympia here shortly. So anyone in Olympia, let me know if the wind picks up rapidly where you are. If you notice a sudden increase in the wind, let me know. Because, yeah, one of these little horizontal squalls that I was talking about earlier, look, it extends all the way down from Bay Center now, all the way up into the Kitsap Peninsula at this time. And again, our main front is somewhere around there. And then several little of these breaks here, little squalls, mini squalls per se. Yeah, I can hear the rain really picking up outside. I can't even hear the wind over the rain at the moment, if there is any wind. Let's go check to see if we had that wind shift yet. Yeah, so the wind shift past Westport. At least this station's showing winds out of the northwest, so we did have the wind shift past Westport. You notice how these barbs are more out of the northwest now. This one almost always reads due east for some reason. I don't know if that's an error or what. But you can see these northwesterly barbs, and yep, we just had that wind shift past Port Angeles here too. The gust of 33 right now isn't terribly strong. You see how these winds are just coming in from the west right now. So that westerly surge just past Port Angeles. It's on its way into Squim. You can see it pretty clearly here. You see that the little shading here in the squall. And of course, all of the heavy wind aloft right behind it too. So it's on the way, Whidbey Island. It's on the way. Not too much longer now. I see heavier rain moving across Key Peninsula right now. Yeah, we could be dragging some of this wind down too. There anyone watching in Key Peninsula right now? So let's check the distance from the radar there. So not counting the elevation of the radar itself. This has strong winds of pretty close to 70 miles per hour, but it's 5,500 feet above the radar axis. Quite gusty in Oakville. Thanks for the report. No wind Olympia yet. Thank you. If it is a bust, what would cause that to happen? Oh, that's a great question. That's going to take quite a bit of analysis to look into it. Most of the time, it's just, a lot of times the models just overdo it. They simply, they just have the system coming in too strong compared to what it actually is. And that's most of the time what we call the bust, is just a model bust. It's sometimes the models do overdo it. We've had that happen time and time again. Yeah, Violet, we're waiting on it. Looks like the winds are making it their way in right now, but it's not looking too impressive at the surface. Okay, see, we have 31 now in Tacoma, so that's starting to kick up here a little bit. Pardon me. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Hang on, hang on. There we go. There's some big gusts off the coast. I saw that 55. Yep, 55 at Westport and Hoquiam Bowerman after that wind shift. Wind is fierce, scary fierce, and Copalis. Thank you. What are you seeing for Ocean Shores? Well, we just had strong winds around Ocean Shores, so probably pretty blustery right off the coast there right now. Yeah, but just a measly 33 right now for Port Angeles. Fascinating. But yeah, stronger gusts working their way on the coast right now. Let's pull up. If I can pull up a station down there on the weather under map, which for some reason keeps freezing on me. Yeah, these are showing the wind shift right now. Let's go check out the Westport station here. Yeah, exactly. The pressure dropped. Ooh. Not recording a gust, but it did just record a 43 mile per hour sustained wind from the west. Yep, see, pressure hit its peak low, and is starting to increase. It looks like a pretty steep initial increase at that. So starting to bounce up pretty quick. Ooh, they said there's a Tempest station that just recorded a 78 out there. Interesting. We can also pull up the Tempest site as well. I want to see what the Tempests are showing out there. Yeah, it just kind of broke, I guess, with the wind gust. Power flickering Port Angeles. Euro models looking promising. Someone said power out Ocean Park. All right, so we're seeing some coastal outages now after that front. Oh yeah, big drop off there in temperature with the front. Look at the, okay, yeah, that's sustained winds, 43. The sustained wind of 43, and the nearest station was showing 55 there for wind gusts. Rain settled down real quick. But let's go take a look at the Tempest map here real quick. These don't show up on Weather Underground. See, a lot of people have Tempest stations. Let's pull up this one in Westport. This one's a knots, but no, it's not showing strong winds right there. Wind gust 25.5. No recent observation. These stations are smart too. They talk to each other. Michael explains a lot about it in his briefings. Oh, yeah, 56.6 here, northwest side of Hoquiam. Look at the bottom of the screen here. 56.6 mile per hour gust on that Tempest station. But not much else east of that right now. Let's check out Ocean Shores, Damon Point. Yeah, I guess Port Angeles Airport just stopped responding. Yeah, gust of 34. Cold front went through. Pressure starts going up. Geez, look at that sharp exponential increase of rainfall there, too. And the wind direction shifted again out of the west-northwest. Big increase in sustained winds, big decrease in temperature. All right, where was I? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. 56 now at Hoquiam Bowerman. 41 was the last observation here at Port Angeles before apparently the station stopped responding. Okay, no, never mind. It's back. It just, for some reason, it just stopped responding for the 11:40 p.m. observation. But as of 11:45, it's back up and running. But again, not too much for the Puget Sound area at the moment. But we haven't worked that front inland quite yet. See, here's one of those squalls showing up. And it does show some area strong wind, but still several thousand feet above the ground here. See, this is between 4,000 feet and 7,000 feet. Okay, do we have anyone over Gig Harbor right now? Anywhere around Gig Harbor that can tell me what they're seeing outside right now? This storm was weak. Well, compared to those ones, yes. Compared to those ones, by a mile. Absolutely. I'm in Olympia, waiting for these strong winds. Yeah, there's no lightning yet. Wonder, this is gonna move right over Tacoma Narrows, so I'm gonna wait to see the next observation there at Tacoma Narrows, see if we get any wind gusts mixing their way down or not. All right, very windy in Snohomish. Thank you for the report. Olalla near Gig Harbor, very heavy showers. Thank you. That's pretty close to here. Squall is just south of you right now. Pull up visit Westport live cam. If it's copyrighted, then I won't be able to pull it up. So the thing is, since I'm now monetized here on YouTube, I'm severely restricted as to what webcams I'm able to show. Just because people have their own copyright with the webcams, if that makes sense. As in like the webcams are licensed. You know, they don't allow rebroadcast on live streams. Like Ben had to get permission to show the Westport tower cam on his stream. Power out in Ocean Shores. Oh boy. It's public, okay. Kind of breezy, raining steady, nothing too noteworthy. Thank you for the heads up. Wind and rain picked up pretty good in Paulsbo. Also appreciate the heads up from you as well. Westerly surge is looking pretty intense right now. Just not translating much to the wind category here in Port Angeles, but it does look like there's some strong wind behind it. Yeah. Be watching to see what happens once the squall moves over my house. Should be pretty interesting. Gusted to 40 again here at Everett Payne Field. 53, 55 here on the coast. Yeah, starting to pick up here in Squim now, Dungeness Bay. So now we just watch. You know, now at this point the models are useless. Now we're literally in nowcast time as it happens. How windy will it be in Linwood? Well, Linwood, I believe you are in the... Okay, yeah, you're in the wind advisory. So only expecting gusts 40 to 45 for you as of right now. But we'll be watching observations very closely as the night progresses. Just about to hit midnight, too. You see, how much longer do we have on Facebook to stream? I have a little under 2 hours, so perfect. Only one power outage in Whidbey. Well, let's check PSE again. Last was 1941. Yeah, we're going up a little bit. Like, we have a power outage along Highway 3 here on the east side of the Hood Canal Bridge. 1,023 impacted. A power outage near Seebeck as well. These are power outages from before. I think it's really just that one power outage up here that they added. Yeah, it is pretty much. So, east side of the Hood Canal Bridge is out of power at the moment. Parts of Port Gamble itself also. Looks like downtown Port Gamble here is out of power. That just happened about half an hour ago. Yep, there's the leading edge. Here we go, folks. Yeah, what in tarnation is going on here? Especially, what is going on with this? Does this show up on... No, it doesn't. 51. Okay. Here's an update. 51. Booyah. There's our westerly surge. Yep, here we go, folks. Here we go. Whidbey Island is coming soon. Squim also coming soon. 62. Booyah. 62 Westport. Here we go, folks. Wind is scaring my dogs. Wind is starting to pick up in Squim. Wind is peak winds for Tacoma. Well, I'm going to watch the Tacoma Narrows airport station here, see if it picks up here. But this squall is about to move directly over Tacoma here in about 20 minutes or so. And if you're near Gig Harbor, Tacoma, Ruston, Key Peninsula, if you're watching right now, let me know what you're seeing outside. Any advisory for Eastern Washington Moses Lake? As far as I know, I think you have high wind warnings out there. This is a, high wind warning for Moses Lake, which is right down here. So yeah, 4 p.m. tomorrow, high wind warning remains in effect for Moses Lake. Yeah, 62 at Westport. Have you ever been chasing in the Midwest or South? Sadly not. The closest I've been to chasing is being in Indiana with my family during an enhanced severe risk. And we actually we were at my uncle's farm in the unincorporated community of Erie in Miami County, Indiana, just outside of Peru. And we had a severe thunderstorm warning go out. I was literally watching the anvils blow up all around us. And we got a severe thunderstorm warning for us, and we dipped out of there just in time because there was a report of a funnel cloud out there. Again, I was with my family, so I wasn't doing any serious... Oh, whoa. Boom, 68. 68. But the one right down there is 31. 50 at the end. Yeah, so the westerly surge just hit Squim. I'm not sure if that 68 is accurate, though. See, what was that? Yep. Hoquiam Bowerman, 58 miles per hour at midnight. You just hit 58 here at Hoquiam Bowerman. So 62 here at Westport, 58 at Hoquiam. Right at the turn of the day. Oh boy. If that's true, that's a huge overperformance. But at least 50 at the spit, at the end of the spit right now. So watch out, Whidbey Island. This is coming your way very shortly. Rain's only slightly heavier. Yeah, we're not seeing any winds down there yet, but 62 at Westport and presumed 68 here in Squim. Again, presumed. Boy, the heavy rainfall is about to slam me very quick. But when this crosses the strait, we're gonna watch this station when it next updates and see if this really kicks up out of the southwest. It looks like the squall is gonna move just south of Seattle. See, you can see it on the coastal radar here too. Clear as day. Wind shift along that. Yeah, see, it's screaming out of the northwest right now at over 60 miles per hour. It's at 57 miles per hour. Rounded up to 58 though, if you convert from knots to miles per hour. Northwest at 58 miles per hour right now behind that front. And it looks like the front, a little hard to tell now. It's becoming a little bit, looks like the segments are becoming a little bit more discrete, but it looks like the front is somewhere right around here, I'd say. Roughly. Just don't know what's going on here. This is pretty wacko. I think that's a radar error. Yeah, starting to see, you can see some of these wind shifts. So someone said I see blue flashes in Harbor Point now at the end of Whidbey Island. So power flashes on Whidbey Island at this time. Likely see those power outages start going up here very shortly. Yeah, the squall's about to pass right over SeaTac as well. Again, beep. There's your squall. Wind picking up a bit in Lacey. Thank you for the heads up. Windy in West Olympia now. Waves crashing over the rocks at Westport on cam. Radar return on the surge coming down the straits, kind of wild, moving insanely fast. Yeah, it's being accelerated by the terrain. You can see the initial bursts of wind here, and then you see the stronger winds right in here, too. Like, there's a little bit of a delay between it, but this is racing towards West Beach, Smith Island, too, expecting the Smith Island station to record first. Here, very soon. Yeah, waiting for the next OBS here at Tacoma Narrows. Like now showing 58 here at Hoquiam. Look at Key Peninsula. Yeah, we've been watching the squall. Hang on, get you back here real quick. Yeah, at least rain-wise, it's a pretty intense squall about to move into Tacoma right now. Moving into SeaTac too, it's just crossing Vashon Island, but this is going to bring torrential rainfall rates at the very least. But again, could be strong enough to bring some of these stronger winds down towards the surface real briefly. It's very subtle, but you can also see a little embedded squall here down in Thurston going into Pierce County also. And very subtle, but if you pull it up on velocity, you can see it. I just heard someone from Squim saying they just got smacked by wind just now. Yeah, here we go, folks. Here we go. Darn it, forgot I don't have a tab open right there. Okay. Ooh, 62. 62 on the BC side now. 62 miles per hour. Yeah, the the Camino Island radar site is popping up on the north end and on the south end of it. But you notice the squall is being ripped apart by the Olympics here in the middle. But that is completely normal. All right, rain's picking up. Here goes nothing. Jeez. Look at that reflectivity. That's over 6. That's at 60 decibels there. Beery and SeaTac. Watch out, here it comes. Rain's really picking up here sharply here in Milton right now. Again, right now we're filtering everything out below 30 miles per hour and anything above 1,000 feet. No wind or rain in Shelton, really. Radar says it's at least raining. Maybe no wind, but it should be raining where you are. West side of Port Angela is just hit by a huge gust of wind. Yep, that's your westerly surge. JJ, I was also 7 when the Hanukkah Eve storm hit. Not seeing any similarities. For this is the front moving through. While Hanukkah Eve, we had the whole low pressure center move through the area with a huge steep pressure rise right behind it. That caused the big wind. How bad will the impact be? Can't make any guarantees right now. We're waiting to see if anything pops up here in the Puget Sound area. Again, we're 60. Oh my, 67. Seriously. Of all numbers, it's got to be 67. Definitely notched up with this incoming squall. Driving rain with stronger gusts than before. Yeah, I'm just waiting for an update here from the station. Again, anything that shows up above 30 miles per hour will pop up on this map. Pouring in Shelton. Yeah. You must be in a different part of Shelton, or the microclimates are just really, really diverse down there. 44 outages dropped by 1. Yeah, we're not seeing much yet. It's going to take some time. But that area must be Grace Harbor PUD. Yeah, see? Outage map's lighting up now. Grace Harbor PUD, 8,588 out. Starting to see, yeah, Kitsap's piling up too, but that's all PSC. Again, this is poweroutage.us or poweroutage.com if you guys want to look at this. And poweroutage.us. Wind's picking up 5 minutes north of Gig Harbor. Boecho looks like it's heading towards Everett. Go check in on that one more time. It is starting to expand, isn't it? Wonder if they're gonna put out the warning on this. If the wind gusts start, we had a 68 there. Wonder if they're gonna say if that's associated with the pressure difference or if that's convective. If it's convective, they'll probably put out a severe thunderstorm warning for Whidbey Island. But again, too early to make that call. Finish watching Washington Weather Chasers as they drive through Everett, stop by the Dick's Burgers, pouring here in Tacoma. Yeah, models are already outperforming on the coast. Models have already blown the predictions out of the water on the coast. So overperformance on the coast already. Rain intensified big time at Narrows. Very hard in Bellevue. See, how many of you guys do I still have here in the chat? Facebook, we have 32. That's impressive. YouTube, just shy of 200. Wow. A lot of you guys in, and it's past midnight. Man, that squall is really intensifying right now. Those rainfall rates are ridiculous about to move into SeaTac. Man, I just hope you guys aren't flying into or out of SeaTac right now, because that squall is going ape over you right now. For some reason, they stopped updating me on subscribers, but if you're still watching, Kathy Duffy, thank you for becoming a Puget Sound Stormwatch page subscriber. I just realized when I go to the view, yeah, it doesn't show me the updates. Yeah, my screen is way out of date there. 29 shares. Thank you guys for that. Yeah, we're going to monitor real-time data here. Ooh, I got scared. I think YouTube might have just froze again, though. That's not good. You never believe this, guys. My YouTube stream, again, on my end, just crashed. I know we're still live, but I just lost my viewer here entirely. Great. Just great. I guess, I'm not going to start another stream, so I'm just going to pull up the chat here on my phone for YouTube. And we're just going to do that the rest of the time, because I'm not going to restart the stream again. Go check on Michael and Ben real quick. A lot of outages in Jefferson County. Yeah, I'll just watch their streams on replay. And also, for those of you guys who don't know, Connor Croft's going live at 1 a.m. On YouTube here. Yeah, outage map starting to light up here. Now 69. There, and 60 again. 39 starting to pick up here at Tacoma Narrows. We got a 39 mile per hour gust with that squall. Hang on, guys. I got to pull up your chat here again because YouTube just took another dump on me. I think it's going to load this time, so hang on. Trying to get things restored. We had this problem earlier and it crashed the stream on my end, but you guys still saw everything. Wind picked up, raining heavy. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, YouTube just broke again. So I'm going to pull up the chat here in a second and get caught up. So YouTube sold me again. So thank you, Chris Box, for 99 stars here on Facebook. Unfortunately, I just lost the stream again on my end. I see I'm watching in real time, but I see the stream still up. Okay. Yep. Okay. So we're back. We're good. We're back. We fixed it. Good. Thought it was gonna completely go down again. Two YouTube crashes again like this. Last time you talked about it. Yeah, it makes 4 total YouTube crashes in the last 2 streams. Dumping rain, wind gusts feel big. Raining a lot, very strong winds in Snohomish. Thank you for the reports. Again, yeah, gusting to 69 up there in Squim with that westerly surge. 60 off the coast here. Windy rain, wind about 10 miles per hour. Let's go look at the radar. Someone just brought up there's a double bow echo. There is a double bow echo. Look at that. And it's slamming in the Whidbey right now. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at that. Look at how intense the second bow echo is right now. And yeah, look at these winds. This is not far off the ground, too. That's within 2,000 feet of the ground. It's not going to take much to drag these winds down. Very intense winds about to move on the Whidbey right now. Yeah, here's that bow echo. Looks like the timing on the models is a little behind, though. I've noticed. Power's flirting with death here in Olalla. Oh, boy. They're really in for it up there. Whoa. 44 now at Tacoma Narrows. There we go. We're getting something now. Wind is crazy in Tacoma right now. Geez, you are up awfully late for a work night, aren't you? Bow. Like a bow tie. Bow echo. Yeah, geez, Dad, you should not be up this late on a work night. Yeah, again, max gusts around the area. We're up to 44 here at Tacoma Narrows after that squall just went through. Crossing over SeaTac right now. Squall lines directly over SeaTac. You can now kind of see it's one really long. That was a really rough drawing, but one really elongated squall feature. This is likely the front itself coming through at the moment. Yeah, it's closing in on my area. I can feel the rain picking up. Oh, you're sick. I'm sorry to hear that. Geez, that's unfortunate. Yeah, usually carries strong wind with it. Yeah, you usually the front end of it, the middle of it bows out because of a very strong rear inflow jet going into it. So it bows out forward. You can also sometimes you can call these an MCS or a QLCS. So mesoscale convective system or quasi-lateral convective system. Seattle Cam Airport is Seattle. Yeah, Airport Cam is rocking. Hope you don't mind sharing that link. Let's. You know what? To heck with it. Let's pull it up. You know, they want to issue a cease and desist, then their loss, not mine. Oh yeah, yeah. Look at this. It's rocking big time right now. They're getting whipped. Okay, yeah. Look, you can see that tree down there swaying really good right now, and that camera's just bouncing up and down. You can see how torrential the rain's falling. This is a big-time squall moving through SeaTac. Tacoma, and I'm retired so I can stay up as late as I want. Sounds good. Yeah, yikes is correct. Wonder if we'll be lucky and see any lightning. But if we see any flashes, it'll probably be power flashes. But yeah, looking really ugly right now at SeaTac. Not much here in Graham at all, pretty uneventful. Yeah, not much going on for most of us right now, but it's the areas under these squalls that are really getting some strong winds, as well as the westerly surge up north. Hey there, Sonia. Welcome back. This squall line right now is moving up towards your area, so let's go look at radar one more time here. Sounds like the wind. There's someone in Whidbey Island that just got smacked by the wind just now. Look at that. That's a crazy burst of wind. And again, this is most of this wind is less than 1,000 feet above the ground. Some of this wind's only 500 feet above the ground, just hitting Whidbey Island here. Just imagine how it's going to be when this bow echo here hits. You know, as soon this whole rear inflow jet here is about to ram directly into Whidbey Island. Yeah, the squall just passed Mercer Island. Did it not do anything to Mercer Island? Should rain end by 3 a.m. The steady rain should end by 3 a.m. Yes. But there's going to be showers. There's going to be hit or miss showers, some of which could produce hail and maybe an isolated clap of thunder throughout the day tomorrow. We're gonna have that unstable air mass. And again, this cold front is moving up to the mountains. Once this cold front passes over the mountains, it's going to switch over the snow, and we're going to have blizzard conditions tonight. Ooh. Their house is shaking now. In case you guys don't know, I'm talking about Jonathan Pulley, Whidbey Island weather guy. In case you guys know who that is. He's talking about how his house is literally being shaken right now by this westerly surge. Yeah, look at that front. That is a very potent front coming through right now. Look at how clearly you can see these squalls. Yeah, here we go. I'm about to get smacked by the squall. It's a mile away from me, so I'm about to hang on for dear life here. Raining heavy now in Fife. Yes, it is. Huge bang about 5 minutes ago. What did I miss? Why can't you show it? Why can't I show what? Are you talking about the airport cam here? Looks like things are calming down right now at SeaTac. Still some heavy rain, but it looks like the strongest of wind is behind them. Camera's shaking a little bit, but not as much as it was just a minute ago. See, that tree's not doing too terrible either. Let's check observations. Somehow only got 37 out of that. Really? Yeah, look at these red values up here. 66 here at Squim with that westerly surge powering through. We hit 58 there at Hoquiam and a whopping 61. Except that's actually up to 67. Don't know why it's showing 61, but it's 67. Lights flickering, someone said. What part of Whidbey? Right here on the West Beach. Yeah, that front should have just moved through Bellevue. Did you not feel anything with that? Look at that. Look at how strong that wind is. This is approaching the radar. This is only 500 feet above the ground, and it's showing over 60 miles per hour, close to 70 miles per hour. Just 500 feet above the ground, overlooking Whidbey right now. Geez, just look at that jet coming in. I really wonder if the NWS is going to severe warn this. I wonder. And the wind could drag downward. So with heavier showers, you have downbursts of air. So heavier showers, you may hear other people talk about winds mixing down towards the surface. So convection currents, whatever goes up must come down. And so it's downbursts of air. All right, here comes the front over me right now. Now let's see. Will they say this is convective, or will they say this is because of a pressure difference? If it's convective, they could put out a severe thunderstorm warning on this. Otherwise, they'll probably just let it ride. Yeah, 44 to Comoneros. Pressure slowly starting to rise, apparently. That's the update I just got. Yep. It's going right over the radar site right now. See? There's your wind shift. Yep, here we go. Rain's picking up. Let's see here. Wind gusts. Still not registering. Okay, hang on. I'm not on all. That's probably why. Okay. Yeah. Now 55 here in Port Townsend. Oh, yep. Here comes the heavy rain. Here it comes. Oh, it's getting really loud. It's getting really, really loud outside from the rain. Branches breaking in Shelton. Ears hurt. Yeah, definitely the pressure. There's going to be a pressure rise right behind this. And that could boost up the wind even more. We're watching it closely. Very loud outside. Wind picking up in Rainier. You hear the wind outside Buckley and it's pouring. How long is the wind supposed to last? Probably, I'd say 2 to 3 hours at most. And even that's being a little bit extensive. Wow, hang on. I have to go check this out real quick. I can't see a darn thing, but it is raining hard outside right now. I am in Milton. I am in the city of Milton, right by Edgewood here between Federal Way and Puyallup. Well, that heavy rain was quick. That was done in about 2 minutes. Yeah, that's a quick moving front. Okay, let's go check back on SeaTac. Hang on here, trying to bring you guys back. Yeah, SeaTac's doing much better now, for sure. Still quite a bit windy, raining pretty good, but the heaviest of winds over. So now we really just wait for the pressure rise to see what happens. Got real crazy, real fast. Heard transformers, power off and on multiple times. Stuff blowing around outside you can't see. Wind picking up in Carbonado. Pressure on Mercer Island dropped 0.1 millibars. Power out in Oakville. Okay. Yep. Power outage map starting to light up. Lewis County, Clallam County lighting up. Lewis PUD, over 1,100 people out of power. Clallam PUD, getting close to 1,800 out of power. Grace Harbor PUD up over 11,400 now. Kitsap over 2,000. King County's doing pretty good. Pierce County's got 300 total. Thurston's doing good. Mason's doing pretty good. Yeah, sure. I just felt the breeze. Okay, yep. Starting to get windy here now. Definitely just felt the wind too. For sure. Still not registered. Actually, I think this station only updates once an hour, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait for the hourly observation to see what it recorded. That's a shame. Yeah, but again, this front's beginning to make a beeline for the hills. Like someone said, Maple Valley. It's on the way to Maple Valley. Ooh, did they just upgrade the high wind warning? No, they just said they continue the wind advisory. Let me see if they did an upgrade. Then gusts could be as high as 70 miles per hour near Whidbey Island until 4 a.m. Wow, that is crazy. Jeez, look at that bow echo, guys. Look at these insane winds. These are at the ground. This is literally less than 100 feet above the ground here. Oh, yep, there's a big gust of wind. We just had a big gust here. Oh, big gust. Big time gust. Oh, that was loud. That was really loud, guys. Just had a big time gust here in Milton. Big time gust. Ooh, heard a tree fall in McKenna already. Pressure still dropping on Mercer. Just started, says Dundrewski. Nothing happened just down the hill here on Valley Avenue. You know, you guys gotta love microclimates. You gotta love microclimates. Doing it here in Buckley too. Issaquah is getting slammed. Maple Valley weirdly went quiet. Yeah, it went quiet after the wind, and then the burst of wind came in. See, we just picked up. We got the 43 here at the tide flats. 43 now. 49 in index. And again, this area is usually sheltered from gusts out of the southwest. They're still getting 49 out there. Okay, we've registered 55 here at Whidbey. See, look, all of these gusts just started picking up. A little bit later than forecast, but just a little bit. Huge rain squall came through, and now the wind is really kicking up here. Thank you for the heads up. Power went down momentarily twice, South Olympia, Tumwater. Oh. Here, let me turn off the noise gate for you so you guys can hear the wind like I'm hearing it. Hang on a second. Okay, let's... Hang on, nope, that didn't work. No, I don't think it's going to work. But anyways, you know, you guys can periodically probably hear a big wind gust in the back. I just have my mic gain turned down a bit. So that's probably why. You guys most likely won't be able to hear it in the back. Everett in like 10 to 15 minutes. It's probably pretty close, yes. I don't know if it's that close, but it'll probably be about 20 minutes before it moves into your area. But yes, it's on the way. Get ready. It is coming now. It's going right in the Stanwood right now. Massive bow echo. Massive. Look, it's extending all the way up into Whatcom County. Similar to what we saw on the onesie her earlier. See, now we have two separate little segments here. Apparently, they upgraded the high wind warning here for the lowlands to 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Yeah, they did in the recent updates. So it's southwest to west. So now they're saying to west. It's about time they say to west because the models were showing a shift to west for this area. 25 to 35 with gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. Gusts could be as high as 70 near Whidbey Island until 4 a.m. Yeah, they are now predicting damaging winds for the Tacoma area and Everett area specifically. All right, Green-Eyed Breeze, have a good night. For some reason, I'm not hearing your donations. Okay, thank you, Ahanara, for 50 stars. Appreciate that donation. Thank you, Darcy Moffat, for 200 stars. Appreciate that donation. Likely to be flooding in the morning, yes. The river is expected to hit major flood stage over the next 24 hours, up in concrete. One gust had to be 55 plus. Yeah, I believe it. I certainly believe it. Now, all of a sudden, the entire island of Whidbey are saying. Hang on here. Hang on here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We increased our power outages by 10 times since the last update. Now the entire west side, the entire east side of the Hood Canal here is out of power. Yeah, look at Whidbey Island. Oh my lord, look at Whidbey Island. It is just getting ravished right now. Whew, wowza. Poor Whidbey, man. Little Rock out of power. Power outage 169 between Maple Valley and Cedar Grove area. Maple Hills out of power. Areas near SeaTac out of power. Des Moines area out of power. Zenith area out of power. Vashon Island. Parts of Vashon Island are down. I just took out the entire east side of the Hood Canal here. Wow, pretty much all of southern Whidbey, most of Whidbey Island, lot of southern Whidbey just lost power with that burst of wind. Harlan G9557, thank you for becoming a member. Intro forecaster, thank you so much. Interesting. If you look on radar scope, it actually has a tornado vortex signature up here. That's funny. Obviously not a tornado happening. There's no tornado. Trust me. No tornado. Yep, here comes Everett. Get ready. Crossing I-5 here, Burlington, Conway, Mount Vernon right now. Just past Stanwood as well. Very strong winds in Stanwood. About to approach Sylvana, Lake Goodwin, Clinton area. Moving past Hansville right now. About to move into Everett, so heads up. Everett, be ready for strong winds. Very strong winds. Power is out now. On, out, I am. Congratulations, someone said. All of Whidbey is out. Someone said Whatcom County spared. Yeah, we weren't expecting super strong winds up there. Not super strong, at least. Someone said, here comes, holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. Doing Tumwater, Little Rock. Sounds like a tornado outside. Lots of limbs flying right about now. What's the red on your map? Wall just reaching South Hill, Puyallup soon. Outlook for Gig Harbor. Well, we're watching the pressure rise right now. The winds are from the pressure rise behind that front. You notice it didn't get super windy ahead of the front, but it got windy behind the front. That's the pressure rise taking place now. Shelf cloud in Everett. Oh yeah, I believe it. There's probably a really nice outflow boundary here along this right now. Let's check in with the streams. The squall line yet to pass Redmond. Yeah, it already passed. It might have been a very short pressure rise. Hang on, let me check in with the streams real quick. Yeah, apparently Michael Snyder's stream has a shelf cloud. You just can't see it very well. Yeah. You guys want to see a cool stream? Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Michael's stream is currently facing the water. Wonder if they have any power flashes. Hang on, they're showing a... Oh my lord. Guys, go look at Michael's stream real quick. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. There's a crazy shelf cloud right now. The worst for Olympia happening now. I've heard it's not doing too good down in Olympia right now. Some areas not doing too hot. Let's see what Ben's doing. Ben's on the same thing, shelf cloud. Wonder, hey, does anyone know if Ben and Michael are right next to each other? Because they're both on the shelf cloud right now. Gust to 80 on West Beach. Someone just said 80 miles per hour on West Beach. Hang on, folks. Wow. 53 up here in Mount Vernon as well. Crazy. Crazy. There's a lot of power outages near Kingston. To your west, there's a bunch of power outages. There are going to be stronger winds building tonight after the main squall moves through. Possible. It shows the winds quickly dying down after about 2 a.m. But I haven't heard much for wind outside of that burst of wind we had about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Current peak right now in their car is 39 miles per hour. So weird for it to be this violently windy with no lightning. Little house is getting pulverized by wind and debris, and he's near Tumwater, I believe. Lights flickering, Arlington, blowing pretty good Bucota. You know that's a great question about how will Pacific fare through with all of this. Hopefully they built up that wall good enough to sustain, wind gusts at least over 50. Look at that, 71 at Whidbey Island Naval Air Station. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a really, really nice shelf cloud. Definitely have damage in McKenna. Winds kicking up more in Rainier. Still bands of rain. Yeah, 71 now at Whidbey Island after that westerly surge. Just look at that, guys. And, this went severe thunderstorm warning. They had the same thing happen in 2021. They put out a severe thunderstorm warning for it. But no severe thunderstorm warning on it. Surprise! They haven't even thought about putting a severe thunderstorm warning on this yet. Yeah, there's some ridiculous outflow structure on this right now. Ridiculous. That burst was nuts. Seeing that outflow come through on radar scope was pretty cool. Yeah, for sure. No hail. No, not expecting any hail producers. But see, just saw a few wind shifts, including that gust of 71. Look at that full barb. Yeah, Michael Stream's about to get smacked right now. Go check Ben's one more time. I cannot wait to see the high def videos of that shelf tomorrow. Trees down Oak Harbor. Yeah, Ben's about to get smacked. Let's keep looking at the wind on Michael's stream. Alright, wind gusts hitting Everett now. How strong are the winds in Snohomish? Winds are coming. Winds haven't quite hit Snohomish yet. See, here's your outflow boundary here. It's about to approach Payne Field, and then we'll see what the wind gusts are in that area. But ridiculous wind gusts right now. Up in Whidbey Island. Yeah, the wind was only bad here for about 5 minutes, and then it was gone. That was pretty unexpected lack of a climax. Wind rain just hit in Arlington. Oh yeah, it's on top of you right now, Arlington. It's right on top of the airport. So next observation should show this wind shift. Should show it. You see 35K. Yeah, should be around the same as I checked before. And in case you guys missed it, 71 here at Whidbey Nass with that westerly surge. Claw's getting a bit windy. Just got woken up. Yeah, it's showing it. See, we're starting to get a lot more wind gusts pop up. We're up to 41 here at Everett also. 41. Yes, he's still showing 60 here along the coast. 62 on the north side of the BC border here. Eatonville dodged the bullets. The front's still working its way down. Looks like a little squall about to move over Eatonville, so heads up. Not quite out of the dark yet. It may still be coming. Yeah, I feel like if I was the NWS, I would have a severe thunderstorm warning on this right now. Personally. Maple Valley getting slammed still. Issaquah, line of rain from the southwest just came through. Wow, surprised they still have power. Here in Everett, there goes the cat. Well, the entire Astoria area is out of power. Surprised they still have power. Let's see, what would that message? Hey, Sonia, that, yeah, don't worry, Sonia. He wasn't being disrespectful. When you say love your stream, man, keep crushing, that's not disrespectful. So I personally don't think that comment should have been removed. Just in my opinion. Sorry about that, Charles. But yeah, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, 45 at Shelton. It just got awfully calm here in Milton. And I mean awfully calm. Conway powers out. Yes, he's up to 46,500 now. Yeah, they are. 46,501. Just lost power. A lot of Skagit County here. Southwest Skagit County. Conway area, Skagit City, LaConner. All in the dark now. Bayview's in the dark. Just look at Whidbey. Whidbey's getting ramshackled right now. Miramont neighborhood lost power. Boom, parts of Olympia here. Out in the dark. Yep, someone in Olympia in one of my other chats just said, here it comes. It's here. Yeah, looks like it. Like some of these stronger gusts are beginning to mix down. Olympia, Tumwater area, reports coming in. Heavy rain over there. So, here it comes, just past Everett. Ooh, I think I just heard a gust here, too. Might have been a car driving, though. Evergreen State College getting slammed. Buckley getting heavy rain and wind right now. Graham myself. Which direction is it coming from? It's coming in from the approximately the west-southwest, and it's moving towards the east-northeast right now. But the westerly surge is moving farther towards the east, almost due east. But look, this bow echo extends all the way down from the Kitsap Peninsula all the way up to Whatcom County now. At 1 a.m., guess what? Guess what, guys? If we go back, hang on, let me show you guys this real quick. If we go back to the 1Z Her, look what it shows at that time. Hang on. Booyah. Booyah. Almost exactly as modeled. Look at that. That's pretty darn close, guys. That is pretty darn close. Not gonna lie. That is pretty close to what we saw. Maybe a little farther south. But the 1Z was onto something for sure. Yeah, 45 in Shelton, so seeing that pressurized come through now. Sonia and Everett says, getting slammed by word. Lights flickering, Mount Vernon. I was surprised that there's no severe thunderstorm warning for this band here. You know, it looks like it's mostly convective and it's producing damaging wind gusts. I don't know why there's no severe thunderstorm warning on it. Who had the shelf cloud? Sorry, yeah, your comment got deleted for some reason. Both Michael and Ben's streams has shelf clouds. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch and Washington Weather Chasers. Both of those chasers. Super loud and lacy. Span away, wind and rain woke me up. Yeah, I think this is the pressurized coming through. We may have just had a brief little break between the back end of that squall and the actual pressurized coming in. Because, yeah, see, it's showing some of these winds mixing down towards the surface right now. Lights flickering in Everett. What's for Port Orchard wind-wise? Well, sounds like the wind's working its way in right now to the Central Sound. Hearing some reports in the Central Sound that the wind's starting to kick up. So it may be on the way. Just a little bit late. Burlington out of power. Thank you for the heads up. Wind going crazy in Olympia. Trees snapping. Wow. Trying to see shelf cloud at my location. It would have already moved off to the east of Everett. If you're in Mill Creek, Maltby area, maybe down towards Monroe, Snohomish, you might be able to see the south end of this shelf cloud, perhaps. But yeah, there was a really nice lowering from that outflow boundary there. Yeah, Dundrewski lost power. Sorry to hear that. Check out Stanwood on the PUD. Yeah, let's go to Snow PUD. Hang on. I had the link there. How did I miss that? Yeah, you're not kidding. Not kidding. Almost 30,000 people out, Snow PUD. Yeah, Stanwood area got smacked for sure. It's Arlington area, Marysville area, getting popped with power outages right now. Look at this map light up, guys. 20% of the county that's being tracked right now, Island County, is out of power. This map is starting to light up like a Christmas tree. My comment's not popping. No, I'm not seeing any. And okay, hang on. Just had a lot of comments come in, so sorry I missed your comment earlier. You're Napavine horrible. What's our wins right now? Sorry, Tiona, I missed your comments. Just a lot of comments coming in, so I'm missing a lot of things. So he's kicking up pretty big here around the area now. We just got 47 in Enumclaw, 47 in the Osceola neighborhood. Yeah, these wind gusts are picking up sharply around the area now. Look at that, still showing 71 here at Whidbey. A lot of 40 plus, some 50 plus around the area right now. Closest area to your area down in Napavine right now is 39, but we don't have any NWS stations that cover Napavine city limits. So, sorry about that again. The overall ready. Reporting stronger winds working their way in. See, getting strong here at Enumclaw, also Olympia. It should be working its way in here in the next half an hour to an hour, though. See the shelf cloud on the other hill across from me in Snohomish. It is near Clearview. Ben just about hit large branch, really. I'll have to go back through and watch his stream. Ears popping in Kingston. That must be your pressurized coming through. Sound like a 737 was landing on me. Yeah, I agree, Keegan. I feel like they should have put the SVR on that. Even if they assume the winds are not from the bow echo itself, they should have put the severe thunderstorm warning out. They did it for the same thing 4 years ago. A strong westerly surge that looked like this, a nice bow echo. They put the SVR out, but no severe thunderstorm warning for this. I'm really questioning their decision making on that. But you know what? Again, I'm no NWS meteorologist. I'm just saying I think this bow echo should have been severe warned. So just a heads up. Oso area, all the way down into Snohomish, Monroe. This is coming for you. Be ready. Severe damaging wind gusts possible. Sounded insane. Is this the beginning? Will there be more? Entirely possible. Right now, models show winds. Let's go check the recent model runs, shall we? Because we have several new runs of the HER coming through here. See, it's starting to accommodate for some of these strong winds down in these areas here. It's like strongest winds are going to be over in a few hours. Yeah, see, the model's trying to compensate now. It's trying to adjust for its errors. Thunder in the far distance. Let's see, do we have any lightning strikes? Go double check. Hang on, I need to wait for this to refresh. This is out of date. Really scary here. Lost power in Olympia. Didn't you have a reading of like an 80-mile-per-hour gust somewhere? 71. 71 was the official reading at Whidbey Island. It's even showing some stronger echoes up here in Bellingham right now. Not seeing any lightning strikes at the moment on my map. You know, if anyone has the lightning app, go ahead and check and see if we're getting lightning strikes up there. Because I haven't gotten any reports of lightning strikes. You clocking this frontal band moving over Elma towards Olympia, wondering if it's going to turn into more squalls. Yeah, it's not showing up on radar very well. I can see the wind showing up on radar, but I'm not seeing the actual squalls. See, this doesn't look like a clearly defined squall. It just looks like post-frontal showers right now. But definitely showing the wind here across the area moving in. Bad. Transformers blowing everywhere. Dog are both walking the floor. Yeah, thunders probably win, most likely, because, you know, we could be hearing thunder but not registering lightning strikes. If it's a cloud-to-cloud strike, it's not going to register as a strike on any maps. Just a heads up for that. I haven't seen any on radar scope, and I have not seen any on windy as of yet. Okay, Nicole Baker said no lightning confirmed. Thank you. Still have power after that. A good app to check the wind. For sure, well, right now, my observations are coming through the NWS. Recent update was 67 here in Whidbey Island Naval Air Station, but only 44 for Everett. So that westerly surge must be losing steam. If it's really died down that fast. Yeah, moving into Oso right now. There we go. Yeah, gust to 43. Wind shift occurred. Wind shifts occurred at Arlington and Paynefield airports. Power's out in Shelton. Wowza. Put that in the motion. Okay. Sure, I'll go check it out real quick. Hang on just a moment. Sometimes this app can be buggy, so it doesn't initially work right away. Station on the bluff on West Beach. Okay, so we have a confirmed 83 mile per hour gust on West Beach. 83 confirmed. Is that a power flash? Oh, yep. Yeah, they're seeing power flashes on their stream. Still have power in Snohomish. Hang on, my toolbar's on the way. I think I do see what you mean. It's a very subtle feature, but yeah, I see it. You just had a wind shift there. Yeah, this is likely what's coming into the sound right now. Yeah, I see what you mean now. It's pretty hard to denote unless you're with South Lake Whatcom out of power. So yeah, it's moving up through Olympia right now. Just had some very strong wind gusts in Olympia. The 40 miles per hour here just outside of Olympia just now. Yeah, the station on West Beach, on the bluff on West Beach, gusted to 83 miles per hour. But it's not an NWS registered one. It's on Weather Underground. Yeah, 80 plus is PDS, but they're probably going to say it's not related to convection. That's probably going to be their excuse. You see power outage. Let's see if it's updated since 46,000. 77,000 now. Oh my Lanta. What just happened to Thurston County? Jeez. Grand Mound's out of power. Parts of Olympia out of power. Boom, again, Greenwater and Crystal taken out. Black Diamond area's out of power. Just outside of Black Diamond here. Yeah, Whidbey. Most of Whidbey's out. Cedar Woolley area out. Alger area now out. 77,000. What's the map look like? Oh, it just keeps getting worse. See, almost 30% of Grace Harbor is out of power right now. 30%. 20% of Island County is out of power. That is madness. And then Snow PUD, it's up to 37,000 now. Past 37,000. Okay, I'm going to tune out of that one. I'm going to go back and check out Ben's. Yeah, Ben's driving too. So Michael just hit the road. Connor Croft is streaming too, isn't he? No, he was supposed to go at 1 a.m., but I guess Connor's stream might have cut out. Does anyone know any updates from Connor Croft on the stream? Ooh, 40 here in East Enumclaw. Northeast Enumclaw. Again, 47. 47 here in Osceola. So, wind advisory verifying down here at Enumclaw right now. Looks like the wind advisory was a good call down there. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. It's looking like that squall may be moving up here a little ways. Can't tell if that's around the showers or if that's post-frontal showers from that next squall coming up. But it's... Wow, it's looking like it just passed Olympia, whatever it is. Getting a bunch of Discord notifications. Yeah, I see what you mean here. There's this feature right there. Then it passed Olympia right about there. Now it looks like it's making a beeline for the sound. Could be. See, does ATX radar see it? Yeah, possibly. We may be in for a burst of wind here across the sound very shortly. Let's see. This bow echo is starting to push into the foothills already. So Monroe area could be in this. Verlot, Lake Rossiger, watch out. See, this squall is already moving up to the pass. But yeah, it looks like the steady rain's coming to an end for most of the area now. Apartment complex shook here in Lacey. Horrible coming your way. Just left Napa Vine about 10 minutes ago. It was so bad. West-facing windows were bowing. Wow. Winds are gusting very strong now. Snohomish 3 minutes ago. Thank you again, Debbie Frost, for donating 500 stars. Appreciate that. Quieted down in Olympia from the sound of it. Wind certainly gaining traction again near the sound. Oh, Lala. Thank you, Adrian, for the heads up. Looks like some areas are in for a round 2 here. Yeah, 66 at Smith Island, 67 at Naval Air Station Whidbey, 49 up in Index, 47 in the Osceola area of Enumclaw, but 40 up in the Birch neighborhood of Enumclaw. Not too much going on in the Tacoma area right now, though. At least not yet. And the winds have definitely calmed down in Olympia, from what I've seen. Kendall says still going on, though. Okay, must be a different part of Olympia. Says wind is here in Carbonado. Snohomish just lost power. Well, it's pretty windy to the south of Maple Valley Black Diamond right now. So I would expect some of those winds to work their way up before the night's over. At least before we go into later morning time here. Let me see. Also, I got to make sure Facebook doesn't cut off. Okay, I got about a half hour before Facebook cuts off. Just a heads up. If you're still on Facebook and want to continue on the stream, jump over to YouTube by about 1:45. Keegan says, "Yep, here's the wind again. Should we be expecting it?" Yeah, if other areas are getting the wind and you're not, you may be in a sheltered location that gets less wind. Unfortunately, it's very much impossible to forecast for those areas. Okay, we have over 200 in the house right now. Hello, everyone. 4,000 views, 52 here on Facebook. Yeah, good morning. I guess it's time to say good morning, isn't it? Oh, 47 here at the Air Force Base. Just had a big gust come through McCord just now. Anyone down there, did you feel that? Oh, yep. Here's the wind again. I just felt the breeze. Yep, round 2. All right. I think this is it, Puget Sound. 55 up in Oso just now. Yeah, so we should be behind the rain. Now it's just some passing showers down here, but interested to see if the wind starts picking up. Yeah, huge gusts recorded in Federal Way. Reported, I should say. So yeah, looks like round 2 is here for Federal Way, surrounding area. See, still showing strong winds here in Everett and surrounding area too, along I-5. Yep, here it comes. Massive gust shook the house. House is back up against the base. Stilicoom felt it. Thank you for the heads up. Next couple hours. Yeah, wind gusts should continue to decrease. The high wind warnings and wind advisories will be allowed to expire at 6 a.m. as of right now. It has wind gusts dying down pretty good as we go into 7 a.m. And then it just remains breezy throughout the rest of the day. But it looks like wind gusts will continue to be a problem over the next couple hours for some areas, especially up here in Whidbey Island. But occasional wind gusts, 45 miles per hour possible in some of these red spots. This is at 3 a.m. Then again, the model's a little bit early on the timing. Winds occurred a little bit later, around anywhere between a half an hour to an hour after the forecast projection here. Oh, just a heads up. It's a little bit uncertain. See, we're at 41 again at Tacoma Narrows. Ooh, we had 39 in North Bend. 40 again here in Enumclaw. Power's trying to go out again. Wind rapidly changing direction. Oh, there's the power. Hang on. Guys, are you still with me? You still with me, guys? There we go. Ooh. Let me make sure we're still streaming after that. Did you guys see that? Yeah, you guys saw me. Good. So my internet backup works. Good. That was the first official test of my UPS system for my internet, and we're still up apparently. See, that is why I love my UPS setup. Good to see you guys all saw that. One of my lights went out and all my ambient lighting went out. That's crazy. And then one of my alarms is going off in the back. It's just a clock though. Hang on. That was pretty wicked, wasn't it? I'm so glad to see, because if I didn't have a UPS battery backup on my internet out there too, you guys would have lost me. Ooh. Yeah, it's rattling the apartment complex right now. But yeah, all my lights restored themselves. Oh, that was a big one. Oh boy. Yeah, here it comes. I think you guys in the Central Sound may feel this too, but huge pressure rise. Yep, that's what I was worried about with that pressure rise. But yeah, guys, so grateful that I invested in battery backup for like my PC. I was able to stay up for that. Was Chehalis Napavine done? Possibly. If the wind shifted out of the west, then the Willapa Hills should shield you from most of the winds coming up. Oh yeah, it's starting to whistle outside right now. PC's up to 85,180. That's the first time I've ever lost power here in this apartment, and I moved in January. First time. So that's what you guys are getting now. Oh yeah, it's getting pretty ugly outside here in Milton right now. I can hear it getting really ugly. Is Darrington going to get affected? Has this... Okay, I don't know if this bow echo's reached you yet. A westerly surge may make it up there, but you may have terrain working against you if you want the wind up there. Yeah, see, here it comes. There's that pressure rise I was talking about. Let's go check out how much has the pressure gone up. I'm gonna go check out the... Oh boy, Skagit. Over 25% of the county's out of power now. Skagit County. And look at Lewis. Over 3/8 of Lewis County is now out of power. Look, this map is lighting up like a Christmas tree. Oh yeah, this storm's overperforming already for most of us. Yep, you're right. 85K. It's all lightning. No, that was most likely a power flash you saw, not lightning. Oh boy, big whistle now. Yeah, that's Dirk Doppler from 29.3 to 29.45. That is a huge pressure rise. This is exactly what I was afraid of, was this pressure rise. It's behind the front. And you guys who have been here the whole stream know that I've been trying to talk about this pressure rise and how much I couldn't stress enough this potential pressure rise around the area. PSE out in Graham, wind is blowing. Man. Let me see if I can turn up the mic gain for you guys. So I'm gonna stand farther away from the mic. I'm gonna stand farther away from the mic, and hopefully you guys can hear the winds in the back. Yeah, absolutely. People dealing with the flooding and now a big windstorm. It has the potential to be an area-wide windstorm. If we can get these gusts to work into the Central Sound, we definitely have a chance of having a region-wide windstorm tonight. But let's go check some data here. Wow, look at that pressure rise, guys. Yep, it's happening. What was that? 29.04. In 15 minutes. Yeah, guys, that's 15 minutes. Look at how high that pressure rose in 15 minutes. Of course, the moment I turn off the gate and turn up the gain, then the wind decides to stop. Gotta love that, right? Okay, back to normal settings now on the mic. Shouldn't have any weird sounding background noise or anything. Yeah. Big temperature drop. Wind rose, wind direction changed, pressure rise. That's the pressure rise I was talking about. No power in Graham. Big boom woke me up out of dead sleep. Can't see the source. Oh boy, another tree down possible. Wind howling through the Narrows now. Let's go back to current observations. 47 at Shelton again. I think a lot of these stations are no longer reporting because they lost power. Again, have we gotten over 100,000 yet on PSC? No, 88,000 PSC. But yeah, all Snow PUD 424488. Again, this map's just lighting up. Let's go look at Washington again altogether. Yeah, 171,602, just like Sonia said. But we have, okay, Island County, we have a little over a quarter of the island out. A little over a quarter of Skagit County out of power. Over 30% of Grays Harbor County out of power. And a little over 37.5% of Lewis County out of power. Thurston County, about, looks like just less than a sixth of you guys are out of power. See, Pierce County starting to light up here. King County as well. Yeah, power outages coming for sure. Back, lost you for a second. Let me see if my house down the street. Okay, good. I thought maybe my house down the street where I have my cameras at lost power, but it looks like they're good. Wind picking up in Ording. Yep, that's the pressurized, guys. All right, how many of you guys are with me right now? 200 on YouTube, 39 of you guys on Facebook. Awesome. Yeah, the strongest bit of the westerly surge looks like it has moved out. But again, all of these stations up here lost power. So we won't get any more updates from them. They're dead. They're dead for who knows how long. Well, let's go check out. Someone asked about JBLM, right? Max wind gust was 47, currently 38. I would believe it's through the Olympia area now. We were only if your pressure, if you're looking at your barometer and your pressure is evened out, stopped going up, then your wind should be done. Shelton done. Gusting to 47 right now at Sanderson Field. You must be in an outlying part of Shelton because Shelton's gusting pretty good at the airport. Home with 4 trees falling on it. Wow. Power flickered in Deming. Okay. Parkland here is calm. Have you gotten any wind in Parkland at all? Another decent gust south of Tumwater. Okay, thank you for the heads up. So may not be out of the water yet in Tumwater. Out of the water in Tumwater. Like that? Yeah, temperatures dropped. Because that was a strong cold front. So temperatures dropped almost 10 degrees for some areas. I notice I'm feeling a rush of cold air outside of the wind coming in the window here. Pressure seems to be rising. Okay. The Olympia Lacey area done. Depends on exactly where you're at. Because again, someone south of Tumwater right now is getting good wind gusts, but the Olympia area is not. Again, this is where the microclimates are going to come into play, guys, and it's going to vary based on your exact area. You know, I can't make any guarantees for anybody tonight. The 42 in Bothell just now. Yeah, again, all of the stations up north lost power. So that 66, 67 are probably going to be stuck on there. All right. Over 200 of you guys in the chat right now. Lacey's still gusting. I guess it depends on your exact spot. Because some areas are sheltered, some areas are not. And to forecast those exact spots, it's just not possible. So some areas, is Marysville done soon? If you're not up to 20 mile per hour winds Burlington. Thank you again, Debbie, for the report. High voltage lines down blocking South I-5. All south lanes shut down. Heads up. Brad, do you have an approximate milepost on that? No wind on Mercer Island, no temp drop. Wow, you must have skipped that entirely then. See, that's something you just can't forecast. If you got absolutely no effects in Mercer Island, you just can't forecast a line of wind literally jumping over the island and hitting all the areas around you. You just can't. South of DuPont. Quieted down a bit right now, yes. Pretty quieted down temporarily here in Milton, but I do have some small wind gusts. Waiting to see when this pressure rise begins to even out a bit. Yeah, looks like the pressure rise has evened out. But we had a very sharp pressure rise in 15 minutes here. Let me convert this over to inches of mercury real quick, or to millibars. I don't know if this is reading accurately, because that's 983 millibars. So about 983 to 985. It's almost a 3 millibar pressure hike in 15 minutes. That is insane. That is absolutely mind-boggling. Yeah, so just to think, we were forecasting a 5 to 6 millibar increase in an hour, and we had half of that in a quarter of the time. That is crazy. Huge gust JBLM, someone just asked. Let's check in. Just a heads up, it's gonna take anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes to update. But if you just said there was a huge gust, I certainly believe you. Yeah, it's gonna take a moment for it to load up again. Sorry about that. It's because the sites update at least every 5 minutes. But yes, we might have had a huge gust at JBLM. Yeah, you must have a really impressive microclimate there on Mercer Island if it just skipped you. What do you say about the pressure if it's rising? If the pressure is rising, that is when the biggest gusts are going to hit. Once it evens out, then your wind gusts, the strongest wind gusts, should be done. Once your pressure levels out and stops rising, then your strongest wind gusts should be done. Only a breeze south Port Orchard. Yeah, probably the reason why Seattle area and eastern Kitsap were omitted from the high wind warning is there's less confidence about the pressure rise over the central sound here. But greater confidence, the westerly surge up here and the pressure rise down south of Seattle primarily. That's most likely why they decided to not put Seattle and eastern Kitsap in that high wind warning. Or the Narrows, yeah. Yeah, so far I'm not seeing anything over. Okay, never mind. There we go. Ooh, 50. 50 here north of Olympia. Recent update in the last 5 minutes. 41 here at the tide flats as well. But nothing over 30 right now. Right now, I have it so that it's only registering wind gusts over 30 miles per hour, just to keep all the clutter and the junk off this map. Yeah, Shelton, it's just north of Olympia there. It's not directly in Shelton city limits. It's actually on Harstein Island here. We gusted to 50 miles per hour in the last 5 minutes. So I guess not quite done there yet. Let's see if the pressure continues to go up. Managing now pretty calm. Thank you for the heads up from Lake Stevens. Still roaring out here on Camano Island. Yeah, it's gonna be a few hours probably before you're done over Whidbey and Camano Island. Yeah. Reason the wind might be happening less consistently. This is a good point from Keegan. The Bow Echo produces a gust front along with additional downbursts locally. Yeah. That gust front is where the shelf cloud formed earlier. As the pressure gradient winds have no additional forcing to help winds overcome wind blocking topography. This is absolutely true. Yeah, like literally you just have a gradient force. So you're going from high pressure to low pressure, and you don't have much of an additional push from the convection. So literally, if you have a mountain in the way, the mountain's going to block most of that wind. Yes, Keegan makes a really great point on that. Also, rain helps to bring winds to the surface. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and since most of the rain has passed already in the general area, now we're just dealing with the pressure rise behind the system. And that's where the big winds are coming from right now for most of us. At least south of Seattle. Wow. Tree hit your house. Manda's Planners. Tree hit your house in Lacey. Wow. That is crazy. Trying to get a detour, but they are stuck on the north side of the lines. And talk about the lines. They may have to shut down I-5. You said that was about milepost 117 approximately. So I-5 may be shutting down milepost 117 for lines over the road. PSC cracked 100K officially. That's the update I just got. Let's check PUD again one more time. Yeah, PUD's up around 45,000, but PSC... Yep, 100K broken. We officially have an area-wide windstorm. Or just had an area-wide windstorm. Summit area is out of power here. Parts of Puyallup city limits out of power. Steilacoom area. Steilacoom between Lake City here and Steilacoom out of power, including Pierce College Steilacoom campus out of power. Part of Lacey, Olympia area. Duval's out of power. Whidbey just keeps getting worse with every update. You see, this is Lake McMurray right here. Lake McMurray, Conway, Skagit City, parts of Mount Vernon. Lake Connor's completely out. Half of the Swinomish Reservation's out of power. Parts of Cedro's out of power. Bayview, Alger, Whatcom County, Point Roberts is out of power. Yeah, broke 100K there. So do I even want to check the power outage map? Look at that. Almost 30% of Jefferson County is out of power now. Thurston County, almost a quarter of Thurston's out of power. All right, yeah, we're going to screenshot this for sure. We're screenshotting this. That's a screenshot. Okay. That's just insane, guys. Even Cowlitz County. Check, do I want to check total? Almost 200,000. We've nearly doubled that number since we last checked. Big gusts in Olalla. Trees bending backwards and same time, not doing too good in Steilacoom. Keegan has a lot of respect for what I'm doing. Thank you for that. Yeah, you're right. What? Oh yeah, Facebook is about to shut down. So I have to move you guys over. I only have 3 minutes before Facebook cuts off. So yeah, I have to move you guys over to YouTube. Trees breaking in Olala. All right, guys, if you want to hang around, come join me on YouTube. But unfortunately, Facebook's going to cut me off for the night. Are you a weatherman or just interested in it? I have no degree in meteorology. No, I am not a degree meteorologist. I'm just a hobbyist. I just have a passion for the weather and I want to share it with everybody else. So yeah, again, Facebook audience, please head over to YouTube, Puget Sound Stormwatch. About to cut off here in just a moment. So heads up, Facebook cuts off streams at 8 hours and we're just a minute away from that. So I have to move you guys over to Facebook. Or to YouTube, pardon me. Facebook guys, I have to move you over to YouTube. Oh, yep, there's the wind again. So if you want to hang around, join me on YouTube. Otherwise, have a good night, everyone. 2,000 without power, Mason. We are good in our area. Oh, yeah. There's the wind again. Whew, boy. Round number 3. Kitsap not going to get wind. Well, power outages in North Kitsap. Power outages Bainbridge Island as well. But yeah, it looks like Kitsap's sheltered from the worst for right now. But that could change very soon. It looks like Olala area here in Kitsap's not doing too hot, according to some reports. But yeah, live stream's cutting off right now here on Facebook. So unfortunately, have to go for Facebook audience. Come join me on YouTube if you want to continue the chatter. But unfortunately, Facebook, we are done. So Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Again, join me on YouTube. Ooh, UPS is flickering. We may lose power again. But yeah, Facebook, have a great night. I have to go. Oh, that was a massive gust. We may lose power again. You guys, I'm going to turn off the noise gate and turn up the mic again so you guys can hear. See if you can hear this. Did you guys hear that just now? This is game time. Are you guys hearing that as clearly as I am? Oh. Oh, darn it. All right, guys. You see the power's flickering like crazy right now. Wow, you guys can hear the UPS clicking and all the lights strobing right now. Saw a power flash from my window in your area. Wowza. This is the worst it's been. Ocean waves. Is Maple Valley getting strong winds right now? Wow. Flicker's down here next to Fife at the same time. Whoa is right. And again, I invested in battery backup. So I have battery backup on my computer here, a few of my lights, as well as my internet as well. So I didn't lose you guys at all during that. You saw the lights flicker and strobe, but the stream stayed up. It's now a 53. Yeah, we haven't checked the wind map, have we? 47 at the Narrows here. Okay, let's focus more on the general sound area now. Because yeah, we lost all of our stations up north due to power outages. So yeah, Facebook's done, unfortunately, but we'll see a big burst of you guys moved over here. Thank you, CD, for the generous super chat, $10. The super duper, everyone. Let's get a W in the chat for CD KC50P. So I'm waiting for this to reload. Yeah, 42 Browns Point, 47 Tacoma Narrows. Yeah, the worst of it's with the pressurized behind the front for sure. And it's really not even close. Yeah, big W for CD KC50P. Thank you for your $10 super duper. Everyone's got W's. Yeah, let's check the pressure gradient one more time. Yep, it's still going up. It's going up even faster now. See, it went down a little bit, but now we're shooting up like a rocket. For anyone wondering, we're looking at the black line down here where it says pressure in inches. And see, just since about, let's see, this was at around 109. So from 109 to 151, we've gone from 29.04 inches to 29.17 inches. All right. Ramping up again. Oh yeah, pressure's on a huge rise. This is the pressure rise, and this is going to be the strongest wind. So you see that little dip here? This was the little brief break that we had in that. The pressure actually dropped a little bit, and then it started rising again, shooting up into the atmosphere again. And this is going to continuously rise for probably the next hour or so. Yeah, for some reason they're showing TVS signatures on radar scope, tornado vortex signatures. It's Bellevue looking for pressure. Anyone in the Bellevue area right now have a barometer? .27, 29.11 Mercer. This is for my general area. The station I'm looking at now is just down the street from me. Just down the street. And here comes Ring. Yep, power outage. Power outage. Everyone said, well, that was BS. Huge windstorm here in Lewis County. Huge. Oh. Whew, that scared me. Barometer rising and fast. Right up the road here, 41. Some madness right now. Wow. Let me see if my gauge is registering any of that wind. 38, but the trees by my station down the road are blocking a lot of the wind too, so it's not going to show as good. 49 now. So that's a new max here at Tacoma Narrows, 49 miles per hour. Let me go make sure I share the link again on Facebook. Plus 30 subscribers. Guys, we need less than 30 subs to get to 2,000 here on YouTube. 2,000 subs. The pressure is rising. So basically with low pressure, it hits a dip and then a rapid rise, and that pressure rise. So the wind is the air moving from high to low pressure. And so it's trying to equalize that imbalance of pressure by moving air from the higher pressure to the lower pressure as quick as possible. So as a result, the pressure rises. Ooh, 49 at SeaTac. She's got a load of that. Yeah, overall the power grid here in Milton's doing impressively good for what it's worth. So yeah, just shy of 50 now at SeaTac. So the wind gusts are making their way into the Central Sound now. Evacuating my house. Sorry to hear that, Ashley. Yeah, I understand if it's no longer safe there with the trees. Just lost power in Enumclaw, Megan Witonsky says. Yeah, pressure's rising around the area right now actively and at a very fast rate. Does look like it kind of equalized there for a little bit. Okay, let's calculate the... Hey, there's Crash Smashly, everyone. Got gnarly here in Edenville. Hope it's over. Well, it's hitting the Sound right now. How is it down in Eatonville at this time? Maple Valley's picking up again. No power South Hill. Temp starting to drop. Wind just went still. Yeah, there's some more showers coming through here very soon. But the heavy steady rain is done. Power flash Black Diamond near Lake Sawyer. Now it's quiet. We have trees down and no power. Wow. That was some big wind. It still is big wind. I turned off the noise gate and turned up my mic gain so the sound may distort a little bit, but it's so you guys can hear the wind outside. Oh. Ooh, my car alarm's going off. Something just hit my car outside, but there's a carport over it. It's most likely just the wind gust shaking it. Are we supposed to have another storm come through this week? We're watching for Thursday. Unfortunately, not much of a break between systems. We're watching for Thursday, though. And 6Z NAM is done. Yeah, it's looking pretty nasty Thursday afternoon too, folks. But luckily it should move through pretty quick, a few hours maybe. Looks like sometime around noon or 1 p.m. lasting through about 5 or 6 p.m. We'll be getting again some strong wind gusts here around the Sound. But it looks like these are going to be more out of the south and not out of the southwest or west like we're getting them now. So more of the traditional wind direction. That was most likely a power flash, you see. It looks like lightning, but it's most likely a power flash. Seems to be slowing down finally central Thurston. Someone said knock on wood. Yeah, power's still on at the house down the street. Stabilizing at the Narrows. Again, this is the current wind forecast for 3 p.m. tomorrow, Thursday. Again, showing strong winds around the area. Just doesn't stop, right? 1, 2, 3 punch. Ooh, 48 in Enumclaw now. So again, 49 SeaTac, 45 here at Browns Point, 49 Tacoma Narrows, 48 here in Enumclaw, 45 near Frederickson, and 47 now at McCord Air Force Base. Okay, we might have restored power at these stations temporarily. Listen to that. Okay, 230K now. 230K out. Going on 231K. There's going to be some intense damage photos in the morning. Yeah, PSC 130K out now. Let's see, snow PUD. Actually decreasing a little bit. But yeah, PSC just keeps going up. Another 30,000 in the dark now. So Buckley's out of power. South Prairie's out of power. All of Carbonado, Wilkeson, Burnett, Prairie Ridge area is out of power. Tahale's out of power. South Hill. Camp Murray's out. Lakewood, part of Lakewood's out. Yeah, there's Whidbey. Oh man, poor Whidbey Island. And then Thurston County is just getting ravished right now. Yeah, power outages here along the Nisqually, Thurston County side, just outside of Yelm. Hey there, Joshua. Thank you for becoming an intro forecaster. Appreciate the membership. Let's see what it sounds like with the window shut. Power's out for 1200, 3 blocks from me. Wind up again here. Columbia River. 29.67 inches of mercury and rising. Winds calmed down considerably in Lacey. Branches all over the parking lot. Got chilly all of a sudden. Yeah, that's your cold front. That's going to be the cold air that sits around for a little bit. Yeah, geez, that PSC map. Am I right? Thurston County now, a third of Thurston County is out of power. 1/3 of the county is out of power now. About a third of Jefferson County is out of power. Over a third of Grays Harbor County is out of power. Now 40% of Lewis County is out of power. And the outages just keep going up. So they track around 3.6 million or so people. And a little over 5% of those, around 5% of the state of Washington's completely out of power right now. You can hear trees falling, transformers blowing in Bonnie Lake. Okay. Lisa Bench Riff 2368, thank you for becoming a member. Huge gusts in Maple Valley. BJ and Lisa Anderson, you better knock on wood for that. So thankful we have lived here 20 plus years and have lost power 2 times for an hour or less. You better knock on some serious wood. Gus almost blew my dog over. Really? I want to see what a big gust sounds like with the window shut. Ooh, almost 300 of you guys in the chat. Hello, everyone. Welcome in, Anthony, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Current windstorm coverage around the area. Pressure continues to rise. This is the pressure rise that we were worried about. Wind shredded our pool cover off in Ording. Whew, you guys are blowing up my comment section on Facebook. Why is I-5 shut down? Lines over the road. Lines over the road around milepost 117 last time I checked. And there goes the car shaking again. .28 inches mercury pressure and rising. Gusted to 51, I guess, at Seattle. SeaTac. Yep. Oh, look at that. 59. 59 in Graham. And to think that's outside of the high wind warning area. We just hit a high wind warning level wind gust. Yeah, max 51 now at SeaTac. 59 near Graham. Just outside of Graham here, 59 miles per hour. That is insane. That's again outside of the high wind warning area. Wonder if they'll expand this high wind warning now. No, the Corey Christopherson, Weather Underground, I don't pay for anything. It's all free of access. Yeah, so it's blocking north and south, mile marker 117 now. It's just crazy. 59 in Graham. And that area is outside of the high wind warning. Unreal. Okay, Skamania's showing up here now. 11,000 King County. No data for Pacific or Waikum, sadly. There's a lot of San Juan County, yep. Oh, look at that map. All right, it's time to take another screenshot. Ooh, yeah, someone just pointed something out. There's a convergence zone going on now. There we go. Yep, convergence zone. Rather strong convergence zone forming over shoreline right now. Paulsbo, Silverdale over the shoreline, north of Seattle, all the way into the foothills. Strong convergence now forming. Almost want to compare it to a derecho. If the storm maintains that insane forcing and picks up some cape, likely to cause a severe weather outbreak this weekend. Just found it. Never knew. Yeah. Weather Undermap, aka W Undermap, is a great resource. For sure. I hear it good even with the wind closed. With the window closed. I can hear with the window open quite clearly. The power out in Milton. Well, I'm in Milton and the power's not out, at least where I'm at. $46 in Black Diamond, 51 at Renton right now, 52 in the Tide Flats. Wowza. Will you look at that? That is crazy right now. What is a convergence zone? Yeah. So winds split around the Olympics, right? So winds are coming out of the west right now. So let me show you this on the topography map here. Winds are coming in from the west. Ooh, 65. Coming in from the west, they're split to the north and the south by the Olympics. So they come in from the north through the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and from the south through the Chehalis Gap between the Willapa Hills and the Olympic Mountains. And then they meet over approximately the Snohomish-King County line usually. Sometimes it's further north, sometimes further south. But they meet over this area and they can't escape anywhere horizontally. They can't move north, they can't move south. They're blocked in by the mountain ranges to the west and east, so that air has to be forced up. As a result, that lift creates showers in the form of a convergence zone. And so those showers you see on radar right now, that's from lift by a forced descent by converging winds. Yeah, it's just the winds being split by the Olympics, and then they re-merge over the Seattle area, and then they go up because they can't go anywhere else. You have wind coming in from the north and in from the south, so they can't go north or south away from each other. They can't go west because the Olympics are right there. They can't go east because of the Cascades, so they have to go up. And, of course, that forced descent is what creates those showers, aka a convergence zone. Basically, two air masses meeting, just like that. Well, it's almost 2:30 and the storm still hasn't ended. It may be a very long morning, to say the least. Someone else said I have power still in Milton. Yeah. If you're like on the outskirts of Milton, you probably lost power. But if you're in the city of Milton, on the grid, then you still have power. Just checking up on my dogs real quick. Super high gust Des Moines still have power. Again, this station hit 59 earlier. That's insane. In an area not covered by the high wind warning, too. See how much more the pressure has risen in the last few minutes. Yeah, we're up to 29.2 inches now. Very, very steep increase in pressure. That's the pressure rise. That's what's causing the wind right now, because again, there's a void in the air with the low pressure, and wind is the movement of air from high pressure to low pressure to balance out and create an equilibrium of pressure. If there's a sharp area where there's low pressure, then the air is going to move from that high pressure elsewhere into the low pressure at a rapid rate to quickly balance out that pressure equilibrium. And that's the wind we're feeling right now. It's rushing to the area of low pressure to balance it out. It's a storm past Woodinville. Are the winds still blowing where you're at? Do you know that? Because, well, if you're talking about the convergence zone is hanging around your area right now. Woodinville area. Convergence zone's hanging around, and that's going to last probably into the early morning hours. Like, longer than this. It's probably going to be a few hours before this convergence zone moves off into the mountains. See, again, putting pressure on those rivers over there, too. But I do believe the worst of the westerly surge is done. We're still dealing with this pressure rise down here in the South Puget Sound, at least. Yeah, there's a lot of people who can't sleep. There's almost 300 of you guys in the chat right now. And it's almost 2:30 in the morning. How long will the wind last? At least another hour. Okay, Connor's finally live. It's about time. I thought Connor was never going to go live. Hey, he's at Snoqualmie Pass right now. Connor Croft is. Looks like it's just falling as rain still up there. You know, it's going to take a while for that cold air to work its way into Snoqualmie Pass. See, the recent observation here at Stampede, it's still above freezing. Man, I wish Connor was down here in the lowlands. Wouldn't say that just yet. Look west of Olympia. Yeah, I saw those showers earlier, but I wasn't seeing any robust frontal feature here. But yes, these could easily mix down some of these stronger winds when the showers come through. That is entirely in the cards. Okay, Michael's stream's done. Looks like Ben is still going. We still haven't had any confirmed lightning strikes, though. Where's Connor at on his live? He's at the pass. PSC just now arriving at I-5. Perfect. Great news. So we're over 300,000 out now in Western Washington. I think we might have surpassed Does anyone know off the top of their head how many power outages we had on October 25th? I think we surpassed. I think we surpassed the total power outages from October 25th's windstorm. Your mom's car got crushed? Are you serious? Man, Ashley's just going through it right now. I'm very sorry. So sorry to hear about that. Have to evacuate the house, trees down, no power, with the baby on oxygen, and her mom's car got crushed to smithereens by a tree. Eerily quiet now, Olalla. Steady breeze from the west. Yeah, it's not quiet here in Milton. It's still rocking and rolling. .99 on Hogback Ridge. Apparently my dogs are going berserk right now at the house. Alright guys, I need less than 10 subscribers to get to 2,000 on the night. Can we do it? Huge gusts in Buckley right now. I believe it. We live in Roy. Hoping things will be okay in the morning. Just in the car with the kids in the Walmart parking lot. Power inverter and a portable O2 condenser. Yeah, a lot of Graham has no power. Graham actually just got just shy of a 60 mile per hour wind gust earlier. Okay, we're up to 50 here in Kangley now. So 50 there again. Bad out here, tree down everywhere. Yes, very bad out there. I believe it. All right, Car Freak 0029, have a great night. Try to sleep well if you can. What's the strongest? Southeast Auburn. Well, let's check gauges here. Let's check max for that area. There's not a lot of weather station coverage right now. Let's see, these are max wind gusts since midnight. Closest one to your area is probably 43 here on Lake Tapps. But let me make sure I select all here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 37 North Auburn, but Southeast Auburn, there's no stations on the NWS site here that cover your general area. Unfortunately. Look at that, 51 Browns Point, 49 again at Tacoma Narrows. 42 Enumclaw, 50 up in Kangley. Insane. Entire Whidbey Island's out of power. Watched it all happen, it was crazy. Wind predictions for Leavenworth. Good question on that. I believe you guys are in a high wind warning if I'm not mistaken. So you guys could, with these downsloping winds, this cold front's coming your way now, Leavenworth. So you're likely going to get damaging winds over in Leavenworth through most of the day tomorrow, at least the morning time. So just a heads up. Some areas could get up to 70 mile per hour gusts there on the east slopes of the Cascades. We're going to have some huge downsloping action when that pressure rise goes through the mountain gaps. It's probably going to get pretty ugly for some of those areas. You know, Wenatchee, Leavenworth, Ellensburg, Yakima, some of those areas. It's probably not going to be a fun morning for you guys. Max winds, Silicum. Don't believe we have a station that covers out there. Hang on. No, nearest ones we have are the JBLM station and the Tacoma Narrows station. 47 JBLM, 49 Tacoma Narrows. That's all I have to work with. still, you guys can still hear it. Ooh, something just broke outside. I just heard something snap. Lakewood's still out of power. Yeah, there's a lot of people out of power right now. Just look at this power outage map. The colors keep getting darker. So now almost a quarter of Pierce County out of power. Unreal. So 11% of Snohomish County, 20% of Skagit, about a quarter of Island County, nearly a third of Jefferson, 40% of Grace Harbor, a little over 42% of Lewis County, a third of Thurston County, almost a quarter of Skamania County. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, my mom's concerned that we're going to have trees crash on our house. We have a lot of trees at my house down the street, where my mom lives and my 3 dogs are. There's a whole tree line right behind our house, and it's blowing directly into the trees against the house. So there's a lot of concern that there may be trees falling in that general area down in my neighborhood down the street. Is it over on Puyallup South Hill? It's not over across the hill from you, so I think you still have a little bit longer to go. Has it calmed down completely in South Hill? Because this station hit 59 miles per hour about a half hour ago. It still seems to be going pretty good around most of this area. Watching in the dark while I listen to trees snap and the sky light up red from the lines going down. East Pierce County. Centralia is about to be hit by more wind or just a rain system. So anyone down there can report. Worried about my trees also. Big Douglas firs. Yeah. I have massive, massive evergreen trees. 150 feet and taller. Right behind my mom's house. I literally, the fence extends about maybe 15 feet out into the yard, and the trees are 5 feet beyond that. Like, one tree falls on the house and the house is completely gone. The storm passed Buckley. It's still gusting pretty good in Buckley right now. Last updated gust about 5 minutes ago was 38 miles per hour in East Buckley. Yeah, going crazy in Milton too. Calm down a bit in Graham. It's still... at Tahale, still going pretty good. Out of power in Tahale from what I've seen. Yeah, of course, with the ground being saturated and that heavy rain that just came through right before these winds. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty ugly around the area when the sun rises. It's going to be devastation in some areas. So it's just not an ideal time for a wind event, especially a windstorm like this. Like convergence zone is dissipating. Let's take a look. Again, this isn't a frontal feature coming through, but these showers could mix down some heavier winds for some of the area. Yeah, it's probably beginning to lose some steam finally. Could very well be. Yeah, some more heavy rain showers moving over Squim right now. And again, the wind. A big time problem over there right now. "138 miles per hour on Mount Hood." I just got that update. 138. Can you imagine trying to stand in that? Look at that, 53 in North Bend. And again, that area's in the wind advisory, not the high wind warning. Luckily, we're still about 5 miles per hour shy of high wind warning criteria out there at 53. You have to hit 58 or above. Milton Safeway, no lights. I'm on the same grid as Milton Safeway. Is the Safeway complex out of power? Unfortunately, Ashley, it's probably going to be a couple of hours before things really start to droply calm down. I'd say you may want to wait till at least 5 o'clock just to be safe, because the pressure is still going up tremendously around the area, and the winds just really haven't died down much around most of the area. Some of the area, yes, but not most of it. Okay. Yeah, I'm on the same grid as the Milton Safeway, but they might have allocated parts of Milton to a separate grid, possibly. But yeah, Milton Safeway has no power. That's my old store I used to work at. What direction is the wind coming from? It's coming from out of the west right now. On the outskirts of Yelm, closer to 702 towards Eatonville. It's coming towards Yelm. Well, it's been actively over that area right now. It's just really when that pressure rise eventually balances out. You know, the pressure's still shooting up behind that front, and it's gonna take probably another hour or two for it to finally equalize across the area. Yeah, right now it's coming out of approximately the west-southwest. Trees snapping in Covington. Ooh, wow. Gotta love Starlink. Yeah, Starlink is doing fine. Yeah. Huge level up in emergencies. Yeah, I don't have any issues with my T-Mobile 5G yet. Even though I think the transmitters are on backup if there's any power outages affecting the 5G transmitters. But I haven't lost you guys on the stream yet. Been continuously streaming for about 5 hours, 48 minutes last time I checked. But my counter stopped counting for some reason. Yeah, probably going to be another hour or so at peak. Again, this applies to all areas. About another hour or so of peak. I'd say up to 2 hours. Most of Vancouver, Washington out of power. Yeah, that was showing up on the maps too. And the colors just keep getting darker here. See, over 40% out for Grace Harbor and Lewis counties. And a third of people out for Thurston. Just shy of a third for Jefferson. Almost a quarter for Pierce County. 20% for Skagit County. Almost a quarter for Island County here. 5% of Whatcom, 11% of Snohomish. not even close to doing any damage to King County, though. For obvious reasons. Just a lot of people. Let's check the PSE. Over 155,000 now. And it just keeps getting worse with each update. So now, Peaceful Valley, Maple Falls out of power up north. Yeah, most of Whitby is just cooked. And Highway 2, Bering, Skykomish, Grotto out of power. Duval's out of power. Fairwood area is out of power. Lakeland North area out of power also. Buckley's out. South Prairie's out. Burnett, Wilkeson, Carbonado. Now all of Ording's out by the looks of it. A lot of Graham's out. I mean, this is just madness. If anyone can screenshot this, feel free. I'm gonna take a screenshot for sure. That didn't work. Hang on. There we go. Got a screenshot. Yeah, I would check into a hotel if I were you. I wouldn't be waiting around in a car with the wind like this right now. Just do yourself a favor. Just check into a hotel, please. You definitely you don't want to test the elements right now. Trust me on that. I think my YouTube might have frozen again. Hang on just a second. Been having these issues with YouTube, and I've already had 2 crashes, one of which I had to restart the stream. Trying to make sure, hopefully I didn't lose you guys here. I'm going to try to restart the chat. Yeah, I lost the stream on my end again. Hang on, we're gonna try to refresh, but I'm gonna pull up the comments here on YouTube on my phone. So stand by, everyone. Unfortunately, this is the 3rd time tonight that YouTube has crashed on my end. Hang on, I'm gonna try to get you guys back. Now I'm having some Wi-Fi problems, by the looks of it. But my wired should be okay. Hang on, I'm gonna try to get you guys back. Okay, there we go. Third crash, yeah. Still up on my end. Okay, good. Thank you guys. You can still hear the wind in the back. I usually have a noise gate, but I have the noise gate turned off and my mic turned up to max. So 144. Someone just said 144 somewhere. Not around here, thankfully. Yeah. Gusting to 40 again at SeaTac. We're definitely seeing a little decline at the moment for some of these areas, but it's still going really good here in Milton. Just hasn't really backed off. Okay, I'm trying to restart YouTube. It looks like it's going to work. Okay, good. Yeah, YouTube, we're back. Yeah, it doesn't crash for you guys. It doesn't crash for you guys, but it crashes on my end. So it still streams, and I just got the update. We passed 2,000 subs. Thank you guys. 2,000 subscribers here on YouTube. Yeah, hang on. I got to restart the chat here on this end one more time. But yeah, that's the 3rd time already tonight that YouTube's crashed on me. Hang on. I'm going to get you guys back up here in just a second. Yeah, stream has been solid. Well, I did lose power at one point for 15 seconds. I was literally talking to you guys in the power. I was like, are you guys still with me? You guys still with me? Well, I didn't have any power for 15 seconds. And then it fired back up. And then we had those flickers where we lost power for like a second or 2 at a time. Is this the peak? This should be the peak, yes. Wind and Narrow's hum is really dying now. Picking back up south of Olympia. Wind gusts are getting scared, huh? No power in Wilkeson, yeah. Maple Valley still going strong. 138 at Mount Hood. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Guess the winds are backing off at the coast, but I don't know. That's still showing 45 for Hoquiam and Bowerman. Backed off from the, what was this, 68 that we got out here earlier? No, not a 68. One of these was a 61. I think there was a 67 on one of these too. Yeah, I said that number. Our most recent update here was 52 at the Tide Flats, 49 at the Comaneros. And still just whipping out here in Milton. Again, a lot of these stations lost power too, so they stopped responding about an hour and a half ago or so. And yeah, guys, we're not done for wind on the week. It's looking like... Phew, that was a big one. Not quite done for wind on the week, unfortunately. It's looking like Thursday. Again, Thursday afternoon. It's looking like another windstorm possible for us. See, in case you might have missed it. Unfortunately, Pivotal's not responding at the moment. There we go. We got something. It's just a little slow to respond, but it's showing again strong winds around the area early Thursday afternoon. Just not a good situation. Again, I think we're going to bring some rain through the area during that time too, but most of it's going to stay down south. Let's see, showers throughout the day today, and then more rain around the area as those winds are coming in. But the heaviest rain again will stay to our south here in northwest Oregon. Otherwise, could you imagine if we got yet another atmospheric river, a strong one on top of what we just had already? Unfathomable. Where can I find the website you're on for wind? This is weather.gov/WRH/hazards. I'm sure their reports are stale now. It's possible. Let me check the station to see if it quit responding. 145. Oh yeah, it quit responding an hour ago. It's out. So no, it's junk. You're right. Good call. Hard pass on another fiasco. Good news is it's not looking as strong this time around, but still could be quite strong for some areas. Again, it's something that us forecasters are going to be watching over the next 36 hours. Because we're about 36 hours out. If the models are correct, then we're about 36 hours out from yet another windstorm. Yeah, sure thing. Glad to be here with you guys. Yeah, nuts. Am I right? Would be a triple atmospheric river. Yeah. I've been talking about a 1, 2, 3 punch of wind. Although the pressure rise likely won't be nearly as strong, which is good news. We could still bring a front through. That could definitely kick up the wind substantially. At least that's what the NAM is showing here. Yeah, guys, I'm starting to lose steam. I'm starting to get... I have to drink more water for sure. That's probably most of my problem. Yeah, that's a biggie. A 990 millibar in that spot. That's gonna cause some problems Thursday too. Tomorrow now. I forget. It's already Wednesday today, but yeah, this is gonna cause problems tomorrow too by the looks of it. Tomorrow afternoon. Just in case you guys thought we're out of the woods yet. Not quite. I have one more big blow before the week's over. Just unbelievable, am I right? Just the event that never gives up. Almost 350,000 now, as of 8 minutes ago. And it just keeps going up. Now a third of Skamania County out. For some reason, they don't record these two counties down here. See, Kitsap looks like it's down, which is good news. But yeah, it just keeps going up. Almost a quarter, again, in case you missed it. Almost a quarter of Pierce County's out of power. See, TPU, almost 22,000. Peninsula Light Company, 4,300. Nearly 57,000 PSC. And 377 Tanner Electric Cooperative in Pierce County alone. Amazingly, only 424 Seattle City Light out of power. I think you can tell where the windstorm missed. The wind's just still going, guys. Just hasn't given up yet here in Milton. Oh yeah, I lost my sound a bit ago. That restart. Yeah, they issued a bunch of flood warnings for the rivers, but that was about a half hour ago. So flood warning for the Cowlitz River at Randall, Snoqualmie near Carnation, Snohomish at Snohomish, Snohomish near Monroe, and Snoqualmie at the Falls. I believe all of these are, or most of these are moderate. Yeah, moderate flooding is forecast. Waiting to see if we cross the 350,000 marker tonight, which we probably should with ease. You need to get some rest then, man. Yeah, here in a little bit. We'll probably start wrapping it up here in the next half hour or so. Yeah, sure thing, Bobby Miller. Glad to be here with you guys. This is by far the latest stream I've ever done. Yeah, the wind just won't give up. Yeah, glad we didn't have another levee burst, for sure. Winds are going to be stronger on the eastern slopes of the Cascades because of downsloping winds. You know, with downslope winds, you increase the velocity through the river valleys. So that's why they have high wind warnings for wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour for spots of eastern Washington. Eastern Oregon, I think, is experiencing somewhat the same. We're pretty close to it. Thursday wind, it's looking like Thursday's wind is going to spread more into the Central Sound. At least by initial, initial guidance. It's looking more towards South and Central Sound right now. Yeah, it's all good, Cosmo D. No problem. Glad to be here to help. Ooh, wind is picked up again on Whidbey. Waves are splashing into the windows. That's not good. High surf action going on in Whidbey right now. Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised that they did not put a severe thunderstorm warning on that Bow Echo when it came through. At least for Whidbey Island. Whidbey Island, maybe not as much for Everett, But for Whidbey Island, they should have had a severe thunderstorm warning. Well, 49 again for SeaTac. But yeah, this station's out of power. It's gone. It's busted. Lucknow was still having power. Do you think wind east of I-5 near Stanwood? I wouldn't say it's completely over yet. You still have the rest of the morning to go for at least strong breezy conditions. All right, we are all just meet. Can you remind me again where you're at? Finally snowing at the pass. The cold front must have just went through. That on Connor's stream? Jeez, Ben's still going, isn't he? Yeah, Ben is still going. He's got a high-powered flashlight. That's pretty cool. It's hard to tell because I'm watching Connor's stream up at Snoqualmie Pass and it still looks like rain. Things should have triggered EMS. Yeah, but he's ending. He's ending already. Probably ending because right now the snow is a bust up at Snoqualmie Pass. Yeah, yeah, us guys eventually have to get to sleep for sure. I'm definitely starting to feel it. So we're probably not going to go any longer than 3:30. Just a heads up. I think around 3:30 we're going to call it. That's what it's looking like right now. Still gusty Southwest Federal Way, 30s and low 40s. Small branches still flying. At the pass, the cold front's just starting. Yeah, it's taking its time to get up there. Crazy surge has passed. I believe so, yes. I think the strongest of the surge is done. I can definitely hear, the gusts are becoming less frequent outside. Ooh, 46 again in Enumclaw. Let me go check my graph and see the pressure rise, see if it started to balance out. No, it's still going up pretty good. It's still a very sharp pressure rise. So that's going to keep the winds going for a bit. Still down here in the South Sound at least. But let's check the radar again one more time. See where these showers are. See, these are going to be the showers that we have to watch for some convection possibly. Which means small hail and possible lightning throughout the day today. Yeah, starting to get some of these showers moving into the sound, and these could again mix some of those winds down towards the surface. So I wouldn't let your guard up quite yet this morning. Yeah, see, the cold front's going over the pass right now because Stampede passes down to freezing. Yeah, snow should be starting soon at Snoqualmie Pass. It's taking its time for the cold front to pass. What a crazy storm, isn't that right? This one's going to be remembered for a while. Carrie Holloway says winds are up against South Sound. Whidbey, yeah, pretty much all of Whidbey's out. Pretty much all of Whidbey is toast this morning. They're still gusting pretty good. What was that station showing out here? Gust of 51. Yeah, pressure's still going up, so we're not quite out of the woods yet for most of the area. But yeah, we lost power to Tacoma Narrows, so that station's going to be stuck at 49 for some time. Just a little heads up in case you get confused. But yeah, we're gusting the 40 again at Olympia Regional. Maybe having like around 4 or 5 come through. Just unreal how this is still going. Power still on East Hill, Kent. Knock on wood. Might as well throw in lightning and ice, honestly. What more can we add to the December weather bingo card, am I right? Yelm getting nasty again. Oh boy. Doesn't sound fun down there. The hum has returned, yeah. You just woke up, missed the T-storms. Any warnings for it? Hey, maybe.boo. Welcome. Yeah, you missed about 6 hours worth of coverage. But no, I don't know of any lightning detected around Western Washington right now. Cannot imagine the cleanup from this. Yeah, I know. I'm not prepared to see any of the photos or videos when daybreak comes. Honestly, it's probably going to be overwhelming, the amount of damage that I see in the area. Okay, so you don't live too far away from Yelm, and you said it's going pretty hard. Think we've all earned a white Christmas. Mother Nature says not quite yet. Keep dreaming. The winds did just all of a sudden calm down here, though. It's dead silent at the moment. It's just dead silent. Maybe.boo is the windstorm overperforming. From what I can see, yes. We're getting damaging wind gusts in areas that did not have the warning in effect. Like Graham, for example, was not in the warning, and they got 59 miles per hour in Graham. Some 80-mile... Nope, there's the wind again. Some 80-mile-per-hour gusts reported on West Beach and Whidbey Island. One station recorded 83 officially before power was lost. Not a single model hinted within 10 miles per hour of that. Not even close. But a lot of people over the Central Sound not reporting too much, which is kind of expected because we have the Olympics protecting the Central Sound to the west. But we still have that pressure rise coming through the area right now, and it may not be as intense for the central Puget Sound as the south and north. Yep, wind gusts are back. With a vengeance, too. Wind's picking back up again in Tumwater. Yeah, anyone that saw lightning, I'm 100% sure it was a power flash. I've had no lightning reports, no lightning strikes show up. Sure thing, Carrie Holloway. Thank you for the kind words. At least in the 22 years I've lived here, it seems the south. South Sound winds are hanging around. Yes, they are. Power isn't out on Lake Tap, so that's good. A lot of areas around you can't say the same. Oh boy, over half of Skamania County is out now. And it just continues to go up for the rest of the area. I'm just gonna have to keep screenshotting this because it just keeps getting more dynamic. We're up to 348. Let me screenshot this whole thing now. Yeah, 348K 10 minutes ago. Definitely, I think this is worse than the October 25th storm that we had. Came close to losing power in Raymond. What a night. Hey, Lisa, welcome back. Yeah, what a night, am I right? And the pressure is still shooting up exponentially. It hasn't slowed down. See, sharp pressurize. It got all the way down to 29.01 and all the way up to 29.29. And let me check the timing on this. It's 12:24 to about 2:59. So about 2.5 hours, the pressure's gone up. About 0.28 inches of mercury. Which is a whopping 9.5 millibars. Incredible. 9.5 millibars over 2.5 hours. That's pretty close to 4 millibars per hour. That's pretty substantial. That's a pretty substantial pressure increase. At least the average is. Whew, a lot of tree down images from what I'm seeing. Northbound traffic at I-5 near Mounts Road is getting by on the shoulder. Southbound I-5 remains closed. Lines over the road at Nisqually. Just a heads up. High voltage wires on I-5 in Nisqually near Mounts Road. Jeez, 3 a.m. and there's still 230 of you guys hanging around. Jeez. You can't spit it out. I was saying you guys should all be asleep by now, right? Hey there, Sonia. Bunch of trees over her yard, Lake Goodwin area. Hey, did Ben finish up his stream? How's SeaTac air traffic handling this? That's a good question. Does anyone have any updates from SeaTac? I don't have any updates from SeaTac. But last gust that was recorded was 49 miles per hour. See, last update 155.5. We're actually down a few thousand, so that's good. We got up to about 155.5K PSE customers without power. See, as of 12 minutes ago, look at this map. This is a map you don't want to see lit up like a Christmas tree. Okay, we're actually down. So it looks like our peak was around 348K, but a lot of Lewis County being restored. It now says everyone was restored at once in Lewis County. So we lost all of those, or we got all of those customers back in literally one refresh. Is good news for Lewis County. Let's check. When did this station last refresh? Taking a while to get through to the server. 253. So we might have lost power at SeaTac. Anyone have any updates? There's no PSE outages for them, but Normandy Park, just west of Normandy Park, is out of power. But SeaTac station stopped responding. Jeez, just carnage down here in the South Sound. And now Snoqualmie Pass is out of power. Is Connor still streaming? Let me go see if he wrapped up yet. Yeah, he wrapped up. The Blizzard stream with no snow. We suck at this. How is this my job? That's his stream title. Must watch stream. Wonder if he lost power at the end of it. Nope. Coincidentally enough, after Connor ended his stream, they lost power at Snoqualmie Pass. All the way downstream in the Easton. Stampede's out of power. This is just unreal. And there's the big gust again. It just never ends. It's still going through that rapid pressure rise right now. And a snapshot would be as well. Hang on, just taking a few screenshots. Screenshotted the South Sound and I screenshotted Whidbey. I also did a screenshot earlier of the full page too. Yeah, we're hanging around 151K without power now. We were up to 348K, but then apparently Lewis County just magically restored everyone just like that. Ben said, just got home, no power at my house. And then he said, oh, never mind, power just came back as I'm sitting here in the car typing. SeaTac has power. Okay, good. Power went out on Connor's stream before he gave up, but so that hotel lot he was at was on a generator. But there was no power at Snoqualmie at the time. All right, Brad Castaneda, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate that. Have a great night. Sure, they're on generators. Okay. Yes. Let's all give a W for the line workers. W for the line workers. Someone said they have a partial outage at their house. I forgot to turn off public comments on the page, so there's just a bunch of guests commenting. Okay, emergency generators at Snoqualmie Pass. Wondering if schools will be out today. If the power's out by the time daybreak comes, I imagine there will be closures, for sure. There's going to be some really hard hit areas from the storm when we wake up. So, or when sunrise comes, because we're all still awake now. You know, all how many of us do we have here? All about 220 of us hanging around right now. Going on about 7 hours. Are you kidding me right now? Haven't seen one school mentioned yet. BJ and Lisa Anderson says, thank you for all you do. Have to get to sleep. All right. Take care. Have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. 2 days ago, we lost power 14 hours on Blewett Pass. Redmond was raining. Wind seems stronger now than earlier. Adrian says. Adrian, remind me again which area you're in. I may have forgotten. Bainbridge Island has full power. Does it though? Oh yeah, they restored the north end of Bainbridge. Yeah, you're right. Good call. Yeah, just Eastern Pierce County, man. Eastern Pierce County, Thurston County, Island County, Western Skagit. It's the hardest hit areas power-wise by the storm. And see, it just suddenly zoomed in on there. But yeah, Bering, Grotto, Skykomish, completely out of power now. And again, this stretch here of US 2 is completely closed for the next several months. You know, Cole's Corner all the way out to Scenic, and I believe farther west too. I'm not sure how many of these cities here are actually accessible. Yeah, I just got a message from one of my friends in Lakewood. He said trees down everywhere, power's out. Yeah, just south end of Lakewood here, just got absolutely smacked in the mouth with the winds. Yeah, my friend lives down on Lake City Boulevard, I believe this is called. Yeah, Lake City Boulevard, and it's just walloped with power outages right now. All right, guys, I keep hitting the zoom button on accident for some areas. Yeah, Hoyt Road between 320th and the county line, right on the edge of the Tacoma jurisdiction here, out of power. It looks like another westerly surge is beginning for Whidbey Island, so heads up there. Just got a report that the wind kicked way back up for Whidbey once more. Okay, so yeah, we might have gotten power back. I'm not 100% sure to Tacoma Narrows. 69. Looks like, geez, how new are these observations? That's just now. So yeah, westerly surge is returning again. It just doesn't want to give up. And yeah, sure enough, guess what? There's another bow echo forming. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? It's almost 3:30 and we're going through this again. So just heads up, areas east of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, get ready for another round. It's on the way, and it's coming in with a vengeance. What is this? This is at least round 2 already. Just look at that. Another bow echo forming. Not as potent this time, but still, it just doesn't want to give up. Okay, Leavenworth to Skykomish. All right, thank you for the clarification. Max gust 30 miles per hour, Port Orchard. Yeah, you potentially have a wind shadow from the Olympics. The pressure rise likely wasn't as strong for the Central Sound. And I guess the NWS in Seattle saw that and decided to keep you guys from the high wind warning, which right now seems like it was the right option. But the winds have slowed down again, knock on wood, here in the Milton area, at least for now. I think that nap I had earlier was my saving grace. I kid you not. Yeah, let's look at that. Another surge coming to Whidbey. Most likely, if you're on Whidbey and you didn't lose power from the first round, there's a good chance you lose power with the second round. Yeah, no power in Wilkeson, sadly. Just got a report. If you guys know who Jonathan Pulley is with Whidbey Island Weather, probably heard his name before. He's also part of the Washington Weather Chasers team. He chases with Ben a lot. I have a window open with here next to me talking to him, and he's saying winds just picked up big time, like out of nowhere. So yeah, round 2 westerly surge. Here we go. Buckle up your seatbelts, folks, because it's going on again. Whidbey Island, surrounding areas. And we hit 70 yet again at Squim, 69 actually. So 61 here, Squim, and then 69 at the Dungeness Spit. That's a new record on the day for that area. Unreal, I tell you, unreal. I think these stations started reporting again. Let me check. Possibly. I can still hear the roar of the wind from time to time. Again, we're gusting to 44 here at SeaTac still. 41 in Enumclaw. Naval Air has their own power. Okay. Yeah, no power Wickerson. Backup power in Starlink. Northern Arlington here, ready for more wind. Well, you might get some of this, so hang on. There's a good chance you probably experience at least a little bit of the surge. There's probably another good-looking shelf cloud with this too, but it's just... It's getting late, and by late, I mean early. That conversion zone is still holding on over shoreline too, going into the foothills there. Will Lake Tapps area get better from here on out? It should be on the decline, but the pressure's still rising. You know, the wind hasn't completely given up outside quite yet. Oh boy. There's another westerly surge, yes. Unfortunately, there's another one. And I'm already hearing reports that it's as strong, if not stronger, than the first one that came through. Jonathan Pulley says, this sounds just as bad as the first round. And there we go with the wind gusts again. And my car alarm just got set off again, so you're going to hear that. Oh, yep, it's starting to get wild again outside, guys. Another big pressure rise. Just can't get a break from this. Think the convergence zone will drop over Snoqualmie Pass and bring snow there. Entirely possible. It's finally starting to switch over to snow at Snoqualmie Pass from what I see. Stampede Pass Station, the most nearby one, at least on radar scope here, is showing just at freezing, if not just a degree below freezing, maybe less. Wind's picking up again in Covington. Yep, here we go, guys. I lost count of how many rounds of wind we've had. This is at least number, 4 already tonight? I am in Milton. I'm in the city of Milton, Washington. Between Federal Way, Puyallup, and Tacoma up on the hill. Yeah, Sonia, you might want to hang on tight for this next round. Because, yeah, we already have another bow echo again. I just wish the NWS would put a severe thunderstorm warning on this. If this is happening again. They didn't put an SVR on it the first time. No, nothing. They put out a few new flood warnings for the area, but those are along the rivers. See, it's just still whipping. Yep, everyone's reporting the wind's picking up again. Another pressure rise coming through. It'll take a little break and then go up, and then take a little break and then go up again. Milton, best Hollywood video of all time. Yeah, now a condemned building that looks horrifying at the corner of Milton Way and Meridian Avenue. You should just tear that building down, honestly. Huge gust in Covington. Yeah, I just got pummeled with a gust here in Milton too. Feeling the wind coming through the window again as well. Can tornadoes form with line segments, even if it isn't producing any thunder? Yeah, you see, even with really weak showers, around here especially, we occasionally get those brief funnels, and sometimes they do touch down. But, there's no lightning, no thunder, no hail, anything like that. You just get a stronger shower in just the right shear zone. Oh, I thought that was going to be it. No, that's a forecast discussion. I thought maybe they would have just put out a severe thunderstorm warning, but no, it did not. Geez, look at this. This is close. Again, this is very close to the radar. This is only a few hundred feet above the ground. See, for Whidbey Island, areas closest to the radar, only 300 feet above the ground. So easy for these winds to mix down, for sure, especially with the stronger shower occurring right there too. Almost certainly going to get close to hurricane force winds again for Whidbey Island. But a lot of these stations went down without power, so I'm hoping we get. Unfortunately, I think this station records hourly. Last time I checked, I believe this is hourly, so we will have to wait an hour to get that observation. But 45 with that recent wind gust here at Normandy Park, and that is the record at Normandy Park on the day so far. No, it's not impossible. You get really cold core tornado setups around here from time to time, but they're rare. Like the Port Orchard tornado, for example. I don't even think that was a thunderstorm. I'd have to go back and reanalyze that on an hourly basis at least. I think Radar Scope may have an archive though that I may be able to look at it. Yeah, I wonder how far back this archive goes, but there is an archive on Radar Scope. If it goes back like 7 years, then I can probably reanalyze it frame by frame. See if there was any lightning being picked up in that area. Again, it was a very subtle feature. It was a pretty quick tornado that came through Port Orchard back in December of 2018. I don't think it was associated with a thunderstorm. I'm not 100% sure about that, honestly. Power flickering. You're in Lake Taps. Thank you for the report. Oh boy. Sue Scott, thank you for becoming a member here on YouTube. Welcome to the Intro Forecaster team. Glad to have you. Yeah, thank you so much, Sue Scott, for becoming a member. Yeah, don't recall lightning during that tornado. You just get a semi-strong shower in just the right environment. In that case, the 70 miles per hour right near the radar tower, Jonathan just said. Unbelievable. Again, close to hurricane force wind gusts, once again hitting Whidbey. You just can't get a break. No one can get a break right now by the looks of it. Saw no thunder, incredible downpour though. Yeah, like I said, if you get something, this is called the Olympic Velocity Shear Zone here. It's a little leeward area of the Olympics here where you can get some localized spin. And a little cell in a favorable area took advantage of this spin and produced an EF2 tornado that hit Port Orchard back in 2018. I believe it's the strongest tornado we've had here in Washington State overall since the Fujita system was overhauled in 2007. Got a text alert. Green River is back at level 4 flooding again. Can't catch a break. Wow, really? Big gusts again. East Pierce. Hey there, CJ's Twist Palace says hello from SoCal. Hey there, I'm from Milton, Washington. I'm near the town of Tacoma, which is about 45 minutes to an hour south of Seattle based on traffic. And even then, that's being generous. But I'm about an hour away from Seattle. Thank you for tuning in. Oop, that was a mistake. Yeah, winds took another break. It's like an oscillation back and forth between calm and wind. Spoke too soon. Jonathan says, I think these are the biggest gusts of the night for Whidbey. Again, a station on West Beach, Whidbey Island, recorded 83 miles per hour with that first bow echo that came through. Yeah, geez, that thing is a monster coming through Whidbey again. Poor Whidbey Island just can't catch a break right now. Oh, we had a big... Wow. That might have been a glitch from Lewis County because we just went up over 372K. So originally they took all of Lewis County out, but then they just updated it and Lewis County's back. Someone in Whidbey Island had their chimney ripped off their house by the wind. Unbelievable. We nearing records here on Whidbey. Entirely possible, for sure. Entirely in the cards. So, yeah, 372,000 customers out in Washington State. Dagmar DeVere says it has reached eastern Washington. It's got a gust over 20 out of nowhere. Oh, okay. Thank you for the heads up. I could have sworn you were in western Washington. Are you actually out in eastern Washington? Or are you just on vacation out there right now? See what PSC's at. PSC's going down still. That's good. They're under 150K. But still, just Thurston County, East Pierce, Island, West Skagit, hardest hit areas for sure. Without a doubt. The air scent has changed. Hey there again, Julie Rogers, I believe. Julie Rogers, right? Yes. Dynamics are fascinating. Yeah, we haven't had much, if any, wind up in Seattle downtown. There's mixed snow and Bothell for a little while. Most likely that convergence zone dragged down the snow level a little bit, which can happen too. Again, you can drag the freezing level down temporarily with the convergence zone due to the downdraft winds again that I was talking about with the wind. And do the same thing, but you can drag the snow level down once again temporarily with that. Okay, repaired 3,000, so our peak was around 372K. At least our current peak, 372K. Let's go check the pressure rise again. Last time was about 29.29 inches of mercury. Yeah, we're at 29.32, but it does appear we're starting to level out a little quicker. Still seeing a pressure rise at the moment, but we're starting to level out just a tad. So we still just have to hang on to the winds a little longer. Highest gusts of the night are occurring in Vancouver. Yeah, Vancouver, BC is getting whipped. Wind gusts close to 50 right now. They fixed a few more, so they're starting to repair some of these outages around the sound, but there's still over 147,000 people out of power. Gusts of the 42 again here near Browns Point. Oh, okay, your mom lives in Auburn. You're in Eastern Washington. Strong winds picking back up again, Maple Valley, Black Diamond. Whew, guys, I gotta stand up. I've been sitting down for too long. Seems like the bigger alarms were excessive. What do you mean by that? Sounds good, Sonia. Take your time. Man, the winds are really ripping out there, shaking my house slightly. Wow. Yeah, we were going to end at 3:30, but I can extend it till 4. We can hang on till 4. Especially since there's still over 200 of you guys watching the stream right now, which is just insane. And guys, again, I think I've only showed this once, but if you guys have enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed staying up with me, please consider donating a one-time donation of a coffee. So again, I'll post a link for you guys in the comment section here. But yeah, if you guys want to consider a one-time donation here to help out Puget Sound so much, and keep these long overnight streams a realistic possibility, that would be really appreciated. Thank you guys, again, for all of your generosity. Words have meanings. I'm not sure if I'm catching your drift. Again, can you clarify for me? Guess we've caught your crazy. You can say that again. Yeah, you can say that again for sure. I think I'm seeing snow mixing in Linwood. Yeah, I can't count out the snow mixing in. With that colder air mass in place, there's really cold air a couple thousand feet in the atmosphere here over the area. With that convergence zone moving through, you can definitely mix down some snow in, or a snow mix for a short amount of time. Yeah, see, the Bow Echo here just crossed into Stanwood again, and the winds are already picking up yet again for Stanwood. So, yep, round 2 for that area. Buckle up, folks. Not necessarily the higher mercury, the stronger the wind. The quicker the mercury goes up, the stronger the wind. Like, not only the faster it goes up, but also the amount it goes up, too. Thank you, Christopher Maher, for your donation of 3 coffees. Appreciate that. Again, thank you so much. So, basically, the rate at which the mercury goes up is what's causing the winds to kick up around the area. And it looks like, again, we have a break here in Milton, too. So, yeah, just the amount it goes up and how quick it goes up over that amount. That's what's causing the strong wind right now. Best local station scene. Thank you, Robert Surfer, for the kind words. Trees down in Kalama. Power outages around Kalama. Or Kalama. Power's out East Louis. Still up power West Side Olympia. Off in Randall too since 1:30. Power off in Mossy Rock. Winds whipping in the Tri-Cities. Power out Maple Valley around 2 a.m. A lot of reports still coming in. All right. Thank you, Dagmar Devere, for your donation of a coffee. Appreciate that. Again, thank you guys so much. Let me just make sure PayPal is still not putting a hold on everything. Yeah. Unfortunately, I won't be able to receive your donations right away because PayPal has to verify, make sure all the orders were fulfilled first. And also thank you, Tim Hawkinson, for your donation of a coffee. Really appreciate that. Thank you again. So yeah, again, the westerly surge that doesn't want to give up. You're starting to get a few new radar fragments popping up too. All right, Jippy Go, thank you for your super duper $10. Thank you for that dono. What was that thing for? Okay. Continuing the flood watch till tomorrow at 4 p.m. That was the update there. Someone wanted the TPU map. Sure, we can go look at the TPU map. Guessing you didn't get good... What? No. Get that out of here. No, you're done. Yeah, you're gone. You're banned. Don't even try to harass me tonight. Just don't. No, you're done. You're gone. Thanks, RC, for the Camino Wonder update. Oh, wind update. Highest wind North Camino so far with second surge, 31, gust 51. Thank you for the report. Calm once again, but not trusting it in Olola. Yeah, I believe you. Apparently, Wahkiakum County, the entire county's out. But it's not covered for some reason by the site. All right, thank you. Ooh, Someone followed me on coffee as well. Now it's back to raining again. Thank you, Nori Bosley, for your donation of a coffee. Let's see, what was the TPU again? For Summit Waller. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. Pretty much the entire Waller neighborhood here is out. 22,412 TPU customers out in total. Again, this is pretty much all of Waller Road, from where it meets Pioneer up to about 96th Street East. Midland area is out as well. Most of Midland's out. Summit itself doing okay right now. At least in the TPU boundaries, it's doing all right. Ooh, Ruston's out. Probably means, well, no one's going to be out this late at Zoo Lights. I think Zoo Lights is closed by now. But I was going to say, if Zoo Lights was going on in the middle of the night, they definitely would have had to shut down. But yeah, Waller area specifically, Waller Midland area looks pretty hard hit. See, the radar is lighting up east of Port Orchard, keeps coming south. Another round, potentially. If you're talking about this, yeah, not out of the cards for sure. Already has strong winds spreading into Marysville right now. It could be oriented a little more to the southeast. Yeah, we could get some stronger winds with these heavier showers too. It's moving towards where the conversion zone is right now. So we'll have to watch the Arlington and the Payne Field stations. See what's going on with those. Okay, we shot up again. We're at, I think we broke the high again. We're at 377,122. Screenshot time. Keep it posted so long as you stream. Sounds like a plan, my friend. Wakaicum Department of Emergency Management says it's a Bonneville Power Administration issue. No ETA, sadly. Northern Arlington, winds high again and more transformers blowing. Power has been out since before 1 a.m. Yeah, power outages still going up for Snohomish County with the second round coming through. It's just, it won't give up. Connor, I can't make any guarantees, but I'd say if you're worried about it, you should shower now for sure. I can't make any guarantees about power outages. Just know that the conditions are elevated for potential power outages. With the soil being saturated and a lot of trees being weakened with the first round of wind, that could easily come down the second time around. So I would take your shower right now. 100% for sure. Power's out in Lake Bay on the Key Peninsula. So we got a public information statement here from the NWS. This is showing highest wind gusts. So far, wind reports at or above 50, with Alpental Summit getting up to 112 at 2 a.m. These are in order of max wind speed. So Whidbey Island confirmed Naval Air Station 71 miles per hour at 12:44. Dungeness Bay, Squim, New Dungeness Lighthouse, both 69 miles per hour. Westport 67, Smith Island 66, Greenwater 63. The Cap 15, that's a station down in Graham. So that's the one that recorded 59 at 2 a.m. Hoquiam Airport's 58. Oso 55. North Bend, Torgerson Park 53. Mount Vernon 53. Coopville 52. Port of Tacoma 52. Renton and Seattle both at 51. Same with Shelton. Shelton Airport, I should say. Yeah, again, this is anything above 50 miles per hour. A lot of local areas in here. So yeah, SeaTac got 51 at 1:55 this morning. Supposed to pick back up at all. It's too soon to say. It just keeps going back up and down, and it can't make up its mind. But I have noticed that the pressure rise has started to stabilize just a tad bit here in Milton, which is a good sign. But the wind's definitely going for longer than forecast, for sure. Yeah, the whiffers. Yeah, we've been talking about that, but just a reminder from the whiffers here on YouTube that I-5 at Mounts Road, at least... Okay. It sounded like they were getting through on the shoulder going northbound, if I recall, but I'm not sure if that was updated since then. It sounded like one of the shoulders was open, but most of the freeway, though, at Mounts Road in Nisqually, you just can't pass right now. Westerly surge doesn't affect Olympia. It's really only for Everett's and points north. It's for the Strait of Juan de Fuca. It's like this is the westerly surge right here. It comes down the Strait of Juan de Fuca and the points and affects points east of it, including Whidbey Island, Port Angeles, Sequim, Camino Island, and usually northwestern, southwestern Snohomish County too. So this is the westerly surge right here. It's a surge of westerly gusts, literally as it sounds. Just saw this on King 5. Perfect. I-5 reopens near JBLM after live power lines fall into the road. Thank you for the update. Well, guys, what do you say? About 10 more minutes before we wrap things up? I'm about ready to hit the hay. I don't know about you guys. I'm about ready to hit the hay for the night. For the morning, I should say. It's not nighttime anymore. There's still over 200 of you guys hanging out with me, and it's almost 4 a.m. You guys are crazy. You guys are as crazy as me. Storm forecast to conclude by 6 a.m. Well, the alerts conclude at 6 a.m. But if these winds keep up, they may extend them for some areas. But I won't be up to relay the information. And just so I don't forget, I'm going to put my noise gate back on and reset my mic. So you likely won't be able to hear any strong gusts in the background. Okay, there we go. Audio should be much cleaner now. Just got up about 30 minutes ago. Welcome to the morning crew. Yeah, this is around the time I would get up for Safeway if I were still working there. I would always get up around 4 o'clock and then head to work by 5. 5 days a week. Usually it was always Wednesday through Sunday. Sometimes I would have to bounce my schedule around a little bit, but that was what it was like 95% of the time. But, you know, I quit Safeway to do this full time, and so far, no regrets. You know, it's a little tight on the finances right now. We're trying to figure that out, but being monetized here on YouTube really should help things here in the near future. It's what I consider a saving grace. Being back outside, ramping up here in Everett. Wind gusts help me sleep through. Get some rest, I know I am. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Alright, Lana Coffin, take care, have a good nap. Yeah, folks, what do you say? What do you say we wrap things up for the night? Yeah, I'll be sure to get back to you guys shortly after I wake up, hopefully. Slept under the kitchen table in the middle of the living room tonight out of fear of a tree coming down on the house. What was this in reply to? Tree came down and damaged 2 vehicles. Man. Took my dog. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at this, but someone said took my dog out the potty and he almost almost became an airplane. That's terrible. That's terrible. He said, "See you Thursday." Yeah, most likely we'll be live streaming Thursday too for the win. You know, you guys know where to find me. Joshua says, "This is my first live stream. Lacey's calming down a little bit. Occasional strong gust." Yeah, and thank you guys for the updates too. You guys have been a huge help delivering these updates to the live stream. Still got a little more wind to go by the looks of it. You know, the westerly surge second round is still coming through parts of Everett, mainly north of Everett, Marysville, up to the Snohomish County line. Occasional strong gusts elsewhere, but things have definitely started to calm down here in Milton, for sure. Let's check the pressure one more time, see if it's flatlined. It's definitely starting to flatline for sure. Whidbey Island reports 62 miles per hour at 3:36 this morning, 20 minutes ago. Again, gusting to 62 at Whidbey Naval Air Station. Yeah, we're starting to see a significant flat line here in the pressure rise, which is good. That's what you want to see here. So the pressure rise is coming to an end here for the South Sound. And no better time for that to happen. Again, wind gusts coming down tremendously right now around much of the Sound. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. Again, if you guys would like to donate, feel free to either send a super chat or donate here on Coffee, ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I'll post this link one more time for you guys in case you want to consider. Otherwise, no pressure. No problem at all. They just refreshed and we got 6 more coffees. Thanks for being a night owl and keeping us informed. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, a lot of kind words from you guys. Thank you, a lot. 72 different coffee supporters now. That's amazing. Yeah, after all of this, the marginal risk of severe thunderstorms, not even a single strike of lightning here in Western Washington. That part was definitely a bust. You know, if we would have had a severe thunderstorm warning for any of these areas, then it would have verified. But I'm guessing the NWS in Seattle just didn't see this being convective. Just saw more of a pressure gradient across the Strait of Juan de Fuca, the westerly surge, and not necessarily being convective from thunderstorms. See, starting to clear out now. You can see it here on satellite imagery. Tacoma area is clearing out real briefly. Might be able to see the stars if you go outside, but boy, hold on, you might blow away if you're not careful. And it looks like our peak was around 377,000. It looks like we're starting to decrease now, finally. Oh, this was the unfortunate overperformance I was expecting. Street behind us has Elmhurst Power and they're not out. ESC can get to work by 7 a.m. Sounds good. Ramping up here. Guess it's my turn. Yep, it's your turn, Eastern Washington. It's definitely your turn now. The front's moved over and the pressure rise is coming your way now. So heads up. Batten down the hatches if you're east of the Cascades because you have high wind warnings all over here. All right, folks. 4 o'clock is right around the corner here. Plus another 20 subs. Wow, thank you guys. We're at 2,050 right now. So we got the 2,000 subs. That's another goal out of the way. Thank you guys so much. Truly, truly grateful. Ben's doing updates on his Facebook page. I see a lot of you guys leaving. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay here in a moment. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for all the wishes. Again, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for tuning in to live coverage on the wind tonight. Definitely been a long night with the wind. Good to see my UPS battery backup setup saved me several times with power outages here at the office. Yeah, it happened right around the Hanukkah Eve storm. You're right. Literally not even 2 days after. Still up power, that is a miracle. Normally we get high east winds, but not bad here. Yeah. All right, folks, gonna wrap things up for the night. Yeah, expect another live stream probably Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, possibly. Could be quite windy for the Seahawks game. Just a little heads up. Being played here in Seattle, about 5:15 or so, 5:20 p.m. Thursday night. Could be quite a blustery day there in Seattle. All right, Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Going to begin signing off here just a second. Yeah, the pressure rise is definitely flatlined, so I think the worst of winds should be over for most of the area. At least if you're not downstream of the westerly surge up here, which is still going pretty good. The 46 here at Arlington, but if you're south of here, then your strongest winds for the night should be over. Boy, was that a wild ride or what, folks? All right. Whopping 6,666 views. That's insane. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Take it easy. Rest up if you